Rules Committee to come to order, and thank you very much. We are late because it was my fault, and I want to thank everybody. I was on the floor and coming back. Today, the Rules Committee will consider H.R. 5243, the Zika Response Appropriations Act of 2016, H.R. 4974, the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill 2017, Act of 2017, as well as a continuation what we call NDAA 2, H.R. 4909, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2017. H.R. 5243, the Zika Response Appropriations Act, makes dollars available to fight this terrible, terrible disease now, prioritizing critical activities that must begin immediately, such as vaccine development and mosquito control. This legislation funds these efforts in a responsible way. This is a bipartisan piece of legislation, and it uses existing resources, including excess funding left over from the Ebola outbreak, to pay for it. This funding is critical to stop the spread of Zika and protect our most vulnerable people, not only here in the United States, but also abroad. Rules Committee will also consider H.R. 4974, the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Act of 2017. This bill is a balanced and bipartisan bill providing important support for our troops, their families, and our veterans. It is our responsibility to provide well-funded infrastructure, solid quality of life programs, and for benefits for the brave men and women who put their lives on the line, and many of them came back in a different shape than they were sent. In the line of defense, they were there to support this great nation. And as far as I'm concerned, every one of us, from the threat of terrorism and people who would harm our future. The committee will then consider amendments to H.R. 4909, the National Defense Authorization Act, so NDAA 2 is what we're calling this. And I know that there are a number of members who are here to testify along that line. I want to welcome the panel of distinguished members. Straight off the top, we'll have the chairman of Appropriations, the gentleman from Kentucky, Hal Rogers, as well as my very, very dear friend, Ranking Member Nita Lowey. We're delighted to have you here, both of you here, and other members who will be testifying, and I look forward to your testimony without objection. Anything you have in writing will be entered the record. Before I defer to the young chairman from Kentucky, I'm going to yield time to the gentlewoman also from New York, for such time as she may consume for an opening statement. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Gentlewoman from Kentucky.
Right. Thank you very much.
That's right.
It's a big day in Commonwealth, isn't it?
That's right.
Okay. Let's hope they do it right. All right. Listen, I'm pleased to be here this afternoon. Obviously, we see a quantity of work that's taken place here. My only thing to say about the Zika virus is this is too little too late, and if I quote my friend Nita from New York, epidemics don't come at your request or on your timetable. They show up. And we're already seeing cases of Zika virus in the United States, and without any plan to do anything about them. Certainly we need to do more funding for vaccinations and for things that we could do to stop the spread of it. But nonetheless, we are where we are. And I'm not sure I could be able even to support this today because it is so woefully short. But we have been calling for some time now for some action on Zika, knowing how devastating it is and all the differences we're making. Frankly, I'm perplexed as to why they continue to have the Olympics go on in Rio. Not only this, but the environmental degradation in that country where when they were cleaning out some of the lakes to get ready for the Olympics, they had to use a front-end loader. I'm very troubled that our athletes will be going there, but really very troubled as well about the people here who are going to be decimated by this virus. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlewoman for her comments. I would add that I'm delighted that you're here. Both of you know that we've had some discussions, enormous discussions about this issue. The gentleman, Mr. Hastings, on this committee has been most forthright about discussing it with the committee on a regular basis. And several weeks ago, we had testimony that nothing is being held up or waited on or delayed because of the funding, but at some point it might and perhaps would. And so your ability, both of you, to be here today on this important issue will highlight not only that we're working together and that we heard this issue, but that we're preparing ourselves to make sure that we look at this viewpoint of moving forward, hopefully in the same way that we're addressing it in the way that you see fit. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for
Is your mic on there, Chairman?
allowing, yes. Thanks for allowing us to be here. It's clear the Zika virus is a global health crisis. The danger that this disease poses to the health of so many, particularly infants and pregnant women, cannot be ignored. We must have a rapid, direct, and strategic response to prevent the spread of this disease around the globe.
Excuse me, just one moment. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask, I know a couple of people have looked and that green light is on, but we're going to have to maybe point that thing that microphone directly at you.
All right, how's this?
Great, that is better, and thank you very much. I
Good.
appreciate the gentleman from Texas. Gentleman's recognized.
When the administration sent us up the requested supplemental for $1.9 billion, Chairman Cole and Chairman Granger and I wrote back and said, look, you've already got in your tills almost $3 billion of unused, unobligated, leftover money from the Ebola appropriations we had done 2 years before. We said, use those monies now. Get on this before it goes any further. We'll make it up to you later. But use that money right now. But they didn't do it, so they went on for like a couple of months. In the meantime, we could not get information out of the administration's agencies to try to construct a bill, which we were desperately wanting to do. So finally, we pressured the administration to send down almost $600 million out of the Ebola monies to begin the work. And thank goodness that they did. But that's just for the immediate future. So we have constructed this bill to add to that $600 million another $622 million just for the immediate work. This money is just for the balance of this fiscal year, 5 months. So between the earlier monies they sent down, or they released, and the money that's in this bill, we've got $1.2 billion to be used in just the 5 months of this fiscal year. After that, for fiscal 17, Chairman Cole on the HHS subcommittee and Kay Granger on the State and Foreign Ops subcommittee are right now considering lots of more money to cover the problem to the extent it exists in 017 and beyond. But this bill is about 016, the next 5 months. Now, the administration's request was $1.9 billion for several years. Ours is $1.2 billion for 5 months, Mr. Chairman, because we want to be sure this thing is stamped out early on. And frankly, this is the only way, this procedure in this bill that we're talking to you about being a standalone appropriations supplemental bill, this is the only way to get money to the problem quickly. If you attach it to another appropriations bill, it don't get done until that appropriations bill gets done, if ever. So we think this is the best way to go. The funding is for $622.1 million to HHS, Department of State, USAID. It's to continue the development of vaccine at the NIH and tests on how to detect the disease and the like. It's monies for the CDC to eradicate mosquitoes wherever they can in the world, to augment what they're doing, and to provide public notice of what's going on so that public health has a chance to take over here and overseas. This funding would be available immediately. It would expire on September 30, the end of the fiscal year. So that means that with this bill, over $1.2 billion would be made available this fiscal year to respond to Zika. And I think that's overly adequate for the immediate problem. This matter is evolving. The disease that we're only learning as we go, as you know. And there's a lot the scientists and medical people just can't tell us yet. But if we do this immediate money now in an overwhelming amount of dollars for a short span of time, and then give the appropriate subcommittees on your Congress a chance to evaluate what we need in 2017 and beyond, that we can take up this fall, I think that's the responsible, reasonable way to go about it, which also protects the taxpayers to some degree. So, this funding is targeted. It's responsible. The money can't be shifted to other purposes like their request would allow. This is zeroed in on Zika and Zika only. $170 million for the Center for Disease Control to support mosquito control efforts, laboratory activities, disease surveillance, international response, public education. These monies can also be used for emergency preparedness grants to states and locals and territorial health departments that may be facing reductions to their existing funding. Also, within the total for the CDC, the legislation allows up to $50 million for health programs for prenatal care, delivery and postpartum care, newborn health assessments, and care for infants with special needs relating to Zika. These funds are targeted to states and territories suffering from Zika outbreaks. For the National Institutes of Health, the bill includes $230 million to support the development for Zika vaccines so that they can be made available to the public as quickly as possible. Also, $103 million for the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, which will provide development and production activities related to Zika, including the production and deployment of new rapid diagnostic tests and vaccines. For the State Department and the U.S. Agency for International Development, the bill provides a total of $119.1 million. $100 million is directed to mosquito control efforts, also known as vector control, to stop the spread of the virus at its source. This also includes funding for public information efforts to educate about ways to reduce mosquito exposure. $19.1 million is provided to help manage and oversee these programs. As I noted before, all of this funding is offset. The bill also insists on the responsible use of every penny appropriated. Unfortunately, the White House's request was hugely lacking in this area, including broad transfer authorities and virtually unlimited use of funds, meaning dollars could potentially be used on any function of the government, whatever it might be. Instead, this bill makes sure that HHS, state, and USAID are accountable to the taxpayer and to the Congress. These agencies are required to submit spending plans and notify Congress before funds are obligated. The bill also directs $1 million within HHS and $1 million within USAID to go to oversight efforts by GAO and each agency's Inspector General. The bill also reiterates current strong protections against the use of funds for abortions. In sum, I believe this is a focused, effective approach to addressing this crisis. For those who may be concerned about the further need for funds for Ebola, let me reassure you, even if the bill we pass that I'm describing to you today passes, there still will be almost $2 billion left in the Ebola account for any further Ebola needs. So this will not harm the Ebola effort. Our colleagues in the Senate have also put forth a proposal, as you know. The proposal you have before you today is more targeted, restricting funding to necessary activities in this fiscal year only. Any needs beyond September 30, we can address in the ongoing regular appropriations bills, and I feel confident that we can and will do just that. So I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. $1,200 million to be spent over 5 months. $1,200 million is a lot of money. Mrs. Lowy, we're delighted that you're here. You really, every time you're here, you give us a strong sense of not only the right thing to do, but gives us a good direction on a good answer. The gentlewoman's recognized.
I will do my best, Mr. Chairman, and it's always an honor for me to appear before you in this very distinguished committee. So thank you for the welcome. Mr. Chairman, as you well know, the nation is on the threshold of a public health emergency. CDC confirmed 1,204 Zika cases, including more than 100 pregnant women in the United States, Puerto Rico, and the other territories as of May 11th. So far, all of the continental U.S. cases are associated with travel, but experts expect the first locally transmitted cases in a matter of weeks. The scientific community has concluded that the Zika virus can cause microcephaly, resulting in miscarriage and other severe fetal brain defects, as well as adult neurological disorders. Robust resources are urgently needed to deploy medical countermeasures, care for affected mothers and children, and support multilateral efforts to stem the spread of Zika virus. We need to act now to improve surveillance globally and increase availability of diagnostic tools to identify additional outbreaks. The President asked in February for $1.9 billion to respond to the impending crisis. However, the Republican leadership failed to act, so the administration was forced to redirect $589 million, mostly from emergency Ebola balances, to fund mosquito control and other immediate efforts to respond to Zika. According to Dr. Fauci at the National Institutes of Health, the redirected funds allowed the United States to start work, but we can't finish what we need to do. Unfortunately, the Republican bill does not allow us to finish the job either. It provides only $622 million, less than a third of what is needed, and the bill does not replenish Ebola funding. Instead, it takes more, even as more Ebola cases continue to emerge. We did not offset spending to respond to similar public health emergencies, such as the Ebola and H1N1 influenza viruses. Why require offsets for Zika funding? Without full funding, we can't test vaccine candidates because the later stages of vaccine development require multi-year funding commitments to encourage the necessary commitments from the private sector. Without the $1.9 billion request, state and local public health emergency preparedness grants will be underfunded, hampering efforts to expand mosquito control and mitigation efforts. Without full funding to replenish Ebola accounts redirected to Zika, we won't complete commitments to fortify international public health systems, provide adequate care for survivors, or have public health contingency funds in place to respond to outbreaks of either disease or any other unanticipated public health crisis. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman or Madam Chairman, the House Republican Zika bill calls the fire department to put out a fire in the attic while flames rage from the basement on up. It is a day late, a dollar short, and because of the shortcomings in the Republican bill, I respectfully request the Rules Committee to make in order H.R. 5044, the President's full emergency supplemental as a substitute. I yield back, and I know.
Thank you both very much for being here. I particularly appreciate the chairman's thoughtful comments and the ranking member's comments also. We know you guys have a tough job. There's never enough money to fund everything that everybody wants. And I thank you for your work. Mr. Cole, I recognize you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Obviously, two of my favorite members, and because I've worked for both of them at different times and still do today, obviously, with our chairman. And we had a very spirited debate and discussion about this today. But I want to offer to my colleagues on this committee my perspective here, since the lion's share of this money actually moves through the subcommittee that I'm privileged to chair. This really isn't a debate about Zika. This is a debate about whether you pay for Zika or you just add it to the national credit card. That's really what's at issue here. The administration, as was directed, and by the way, that money for Ebola was not just for Ebola. If you go back and look at, it says, and other biomedical emergencies. So it's actually being used for exactly what it was supposed to be used for. And at the time we responded, when they first talked about the emergency, the chairman said, go now, spend now. You've got the money. It's not just for Ebola. You can legally move it now, then we'll work with you. If there's some shortfall in Ebola later, and remember that money is over years, not over months, it's going to be spent over multiple years, then we'll work with you. But the administration itself, to be fair, had already started to move money out of that fund. In its FY17 proposal, it moved $40 million out of there for, I think it was malaria suppression. That's fine. That may be a very worthy thing. But it suggests that, again, that this fund is there to be used for different things, not just for Ebola. So they eventually agreed, moved $600. This bill, again, is an additional $622 million. Actually, if you look at it, it will more than fund activities for this fiscal year. The portion of it that deals with NIH is vaccine development, which goes far into the future, probably take 18 months. But they're getting all the $230 million right now, begin that process. And they actually had told us they didn't need that money really until next year. But that's fine. Let's guarantee it and get going. So next, at the instructions of the chairman, we will bring up in June sometime, I assume, the Labor H bill. And in it, you will see hundreds of millions of dollars of additional money for the CDC so they can continue their mosquito suppression activity and working with other countries. So if you actually add up all of this, it really is pretty close to the administration's request. The only difference is it's all paid for. So I'd suggest a lot of this debate is about just not having to pay for it, just adding almost $2 billion to the national debt when we have the means to handle this. From what was done in the past on Ebola, what we're doing in this bill, and what frankly we'll do under regular order, under the budget caps, and with the allocation that we receive. We have the ability to do that. The jurisdiction, and again, I'm not responsible for all of this. Ms. Granger certainly has a substantial portion, but we do have, last year we spent about $163 billion in this area, in labor aid. So out of that 163, with part of it, frankly, coming, 600 million of it coming from money that was dealt with in Ebola, I can assure you, we can find the additional funds to do that. And we'll do it, frankly, while robustly funding the NIH and the CDC. Last year, working together in a bipartisan fashion, our committee, the president requested $1 billion more for NIH. We gave him $2 billion, doubled his request of new money. We gave him more money for the Center for Disease Control than he asked for in his original budget. I'll make so bold as to predict we will do that again. We will probably once again go above the president's request, something I know that we worked very hard on together and all believe in. So again, this is really not a debate about Zika. And I go back to a point that the chairman made and that I have had told me by both Dr. Frieden and Dr. Fauci, is there anything you haven't been able to do? No, we've been able to. Now, we would like to get these other pieces into place so we know going forward, and I don't blame them, but that's exactly what we're doing here. That's exactly what this bill does, and that's exactly what we'll do in our bill in labor aid. So, I think this is a thoughtful approach. I think we're using the funds appropriately. Again, the money coming out of the Ebola fund, if it needs to be replaced, and we don't know yet if it will, there's still, as the chairman pointed out, $2 billion there, but that was to be spent over multiple years. So we could literally replace that in the next year's bill. So I think, Chairman, you're to be commended because I think rather than get stampeded and add $2 billion to the national debt, you said, no, let's step back and look at this. Let's use the funds we have. Let's operate within the current allocations that we have, but let's make sure that this is priority number one and we get everything. So,
Well, Chairman, you.
I certainly yield the chairman.
We've just assumed all along, or said all along, that most of the monies that we're talking about in this bill are leftover Ebola monies. That's just not necessarily so. Some 270 million of it is non-emergency discretionary appropriations in what's called the non-recurring expense fund of the Department of Health and Human Services. It's a kitty that's been laying there for years and added to as time passed. So we take 270 million of that money and then 352.1 of Ebola leftover money. Number two, the Ebola rescission doesn't specify the accounts that have to be rescinded. We leave that to the administration. They will have discretion to determine which accounts can best be tapped during 2016 without jeopardizing preparedness for other global health concerns that may arise. And we could backfill in your bill and others next year if we have to, if we need to. So we think this is eminently fair and balanced and responsible.
Well, I obviously share your opinion, and you may have mentioned this in your comments. I had to step out for just a moment, but probably not. You probably too much. We just came back on a Codell, which the chairman led, where we stopped at a naval research station in Peru that we've maintained there since the 1940s, I think, to look at tropical diseases. They're already looking at Zika. And we're doing great work. And then we went to Brazil, the epicenter, met with the Center for Disease Control people there. I dare say you've probably spent more time on this than anybody in the Congress of the United States. I don't know anybody else that's traveled to the affected region, sat down and talked with our people on the ground, and obviously interacted with our experts at NIH.
And the gentleman of you. And we learned on that trip from the Brazilian government that they now have deployed some 22,000 soldiers to help people in their homes get rid of mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Because these mosquitoes apparently are sort of homebodies. They don't much leave the house, and they can breed on a cup of water.
It's one of the things that makes, as you know better than I do, makes spraying so difficult, because you literally have to be in the home. They tend to live in homes, it's, a lot of this really is educational. But anyway, I will yield back, because I suspect I'll have the opportunity to talk about this later. But I am assured that, number one, the administration's had the resources to this point to do everything they've wanted to do. That this bill will give them that for the rest of the fiscal year, and frankly, beyond, if you look at particular elements of it. And I can assure, my colleagues on this committee, at the instruction of the chairman, we will have very substantial additional funds in the FY17 bill. I'm sure that's true, obviously, in the state and foreign ops bill as well. So when you total up the money, it sure looks awful close to what the president has proposed. The difference is it's all paid for. And I think that's the rub.
And we do it in installment payments.
Absolutely.
3 different installments.
So anyway, yeah, I certainly give my friend whatever opportunity she'd care to respond.
Well, thank you. First of all, as you know, we've worked together for a long time, and I have enormous respect for the distinguished chairman of the Labor, Health, Human Service Bill and the chairman of the entire committee. And I know you are sincerely focused on the huge range of responsibilities you have on that committee. And I certainly have applauded the $2 billion at the NIH, but you and I know how difficult it is for the National Institutes of Health to ensure that young people continue to go into that business, because they still cannot respond. And I'm sure Ms. Slaughter would know the exact number to all the submissions to the NIH for funding. And I remember very clearly, because I was there afterwards and talking to some researchers before, when the government was shut down, those labs were closed. And so when you think of the whole range of illnesses for which the NIH is doing research, not to fund adequately, and what a disaster that was, is just irresponsible. And I want to say, first of all, on the National Institutes of Health, and then I'll get back to Zika, I was part of the committee, Labor HHS, when John Porter was chair, and in 1998, we doubled the money for the National Institutes of Health. You can be an even greater hero if you do that again.
Well, you've opened the door for an interesting discussion, if you'd indulge me for just a minute. Of course, I remember that was under a Republican speaker and Republican conference that happened.
And it was, I think it's
and
important
it was bipartisan,
to know,
but it was a
But John Porter did it as a Republican.
Well, he did it because Newt Gingrich let him do it, and his
Well-
chairman let him do it. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, look, Speaker Gingrich, you can have your disagreements. He's has written multiple things.
I just saw him last night, in fact. We talked about it.
But to your point, we've actually had discussions, a couple of points, and I want to commend you on this, but as you know, in the president's budget, he cut $1 billion of discretionary money out of the NIH and substituted 1.8 of mandatory, where we have no jurisdiction. We can't do that. I mean, that's not our jurisdiction. So he put our achievement, I think, at some risk. And in a bipartisan way, as you recall, we both pushed back, all did, said that's not going to happen. And compliment my ranking member, Ms. DeLauro, on that as well. She felt very strongly. So, the president has been, frankly, less than fully supportive here, in my opinion. But on the point of doubling, Roy Blunt, Senator Blunt, who shares this committee on the other side, made a wise observation to me once. He said, Tom, I lived through that before when we doubled. And we set that as the goal, and it was a mistake, because then you stop. Once you reach the goal, and we stopped for about a dozen years. And in that period, we did slide back. We were funding 1 out of every 3 research applications in 2003. It was 1 out of 6 the last year. With the addition that working together we got there, I talked to Dr. Collins, the head of the NIH, and I said, how are we doing now? He said, we're 1 out of 5. So we made material progress. Now, again, we'll build on, we will deal with the Zika issue and build on that again. We'll put more money than the president proposed again. But I think long-term, what you want to do, this year is actually more important than last year, because you want to get back to that steady pattern of predictable increases It's a classic appropriations process. All progress is incremental and cumulative. That's the way approach works, and when it works well. And then you can control it and keep an eye on it. So the commitment I'll make to you is, at least in our bill, we'll continue that process. I'm not sure at what number yet, but it will be well above the president's number, and it will all be discretionary spending that we can put in the base and control. It won't be mandatory that we depend on for somebody else that might or might not provide.
Well, let me just say, with enormous respect for our distinguished chairman of the committee, I look forward to working with you to continue that important investment in research at the National Institutes of Health. We attended some sessions for about 4 hours, and I know we share the real excitement with what they're doing. And in fact, when the president was talking about the moonshot, and he put Vice President Biden in charge of it, I frankly didn't think that was enough for a moonshot, because we are on the precipice of all kinds of precision research and individualized research. And when you visit the NIH, as you and I did, you see the remarkable recoveries. We saw that case with melanoma, and we wish him well. He wasn't totally recovered. But in any event, now that we had this lovely discussion about the NIH, but it's all related. And the reason I say that, you and I are committed, whether it's doubling or another 2 or maybe 3, however much we can figure out, because we are so committed to the NIH. But when we're talking about offsets, historically, since I've been in the Congress, when there are huge emergencies, usually the demand for offsets is not part of the deal. And in my discussions with Dr. Fauci and Dr. Frieden and others who are working on Zika, this is a real scare, frankly.
No,
And so my point, and I'll turn it back to the distinguished chair, my point is, if at the analysis of a Dr. Frieden and Dr. Fauci and all those who were part of that decision, when the president requests the 1.9, you have to plan. You know what they do at the NIH. You have to plan ahead. If you're working on a vaccine, you can't say, well, I'm going to get another billion or another $500,000 next year, and who knows what's going to happen in 2017. We're living in such an unstable world, it's pretty scary stuff. So my point is, with great respect for your analysis, and let's keep increasing the money for the NIH, I do have respect for Dr. Fauci and Dr. Frieden, and when they are saying the money we're requesting is not extra, this isn't extra money. This is money that we need to plan for now so we can achieve our goal. Now, if we're all lucky, maybe they'll get rid of Zika in a year. Maybe they'll get rid of 2 years. Unfortunately, maybe dengue and other diseases in that region of the world could even increase, and we don't know. But I am just sending to you and to this distinguished committee the president's request, asking for the president's request, because I think it was rooted in the scientific expertise of those who were putting the package together.
If the gentlelady will
Chairman.
yield.
I will always yield to the
I
chair.
think what we're saying to you, the chairman and I, we're going to give you just about every penny that he requested, except we're going to do it in 3 installments. One is the money that we forced them to take from Ebola, the 589, a couple of months ago. The second installment is this bill, the 622. And then the chairman is telling you, for fiscal 17, he's going to put in hundreds of millions, at least, in the regular bill. And you're going to wind up getting essentially what the president requested, except it's responsible, and it can't be used for anything else. It's limited to Zika, and it's guaranteed. I don't know why they don't take that deal and run.
You persuaded me, Mr. Chairman. But, you know, good plans require good budgets. And it'd be great if you could just, wish for $2 billion and get it automatically, no questions asked. What administration wouldn't want a deal like that? And you don't have to pay for it, so you don't have to make any other choice, any other place in the budget. I agree, it is an emergency, but it's an ongoing emergency. And it's one where to date, they've had every dollar that they've needed and asked for to do everything they've wanted to do. What this does is assure that continues through the rest of the fiscal year and frankly a little bit and well beyond in some areas. And then we'll add to that. But again, that tells me this isn't really about Zika. I don't think the disagreement is. The disagreement, because we're funding it about the level you want it funded with the monies that have been committed or getting ready to be committed and that we've committed to doing next year, it's about having to pay for Zika. And if it's important, and I think it is as important as they say, then it's worth paying for. And while I think every part of the budget on my subcommittee is important and every dollar is precious, I don't think they're all equally important. I can assure you there are things of lesser importance than Zika that we could agree we either delay or don't do maybe as much of an increase as you wanted here so that this gets taken care of, but we do it in a way that we don't add to the national debt. And that's an eminently achievable task. If this were Sandy, if this were an $80 billion type of challenge where I supported my friend, I would look at it differently. It's not. It's a smaller challenge, and it's frankly one that's probably best met incrementally because we'll learn more about it as we go along. These numbers could go up. We know in the case of Ebola, honestly, we may well have overcommitted. That's why they added that language and other infectious diseases so that we could move it if something else comes. And we were committing for a long time. If you had an emergency, I would actually argue that money is being used exactly as it was intended. It wasn't fenced in and said this is only for Ebola for all time, for Ebola and other infectious diseases for a number of years, and now a portion of it's being redirected. It doesn't mean Ebola will be underfunded in any way, shape, or form. There's still unobligated money there now that'll carry them for the next couple of years.
Mr. Chairman, you make such a good point. And I know that a Dr. Fauci or Dr. Frieden or the other experts are not going to pour money down the drain. So what I don't understand, if at this point their analysis is they need $1.9 billion committed up front, I'm sure if they solve the problem after they've spent $1 billion, they'd be delighted to use the other
I'm sure they'd be delighted to use it. I doubt they'd knock on the door and say, here's some back we didn't need.
I'm sure there are other worthwhile causes, but as I understand it, when you're planning ahead, and if you are looking at vaccines and treatments and health support systems around the world, mosquito control, et cetera, you want that commitment up front. And that's really where we disagree.
We do, although they have the commitment. They had the commitment from the very
Not
day.
in law.
Yes, they did. They have the commitment from the very day that the speaker, the chairman, wrote them and said, "You got this money. Spend this money. We'll work with you." And we have every step of the way. And we've had these conversations with them too. I think they don't care whether it's emergency funding or regular funding. That's immaterial to them. It's not immaterial here, and it's not immaterial to the bottom line budget for the United States. But they've got the chairman's commitment. He's demonstrating with this bill. We'll demonstrate it again, a little bit later in June when we unveil our bill. But the money will be there. I've taken way too much time. Sorry, but you have a little preview of the debate we had this morning. So with that, I yield back, Madam Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just take a minute here to kind of recap for my own benefit. On the one hand, we have the administration, the President of the United States, who has access to good scientists at the White House, also to the CDC, happens all the time, and WHO, and almost every other scientist on the face of the earth if they want to. On the other hand, Congress has the Appropriations Committee and the Budget Committee. Now, Mrs. Lloyd made the comments a couple times, and I know it for a fact, that you can't turn research off and on. If they are in the midst of having a breakthrough on this vaccine and the money runs out, they're not going to wait till you vote another tranche of it, and everything will stay static until they get back to it, and we all know that. That's elemental. So here we are, we've got the scientists on one hand, and then the budget and appropriations on the other. Since the Republicans control both the budget and the Appropriations Committee, we are left to hope that you are right. I hope that you are right. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the chairwoman. I'd say to my friend from New York, we don't have to hope the chairman of the Appropriations Committee is wise. We know this to be true. We've had an opportunity to deal with him day in and day out, and he's supported by a fabulous ranking member as well. It's my favorite Rules Committee time when you all come up to get together. Mr. Chairman, I would just say to you, as one of the newer folks on the...
Well, I tell you what, you're hard up for fun.
Come back at 10 o'clock tonight when Mr. Cole and I are still sitting up here at the Rules Committee. You'll see exactly how hard up we are.
If they bring your bourbons.
The ranking member said in the old days, folks would just fund emergencies and they wouldn't look for offsets. Of course, in the old days, the United States debt as a percent of GDP was a small fraction of what it is today. I say to the chairman, you've got an impossible job. There are genuine emergency priorities that need to be funded. There is not a constituent that I represent that wouldn't give their last dollar to find the next cure to cancer, to prevent the spread of Zika, to make a difference in a child's life. But they worry we're not going to do that responsibly. What you are doing by funding the president's request, but doing it in a way that allows the Congress to examine those dollars and offset those dollars, raises the hopes of folks that I represent that Congress is in fact using their dollars wisely. They know if they donated that dollar to the charity of their choice, it would be used wisely. They are suspicious of us. The work that you do, though not appreciated by everyone, makes a difference in moving the needle of trust and confidence in the United States government as seen from a taxpayer's perspective. And I'm grateful to you for that, and grateful to the partnership for making sure that these dollars get to the scientists, CDC headquartered right down the street from me, who will do good and amazing things with them. And I thank you both for being here. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back. Gentleman from
Well,
Massachusetts
thank you. I'm
recognized.
going to save everybody a lot of time because the fix is in. And as eloquent as you have been, Ms. Lowy, the fact of the matter is, this can be a closed rule, and your substitute will not be made in order, and we'll make a vigorous debate on this side, but we're 4 and they're 9, and it's done. So we can talk about this all night. We have a couple of other bills we have to consider here today, and we'll have an interesting debate on the floor. I agree with you, but I think this is the Rules Committee, and what you're going to get is a very closed process, and we will, scream about it on the floor. So thank you both for being here. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank our appropriator witnesses for being here today. This is not a criticism of the work that you're doing. I understand why we are where we are. But doggone it, it's hard when we get accused of not responding appropriately to an emergent situation when the administration and its federal agencies continue to put their heads in the sand. And what I am talking about is the fact that no one, and I realize there are now several hundred cases in the United States, but to the best of my understanding, only 2 of those cases were actually contracted elsewhere and brought home. Those 2 cases that were contracted here were close personal contact. The virus is not yet in our mosquito population. When that happens, when that day occurs, truly the disaster that everyone is talking about will be at hand. So the question is how best to prevent that disaster with the dollars that we have to spend. And for my money, the best way to prevent that disaster would be for the president, for the federal agencies, to use the bully pulpit that they have. This is the only bully pulpit that I have. I'm not a committee chairman. I'm simply a humble backbencher toiling in the vineyards on the Rules Committee. But to the extent that I have a pulpit, let me suggest that no one go and get this virus and bring it home. And it's really as simple as that. I recognize that will not stop the transfer of this virus indefinitely, but Dr. Fauci told Chris Smith's Foreign Affairs Committee in February this February, February of 2016, that he needed about a year or a little bit longer to get to a vaccine. Okay, if we've got a clock ticking where there is a finite solution for this problem, why don't we do everything in our power to delay the virus coming to this country? And right now, if you call the State Department and say, is there any kind of travel restriction? And they say no, check with the CDC. So you check with the CDC, and they have 3 levels of concern, level 1, level 2, level 3. Right now, Brazil and Central America are at a level 2. Level 3 is what happened in Western Africa in 2014 during the Ebola crisis. 2014, a level 3 travel restriction is obviously a very serious situation. But this is a very serious situation. Why not accelerate this to a level 3 travel restriction, not just an advisory to wear insect repellent when you're in Central America or Brazil? Why not elevate this to a level 3 travel restriction until such time as we can get better control of things? There are other aspects where, again, the administration says you're not treating this like an emergency with the funding, but doggone it, they're not treating it like an emergency with what the Food and Drug Administration is doing with approving and evaluating the release of sterile male mosquitoes, which is a demonstrated method for disrupting the transmission of this virus. We talk about vector control. We just had a big debate on insecticides, but you know what? This mosquito, it's a house pet. It doesn't go outside. It doesn't live in your storm drain. You can't spray aerially. It will do much better if you interrupt its life cycle with sterile male mosquitoes introduced into the population. And I'm sorry, I'm not worried about the downstream effects on subsequent generations of mosquitoes or those that depend upon the mosquito for a food source. I'm just not worried about that right now because we have babies being born with a tragic condition called microcephaly. So if the administration is calling on us to treat this seriously, my question back to them is, why will you not acknowledge that this is a serious crisis, put those travel restrictions on? You talk to the CDC, you talk to the State Department, and literally they're pointing past each other. Well, you got to talk to them, you got to talk to them. No one is talking about the elephant in the room, which is the fact that we have a raging wildfire of disease south of our border, but it will be here if we don't do something to interrupt it. Now, I was criticized because I went on a television program back home and I said, someone asked me, what about the Olympics? I said, you want my advice? Don't go. Well, that's a big deal to say don't go to the Olympics. Major League Baseball interrupted some of its schedule. It said they're not going to go play games in areas where the Zika virus is, out of respect for the, yes, none of their players are going to be carrying pregnancies, but they could, at risk, bring the virus home to their families. So they said, okay, our players don't have to go. Now you've got the Harvard School from the Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Law, the University of Ottawa, don't go to the Olympics. I mean, people are beginning to recognize that this is a potential problem that we're visiting upon ourselves. Yes, maybe the funding is an emergency. I would like the administration to behave as if it's an emergency. I would like the FDA to behave as if it's an emergency with vector control, with approving laboratory-developed tests that could rapidly detect the presence of this virus in someone who might have been exposed and now who might be pregnant. It would be very helpful for them to know. And then finally, we're going to have to step up and just answer the question, and this is probably better posed to the World Health Organization, but goodness knows our CDC is integrally involved with them. Someone is going to have to address the question what to do about the Olympics. It makes no sense to send 500,000 people into an area and then bring them all back and let them disseminate the virus. I'd be happy to hear our witnesses' thoughts on any of these aspects.
I was going to defer. I would just like to say that your presentation is particularly insightful. And I've been asking the same questions because, number one, the administration has said 1.9 billion is what's needed. But you are correct that we need more information to determine travel directives, and it is not clear. So maybe that's even a better reason why we need the 1.9 billion to determine you know you agree with me, Mr. Chair, to determine whether they're going to advise people to travel those countries. I don't have any quarrel with your comments. I'm very concerned about that, too.
It doesn't cost much to issue a travel restriction.
And the other-
it can be temporary until Dr. Fauci delivers that vaccine for us.
Well, the other question, and the other reason I think it's essential to get all this research done now, if this is so dangerous to a pregnant woman, and we know about dengue and other diseases that come from this same mosquito, maybe we need to do even more work to get more accurate decisions made as to travel restrictions or not. But I appreciate your
If
comment.
the gentleman would yield.
Yes, I'd be happy to yield.
And the comments made by Dr. Burgess are especially meaningful, I think. I'll be happy to take up your concerns with Director CDC and the State Department and get their reaction to it. When Chairman Cole and me and a few others were in Brazil 3 or 4 months ago, we went out to the Olympic site. It's a huge, enormous complex, as you probably know, well on the outskirts of the city. But I don't know how they can secure that huge area from mosquito attack. But I'm sure they're working on just that. But I'll be happy to pass along your concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair, I would ask that this paper by Dr. Amir Ataran be submitted as part of the record.
Without objection. I want to say, in response to what the chairman appropriations said, it's very important and very useful for us to have Dr. Burgess on this committee. He always brings lots of information and a wonderful insight into what we're dealing with. And I think he pointed out some questions that truly do need to be answered. There's so often our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to throw money at an issue when there are solutions that don't cost anything. Mr. Hastings, you're recognized.
And Ranking Member, I thank you both. Ms. Loy, I have a few questions I'd like to begin with, if you don't mind. How would only guaranteeing funding through September impact our ability to develop a Zika vaccine?
And I'm not a physician, and I can't talk in the language that Dr. Burgess did professionally, but I will say in my more than half a dozen meetings with not just Dr. Fauci, but Dr. Frieden and others at the NIH, they were absolutely certain that we needed the commitment now. And only with that commitment can they move forward as effectively as we would like them to with the vaccine and the other work that they are doing.
And that dovetails with what you said about the fact of involving the private sector and having understandings that there's a continuum that will allow for them to get involved. But let me ask you additionally, do we typically require emergency spending bills to be offset?
We typically do not. And in fact, earlier today, my good friend, Mr. Cole, and I were talking about some emergency funding for Oklahoma. And there are many examples of emergency funding. And I don't recall, I've been in this Congress a long time, that
Exactly.
emergency funding is offset.
Then toward that end, I gather that no public health officials recommended that we offset the cost of this bill by raiding the Ebola account.
Absolutely, because what they tell me about that is the work is not completed, and there is much more work to be done with the Ebola account.
All right. I thank you in that regard. Chairman Rogers, let me ask you to respond, if you would be so kind, to Dr. Fauci's statement made here just 2 weeks ago, If we don't get the money that the president has asked for, and I gather that he's talking about $1.9 billion, that is going to have a very serious public negative impact on our ability to get the job done. What is your response today, or what was your response to Dr. Fauci when he made all those comments, not before your committee, but when he made those comments?
I understand that. In fact, that's what motivated me to, along with Chairman Cole and Chairman Granger, when they first requested $1.9 billion, it motivated me to write back and say, we agree you need the money now. And the only place to get money now is to go to the so-called Ebola account, but the Ebola account is not just Ebola. It was Ebola and any other
Infectious.
diseases.
Right.
So we urged them to go to that account and draw out money for the immediate short term, which they finally did.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this 622 that's in this bill we're talking about would add to that and agree with the doctor that the monies are needed now. Now, this bill is the only way you're going to get quick money in addition to the so-called Ebola account, because this is a freestanding supplemental bill. We pass it, it goes to the president, and the money is there immediately.
Would it have other implications for taking money out of the Ebola account? Or would that require the health officials to take money out of any other account? For example, flu vaccine or any of the other type situations that may occur?
The offsets take $300 million or so, as I recollect, from the so-called Ebola account. That's sort of a reprogramming again of those monies. But also another $250 million or so, I think it is, comes out of a non-recurring expense account, if you will, at the Department of Health and Human Services. It's been there a long, long time. It's a non-recurring kitty that they use to spend monies on. Those monies, of course, have nothing to do
With this? Yeah, I was thinking of the concerns, as I indicated, about flu vaccines. Every year we get a new one, tuberculosis, a number of things. And as I sit here, I learned this morning, I think about how fortunate we are here with no reflection on the overall health circumstances of all Americans, but we do have sort of those that take it, of us that take advantage of it. I sit here today with the house physician having diagnosed that last week I had pneumonia, and he pointed out on the x-ray this morning, I was just stopping by to thank him for sending me the needed medication, and he pointed out the spot that's on my lung, and I can say to the chairman, I've already said to Ms. Slaughter, among the things he told me to do was rest, and I was damn glad that he told me that today, so that I could not have to be here a long time. Y'all pardon me in that regard.
You're all good now.
But Chairman, I appreciate you and my good friend from Oklahoma and your travels that were described very briefly, and the interchange between you and Mr. Cole about your travels to Peru and to Brazil. And you indicated that you all had a meeting there with CDC officials in Brazil. In light of the ongoing political turmoil that we know from the news, not so much many of us firsthand that are not on relevant committees, but because of that political turmoil, did the CDC officials indicate any concerns for Brazil's ability to address what is obviously in Brazil a crisis with reference to Zika?
Well, of course, the CDC was there early on to try to organize and coordinate the attack on Zika. And they talked about the difficulty of getting all that organized. It's a huge undertaking, you know, to inspect every home. But they have now got 22,000 soldiers, Brazilian
Brazilian.
military, that are in the communities going door to door trying to help people understand this thing and to get rid of any possible mosquitoes.
All right, the only problem that you have, it would be similar to Mr. Green, who has an amendment that's coming up later. He and I were talking about poor communities, and in the barrios, for example, and I've never been to Rio, but I've only seen stories about in the barrio how little attention is paid to ongoing circumstances there. You and I are country boys, as well as Ms. Slaughter, having been raised in the country, and we used to catch rainwater, if you recall, in our days. But at the very same time, some people still don't understand the criticality of how getting rid of the larvae is. In addition to what Dr. Burgess talked about, which I firmly agree with that portion of his comment, I just learned from television that there are fish that may very well eat the larvae if we could utilize them as well. But I want to ask my friend Dr. Burgess, if your travel restrictions were to be in place, and I'm not one to suggest that it might not be a very wise idea, but would that include our Olympic teams if you were to, as you said in your locality, that you said to people, don't go to the Olympics?
I think it's going to have an effect, and that may be what is, I'm sorry, did the gentleman yield to me?
Yes, of course.
Okay. It's certainly going to have an effect, and that may be why there is reluctance to issue
Exactly.
the travel restriction. When I was just a kid, I mean, a small kid, when Jimmy Carter said, we're going to cancel the Olympics because of the Russians invaded Afghanistan. I mean, I was a tiny child, very,
Right.
very young
Yeah.
when that happened.
Yeah.
And it was a big deal. I mean, those athletes
Indeed it was.
prepared all their lives, and their one opportunity might have then come and gone during the 1980 Olympics. And I recognize how serious a step that is. But this article that I have asked to be included in the record points out that the entirety of the viral load in the country of Brazil may have come from a single individual in 2013.
That's right.
And that's the rapidity with which it has decimated or moved through the population.
Well, let me, if I can reclaim my time, just be very Florida specific. I disagree with my good friend from Oklahoma. I don't feel like we are being stampeded. I know that all of us can potentially experience the problems that are arising, but just the Florida Zika stats that are today's stats, 106 travel-related cases, 7 involving pregnant women. In the county that I reside, Palm Beach County, 7. In the county that neighbors it, and I also represent Palm Beach County, 15. In Miami-Dade County, 45. And in Texas, in Dallas County, for example, 6, total 35 in Texas. Doesn't sound like a lot now, but as you pointed out, it can proliferate greatly. So I don't feel stampeded. I've been talking, as the chairman pointed out, I've been talking about this for a considerable period of time. Went to my colleague that is the co-chair of the Florida delegation, Vern Buchanan, and said to him that we need to have a Florida delegation meeting, and this is a month ago, with reference to Zika. And it came back that there's further political haggling that is needed and to be undertaken. Not his words, my characterization, that some didn't want it to devolve into a partisan a bit of yapping. And I don't think those mosquitoes know Democrats from Republicans. And somehow or another, we need to begin to address this. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like to yield to the distinguished ranking member, Ms. Slaughter.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I thank the gentleman for yielding to me, and I wanted to give you some late news. Senate this afternoon advanced $1.1 billion emergency funding package to combat the Zika virus, well short of the White House request, but significantly higher than the proposal from the House Republicans. Measure was approved 68 to 29, and procedural vote on amendment to a larger bill. Final passage is expected today. House Republicans this week are planning to bring to the floor a skimpier Zika response package, setting up a potentially lengthy battle over funding to fight the mosquito-borne virus. The House bill released Monday would provide $622 million, which would be offset by redirecting unspent Ebola funds and part of HHS's administrative budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Hastings.
I thank the gentlelady, and I know none of us can predict how these things will go, but I only hope to God that we are not being short-sighted and not coming to this dance too late with too little, and that's with no accusation or accusing finger toward anybody. It's just a worrisome thing for me on the point in Florida as one of the points of entry from South of America, as would be the case with Texas and others. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, you,
Yes, of course.
for me to ask a question of Ms. Slaughter,
Yes.
is 1.2 billion more than 1.1 billion?
Is 1.12 billion more than 1.1? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
1/10 of a billion.
Our bills are 1.2 billion. The Senate bill's 1.1.
The difference I believe that the Senate is making is they're not taking money from the administrative cost of HHS, which has severe needs, has been cut back pretty much already.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Well, I know we all wish the gentleman from Florida a speedy recovery.
Amen.
The
Thank you very
gentleman from
much.
Georgia seeks no time. The gentleman from Alabama seeks time.
Yes, ma'am. We've had a number of press reports in my district about the danger that we face because of the climate we're in. We're very warm, very humid, lots of bodies of water around, lots of breeding places for mosquitoes. And the two species of mosquitoes that are the vectors for this virus are very prominent in my district. So this is not an abstract issue to me. And when you're a person that needs help, you'll take it from wherever you can get it. And I appreciate the practical way that the committee is going about getting us the help. We're getting it quickly. And as has been pointed out, we're going to get a whole lot of it in a short period of time here, and more coming through the regular process as we go through the appropriations bills for next year. So to some extent, I sit here and listen to this and think, we're really not fussing over the main point. The main point is to get the help where it needs to be gotten. And that's what this bill does. And as somebody that represents an area that's under deep threat, I appreciate that. I'm glad it's getting there quickly, and I'm glad it's getting there in a practical manner. Because at the end of the day, my constituents don't care where the money comes from. They really don't care all this inside baseball stuff we're talking about. They want us to get the help to them as quickly as we can. And I think what the chairman and the other members of the committee have done is they figured out a very practical way to get the money to us. I am disturbed and extremely disappointed in the president's threat of veto of this. We need this money now. And we don't need him playing games with us about a veto. Let's pass this bill. The president needs to work with us and get this thing into law, get the money where it needs to go, and help the areas and help the people that need help. And I just appreciate the committee's work on this, and I hope the president will reconsider it for the good of the people that I represent, the good of the people all over the country that are going to be facing this crisis as we get along to the summer. And I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a couple of questions. First of all, I appreciate Ms. Lowy and Mr. Rogers coming to the committee and helping with this important issue, a very, very serious problem that we likely will face this summer. I come from mosquito country as well. You wouldn't think of that in the Pacific Northwest, but we have a tremendous number of mosquitoes. West Nile virus has been something that we've been dealing with in our area, and I know other parts of the country have as well. But just had a couple of questions, and this has been a tremendously informative debate so far, and I appreciate all the information from both of you as well as other members of the panel. But I had a couple questions about oversight of the money and making sure that it gets to the right places, that we have some control over where it ends up and make sure it does the kind of work that we want it to do. So could you talk about the provisions that may be included to ensure that there is proper oversight in these funds, that it does get to addressing the Zika? That would be my first area of inquiry.
Where is that? Yeah, where is that? Yeah, the original request by the White House for $1.9 billion contained language that allowed that money to be transferred to practically any other piece of the government. We stopped that in our bill. We say this can only be used for Zika, cannot be transferred. That's one thing. We provide a total of $2 million to the General Accounting Office and to each agency's Inspector General to maintain very strict oversight and to report on the use of the funding to the Congress. The bill requires that agencies submit spending plans and congressional notification before the funds are obligated. Number 4, we put an expiration date on the funding, September 30. It stops. Number 5, it targets the funds to Zika activities and specifies them. Does not allow them to be transferred to other activities. The White House request contained none of those conditions or restrictions. Those are what we put in the bill. Do you have further restrictions?
Well, the other thing, I think there's part of the bill directs some money towards the source of the Zika virus, other countries. And so I think there was like 120 million, I could be wrong about the number, that was directed to go to that. Could you talk about which countries we're looking at and how will we know? I think it's directed through USAID as well as the Department of State. So are there provisions in the bill that would address oversight when that money gets to other countries?
Yeah,
And
World Health Organization, who is active in this, obviously, they've already launched a $56 million appeal for their strategic response framework to address Zika. So who is active? Of course, we are a big financier of WHO, as you know. The United Nations has established a multi-donor trust fund to take donations to implement the WHO response. Canada is already putting up millions of dollars for research and for international programs like WHO and UNICEF and the Pan American Health Organization. Brazil, as I mentioned earlier, they've already deployed 220,000 troops to fight Zika through vector control and other activities all through Brazil. That's just a few of the international connections that I would mention. There are others.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, you talked about this is only for 5 months, $1.2 billion for 5 months' time, and that 2017 will be a regular order, a whole new process to address the Zika, which I'm sure that we're going to be looking at this for a while. Do you have any ideas about what funding levels we might be looking at for the next fiscal year?
For 17?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't, and Chairman Cole chairs that subcommittee. He's looking at it right now, along with his analysts and people that know what they're talking about.
Will the gentleman yield?
It gives us a little time to put together what the need is going to be. And this thing's evolving as we go.
Yeah.
It'll change one way or the other as we go along.
Be happy to yield, Mr. Cole.
I can assure you it will be very substantial, because the CDC suppression activity is, obviously that's something that's the labor of Sisyphus. You just have to keep at it. So I don't want to be pinned down and give you a precise figure, but we are talking not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions of dollars. And there'll be a considerable effort, I know, in Chairman Granger's bill as well, as there is. In this money, there's $119 million that really would be associated more with her committee's activity than mine, and that's for 5 months. So, and we will know more. I mean, we've learned a great deal more. When we started down this journey, we didn't even know, because the CDC and the NIH didn't know, that could be, transmitted sexually. So you literally do learn things every day, and that's why we've been very careful to make sure that they have had everything that they needed, that they haven't had to miss a beat. And if we pass this bill, that'll continue to be the case. Big difference will be it'll just be paid for.
And if the gentleman would yield, it makes a lot of sense practically for us to do this matter in installments like we're doing, because it gives us a chance to modify as we go along. It may be that we won't need as much in 17 as we once thought. It may be that we'll need more. But at least we know what we're doing, and we can adjust the funding to the need at the time. And I mentioned 3 installments.
Right.
The first installment was what we pressured the White House to do early on, in 2 months ago. And that's to provide some $589 million from the Ebola-like account, which they finally did. The second installment is this bill, the $622 million. And the third installment will be what Chairman Cole and the 017 appropriations bill does toward further funding. And we think that's the reasonable and practical way to do it.
Good.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Newhouse, for your comments. I'd like to just make 2 points. First of all, there are obviously 2 points of view. Some of us agree with the President and Dr. Fauci and Dr. Frieden that we need to know the numbers now. We need to get an appropriate dollar now. That's how we plan. That's how we can be most effective. There's another point of view, and my distinguished chairman and I work closely together, and he feels we should not do it that way, and we should provide the money in cycles, and then increase the money as needed. But I want to comment on your oversight question, because I think that is so important. I've been on the Appropriations Committee, as obviously our chairman has, and Chairman Cole has, and others that we have worked with. And sometimes oversight is outstanding, and sometimes it's not as good as it should be. And I woke up today to a report, I don't know if you heard it on NPR, about what was happening with the Veterans Administration sourcing out services to the veterans and how there's still long waits. And that's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about today, but I only bring it up because we have a responsibility as appropriators and as members of Congress to make sure the oversight is effective.
Absolutely.
And sometimes it's very good, and sometimes it's not as good as should be. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing that up, because that's our responsibility.
Sure. Well, I appreciate that. It's one thing to throw money at a problem, but we have to make sure that it gets to where it needs to go. But, well, Madam Chairman, I have no further questions, but I thank the panel for being here, and I look forward to passing this bill.
Thank you very much. I think you've had lots of questions and opportunities to make comments, and I think the chairman and the ranking member may leave. Mr. Green has an amendment which he wants to discuss, and I'd like to ask him to come forward now and make his comments about his amendment. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Wait, I'm coming up.
Charlie, push those seats up. Mr. Green, it's great to see you, as always. You have an amendment you've offered, and I'd like to ask you to make your presentation on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to, if I may, thank the Chair of the full committee. In my conversation with him with reference to this amendment, he enthusiastically encouraged me to present it, notwithstanding germaneness and the rule that may eventually be produced that will support or deny this amendment. I also would like to mention that Mr. Hastings and I had a conversation, and with a great deal of alacrity, he encouraged me to bring my amendment forward as well. Madam Chair, if I may, Houston, Texas has been declared a disaster area. Actually, it's Harris County. Houston consumes most of Harris County. And it forces many things to happen, one of which is to cause me to be here today on a mission of mercy as I see it. This is not the first year that Houston has been declared a disaster area. This year we had what were called the tax day floods because they occurred on tax day, last day to file your taxes. Last year we had the Memorial Day flood. And in each circumstance, Houston was declared a disaster area. So I should thank Governor Abbott for requesting that Houston be declared a disaster area. I would like to thank the President for doing so. But I'd like to also mention that this is preventable to a great extent. We cannot eliminate all flooding, but we can mitigate a good deal of what's happening in Houston, as evidenced by the fact that the Houston area already has projects that have been authorized to eliminate and mitigate a good deal of this flooding. These projects are overdue in terms of getting them completed, in the sense that if they were completed now or as quickly as possible, we wouldn't have a lot of the flooding that is taking place. This is not just about damages to property, but I do want to mention that it has been estimated that the tax day flood will cost approximately $2 billion. It's been estimated that thousands of cars have been damaged as a result of this flood. But these things are important, but there's something more important, and that's human life. 9 lives were lost in the tax day flood. We have in Houston what are called flash floods. They occur in a flash. And as a result, some people, even who are being prudent and judicious, find themselves in harm's way to the extent that they cannot extricate themselves. Very unfortunate circumstances, but some are preventable. This amendment emanates from a bill, H.R. 5025. H.R. 5025 is the bill that we are pushing in Congress to try to get the $311 million needed to move forward with these projects that are already authorized. Eventually, the money will get to Houston, but it will probably get there if we continue with regular order in such a fashion that we will have spent billions more that we need not have spent had we taken appropriate preventive action. So this gives us an opportunity to prevent some of the damages that are taking place and possibly save some lives in Houston, Texas. The bill itself is bipartisan. We have a good many members from Texas who are on the bill in a bipartisan fashion, approximately 14. The amendment, I ask that you please give consideration to, for reasons that I've called to your attention, and one additional reason. While the repair work, the construction work won't take place overnight, we do have a mosquito problem in Houston, Texas as well. And in the long run, I think it's going to be very beneficial for us to
take care of these flooding problems. For those who may not understand it, in Houston, when we say flooding, here's what happens. We have streets that become canals. Homes become reservoirs. You have to see it to understand the impact that it has on lives. And we have some people who are just getting back in their homes, and they have now been visited again with floods that are unusual. So I'm here with an appeal. I said it was a mission of mercy, and my hope is that we can find a way to help persons who continually suffer from these floods, and also realize that it can have an impact on the propagation of mosquitoes and other harmful entities that may be visited upon people. With that, I would ask your permission to have our bill considered, well, our amendment considered, notwithstanding what I've heard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. It's obviously obvious that you care very much for your district and the people in your district. I have no questions. I do understand there may be a problem with the germaneness of your amendment, but I appreciate the fact that the chairman invited you to come and speak on it. Mr. Cole, do you have any questions?
Again, I sympathize with my friend. His community's certainly gone through a great deal, and they're very fortunate to have him as an advocate on their behalf, but I have no particular questions about the amendment, but I appreciate the gentleman putting it in front of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Slaughter?
I have no questions, Al, but I understand the
Thank you.
Any member on our side wish to ask? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Green. We appreciate your coming.
May I just say thank you, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
I greatly appreciate it, and I assure you that your kind words are heartfelt. Thank you.
Well, we all know you and respect you for who you are and the work that you do here. Thank you very much. This closes the hearing portion of H.R. 5243. I'd like to invite Mr. Dent and Mr. Bishop up to the table to discuss.
Before you do that, may I insert the administration's policy on Zika virus?
Without objection.
Thank you.
H.R. 4974, Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act 2017. And I recognize the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Dent.
Well, first, thank you, Congresswoman Fox, Ranking Member Slaughter, and the entire committee on rules for this opportunity. It's certainly a privilege to be before you today to discuss H.R. 4974, the fiscal year 2017 bill making appropriations for military construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies. I'm certainly honored to be here. Before I move on, I certainly want to acknowledge the subcommittee's distinguished ranking member from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, for his cooperation on oversight issues and his work to bring this bill to you today. I believe that you have the committee's letter, so I'll keep my comments brief to your busy schedule today. The subcommittee began work on this bill with the submission of the President's budget and held 4 budget hearings in February and March. We received more than 1,000 requests from members, 45% more than we received last year, and worked hard to accommodate those that we could. The committee puts forth a bill that conforms to our discretionary 302B allocation of $81.6 billion in budget authority. Within the allocation, we prioritize activities and spending within the defense and the non-defense categories. The bill includes $172 million in overseas contingency operations, OCO, funding to support Department of Defense projects as requested by the President. I believe this bill reflects our longstanding tradition of bipartisan support of our military, our veterans, and their families. The funds are coupled with strict oversight and controls. The funding recommendations include $7.8 billion in military construction funds, $73.5 billion for the Department of Veterans Affairs, and $241 million for related agencies on our bill, including the Arlington National Cemetery and the American Battle Monuments Commission. For military construction, the bill supports our troops with the facilities and services necessary to maintain readiness and morale at bases here in the States and around the world, and provides for Defense Department schools and health clinics to take care of our military families. Family housing is funded at $1.3 billion, DoD schools at $246 million, and hospital construction at $304 million. We provide $673 million for the Guard and Reserve for projects in 21 states. We increased the NATO Security Investment Program to $178 million, which is a 32% increase to deal with increasing threats and necessary investments overseas. For the VA, Veterans Affairs, discretionary funding for veterans programs in the bill is $73.5 billion, which is a 2.1%, which is $2.1 billion, or 3% above fiscal year 2015. This is the highest level of funding ever for the VA. For VA medical care, it's funded at $64.1 billion, a 5% increase over last year. That includes an $850 million increase for medical care over the amount that was advance funded last year for fiscal year 2017. Many members requested funding for various programs within the VA, and I want to let you know that we fully funded the budget request for hepatitis C at $1.5 billion, a huge issue, as you know, given the expensive cost of that drug, which has come down in price, I should let you know. Veterans homelessness at $1.6 billion, long-term care at $8.6 billion, caregiver stipends at $725 million, Office of Inspector General at $160 million. Disability claims. We provide the full request for the Veterans Benefits Administration, which is a $118 million increase over fiscal year 2016, and the full request for the Board of Veterans Appeals, which is at $46 million, a $46 million increase. Again, many members wanted to see these funding levels achieved, and I'm pleased that we did. For VA performance awards, the bill prohibits all performance awards for VA senior executives. This was in response to multiple member requests to restrict bonuses of various types to the VA. I understand this is controversial, but given the very serious mismanagement we've seen, we are sending a strong message about accountability. The prohibition we included has passed as a floor amendment several years in a row now. Major construction. The bill provides $528 million for major construction projects. We continue to focus on major construction oversight. The bill includes language that will hold back 100% of funding for the largest construction projects until VA contracts for outside federal management. We maintain strict restrictions on transfers, use of bid savings, and scope changes. On the electronic health record, we provide funding for electronic health record and fully support interoperability of the health record between the VA and DoD, but we fence all the funds for the health record until VA meets milestones and certifies interoperability to meet statutory requirements. Veterans mental health, we include bill language regarding improved standards for the suicide hotline and certification of mental health therapists to expand access for veterans who need their care. This is a solid bipartisan bill that is focused on the needs of service members, veterans, and their families. We had to balance priorities and figure out needs versus wants, which is never easy, but is central to our duties as appropriators. No matter how much funding we provide, there are always going to be those who say it's not enough. Given the budget analysis and oversight we've conducted, I would strongly disagree. In total, the recommendation is $1.7 billion over fiscal year 2016 level, a 2.2% increase. The funding level for VA is the highest ever. In military construction, we have taken care of our military with funding for housing, schools, hospitals, and other and operational mission needs. And finally, Madam Chairman, this briefly summarizes the bill. I'd like to thank the committee for hearing us today and for helping expedite consideration of this legislation. And I'd certainly be pleased to answer any questions that you or the committee may have. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Dent. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me just first thank my chairman, Mr. Dent, for his complete cooperation and for our collegiality in being able to work this bill. And I also want to express appreciation to the ranking member of the committee, Ms. Lowy, and of course the chairman, Mr. Rogers. And I thank you and the ranking member, Ms. Slaughter, for your courtesies and the committee for receiving us. I'm very pleased the chairman, of course, Mr. Dent, has really gone into detail about what's in the bill. For the most part, it is a good bill. And I'm pleased with several aspects of it. For example, the bill maintains tough but fair reporting requirements for the VISTA modernization to closely track the VA's development of its electronic health records. And I was also pleased to see the bill maintains the tough but fair reporting requirements for the electronic health records endeavor. It continues to prioritize the elimination of the claims backlog, and it includes healthy funding for the Board of Veterans' Appeals, although I'm concerned with the proposed reforms to the Board of Veterans' Appeals. Nonetheless, these are all positive steps that are necessary to ensure that the VA ultimately functions better. While I have many things to praise in the bill, and Mr. Dent listed quite a few of those, one item that I'm not particularly pleased about is the inclusion of bill language that limits performance awards. As I've stated for the past 3 years, this language will not provide any solution in the short term, and in fact may have more long-term consequences and compound the very problem that it attempts to address. All the language will do is to make the VA a less attractive option than other agencies when it comes to recruiting and retaining quality executive leaders, resulting in the department not having the very talent that it needs to solve the problems that are facing our nation's veterans. Turning away from the bill for a second, our committee was off to a fast start. However, because of the budget resolution impasse, we've had to wait a month for the Milcom VA bill to be able to come to the floor. As a result, we won't be able to get back to regular order this year. And with roughly 45 days left in the legislative calendar, it will be nearly impossible for us to pass all 12 of the bills through the House. We're in this situation because some members of the House want to revisit and relitigate issues that were already decided and acted upon by a bipartisan majority of both houses and signed into law by the President. I applaud Chairman Rogers for honoring the allocation, the bipartisan budget agreement set for FY17. The BBA will have to suffice until we can get past these unrealistic beliefs that we can just cut our way to prosperity. That being said, I request that when the bill comes to the floor, that it comes with an open rule so that the full House can have a thorough debate on the FY17 Milcom VA bill. Thank you for your time, and along with my chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you both for coming in, and as I said to our colleagues earlier, the full chairman and the ranking member, we know you have lots of challenges, lots more money being requested than we have money available. And I thank you for your effort. I have no questions. Dr. Burgess, do you have any questions? Mrs. Slaughter.
Thank you, I do, and thank you both for coming. And I think you probably have one of the toughest jobs in the place because the VA is driving me crazy. I don't know how you can live with it at all. I'm sure you've heard the latest about the executive from VA who set up on the side a nonprofit for Vietnam veterans and raised about $29 million and spent 2% on the veterans. And a lot of it on telemarketers and a lot of it for himself, a Rolls Royce and $11 million loan to his brother. I often get the sense that the VA doesn't really know what's going on in there. And I'm not going to go into my personal problems with them, which are numerous. But is there any chance at all that you can get the VA out of the building business?
Yeah, well, I think the ranking member would be pleased that we put some restrictions in this legislation on construction of the VA, major construction, any construction over $100 million. Both the ranking member and I and many others were very frustrated by the cost overruns that we saw, particularly out in Aurora, Colorado, Denver. It wasn't just there, it was in New Orleans, it was Orlando and Las Vegas, where we had these inexcusable cost overruns. So we basically are requiring that someone other than the VA, the Army Corps of Engineers, that entity would be responsible for any major construction over $100 million. I mean, it's just long past due. The VA, and the sad part about it is there are a lot of good people who work in the VA providing care every single day.
They're tainted by the rest of
But these types of situations, one you just mentioned that I just learned about recently.
It came out yesterday.
Yeah, and I just learned about it too. I saw an article about it today. And
It's
but
jail
it's
time.
frustrating.
Yeah, the Corps of Engineers has a an excellent record, and they have the expertise in managing these major projects. And I think that the fact that we were able to require that they utilize a third party, and in most instances, they're using the Corps of Engineers going forward, and I think that that will go a long way toward helping to get some
Well, I
accountability
certainly
and
know
control
how,
here.
what wonderful people work for the VA, because I meet with them almost daily. I've got 70,000 veterans in my one county. And we've been trying to build a clinic for them for several years now, put off because of Denver. But, and you know, and they provide good service, and the veterans deserve everything in the world we can do for them. But it seems to me if they just got out of the building business and just did health, that we would all be so much better off. Well, we've gone through this clinic, and I'm sure every other member in here has gone through the same thing. And there's just no point in it. And, you know, you point out Denver. My understanding is that the doors were not even wide enough so they could get medical equipment into the hospital room. And that they had to abandon whole parts of it and rebuild it. I mean, who in the world had oversight over a thing like that?
Well, that's a good question. My own 2-cent analysis of this, because we could go on for a very long time about the failures of the Aurora, Colorado facility, but you know, it seemed to me that they put a bunch of architects in a room and they designed a hospital, and then they said, we're going to go build it, you know, without putting the people in with the green eye shades, the engineers and others. I mean, I think that's a big part of the problem. I mean, it was $1 billion cost overrun. And they didn't build this in phases. I mean, in other words, you know, oftentimes you build you go through a process where you build it, you can utilize it, and you can expand as you need to. That wasn't done here. We had to complete this project. Because otherwise it would have just been left unfinished, a monument to, you know, government failure if we'd have just abandoned it. So, you know, long story short, you know, that situation, I believe, is still being, you know, investigated, litigated. But in the meantime, we've got to move on with the project.
So who does it if it's over $100 million? That's
Army Corps of Engineers.
Army Corps of Engineers.
I wish they'd do all of it. We built one clinic up there that took about 4 years to do, and it was totally inadequate at the time. And then we had promised that we could try to do better for those 70 veterans, because they have to drive a long way to get tested, to do anything. So we were going to have a super clinic and be able to do a lot of outpatient work on them. And they notified us. This one's been pending for 3 years now. They notified us that they can only do a small clinic, basically the thing we have already. And I need to talk to you all later to see if you think what we should do is see if they can give us the outpatient clinic, if we're only going to get one part of it, and which way we should go. Could I ask you all about that, Bill?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It breaks my heart now as a Scots woman to see all that money squandered that needed so much. And I pretty much have my own experience, and I'm sure other people have different experiences, but for me, having them try to build a facility has been the biggest nightmare known to mankind.
There were other reforms, too, made to the construction process in terms of how change orders are managed, and so there have been other reforms. I mean, there's a broader discussion I'd love to have with you regarding, you know, the role of the VA. My own personal view is that the VA should become more of a coordinator and a manager of care, maybe a little less of a provider of care. I mean, I think we have to do a better job integrating the veterans into the civilian health system. The VA should be more specialized on service-connected issues, traumatic brain, prosthetic limbs, Agent Orange exposure. I could go down a long list: mental health, behavioral health, PTSD,
Very
important. and maybe integrate through the choice program and others integrate the other needs.
That's not working at all.
Well, for a variety of reasons,
choice.
but we could. Many of our friends in the medical community around the country want to serve veterans, and I think in many cases they could do a very good job in the communities where the veterans live without.
Some don't. We've
Yeah.
got a lot of problems with people not taking good care. But
Understood.
Let's
Yep.
do have that conversation. I really appreciate the time from
Thank you.
both of you. But I think a VA is, I've always thought it should be a part of the Department of Defense as part of the cost of doing war. And just finish it off. But it's really, it's a nightmare. But thank you both for your hard work, and I know you work all the time to make it better, and I'm most appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Slaughter. Mr. Collins, do you have any questions?
Just a little bit, and thanks for the work on this. I think the interesting thing here is there's a long discussion that could be had on OCO funding, especially finding in this one. I have a real large problem with the way we're using OCO funding at this point. It's gotten way beyond the scope of what it was intended for, but that's another discussion we have. The only other issue I would like to bring up on veterans issues is going to in Atlanta and Georgia has had several of these big issues come up, and Sanford and Congressman Bishop knows this. And my concern is that some of the simple stuff is not getting done. I mean, when the new executive came in, was decided to bring a business approach and let's get things done. When you've got issues in which they can't get purchase orders done, when they're paying more to go around the problem, and a classic example is in Atlanta one time, the dishwasher broke. They couldn't because of the certain levels, because instead of firing somebody who used the purchase cards wrong, they decided to change procedures so that nobody else would do it. You had a $17,000 piece of equipment that was shut down and had to go through 6 months of bidding, and at the same time, we're buying paper plates at a cost more than what it took to fix it. And it's my understanding white papers have gone up consistently, and basically the administration has just basically not acted upon the things that there's well within their capability of doing. I think if that doesn't change, then there needs to be another change at the VA, and even in light of everything else. So I appreciate your working with this. Again, I agree with what I've heard from my own senator who heads the VA committee in the Senate and others. Money's not the issue anymore at the VA. Money is just not there. It's a structural, inherent problem. And I agree with Chairman Dent. I agree that this needs to be processed out better. I think there are definitely areas in which we can do better in the private sector. There's ways that we can integrate this in. It's very disturbing also when you look at some of the Hep C numbers from some of the areas in which we now are having to spend, but yet you look at the amount being spent in certain VA facilities as compared to the Hep C numbers around that VA facility. The numbers are lower than probably what they should be. I mean, there's just a lot here. I appreciate the work. We'll continue to talk offline about that. We've got a long day up here. I just wanted to make those concerns known, and I appreciate both of your work.
Thank you.
Mr. Byrne?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a particular problem in my district, and I don't know if it's dealt with in your bill or not. We have a outpatient clinic that's in a very, very, very old hospital. I can tell you it's very, very old because it's where I was born, so it's a real old place. It's not appropriate for an outpatient clinic. The VA found that it was not appropriate for that several years ago, went out for a request for proposal for developers to actually build the building and then lease it to the VA, got their RFPs back in 2 years ago, and haven't done a thing with it. Meanwhile, we've got other existing buildings in town that could be, they could be renovated for a relatively small amount of cost, and VA just won't move. And every time we call up and say, what's the deal, they say, well, we're working on it. It's kind of like when my constituents call up the VA and say, I think I have a terminal disease, can you help me? And they say, we're working on it. The VA seems to be incapable of doing sort of basic stuff. So is there some reason why they can't, let a contract for a building where they sent out the RFPs 2 years ago? Is there something in legislation that deals with that?
Well, I have to tell you that I've had the very same experience in my vision where the VA was designing and putting out a proposal for a community-based health center. They did it all wrong. I don't know who the consultants were that recommended a certain location, but it was certainly not accessible to veterans. As a result, we interceded, and they revisited that process and determined that there was no basis for, nobody could determine how they came up with the process to select that particular site. So they've redone that, and of course that was 3 years ago. And they're now just getting to the point where they're now reopening it to redo. So I very much appreciate the concern that you have, and I have addressed that directly with the Secretary, and the Secretary did respond, and we're waiting to see how long it will take to get this back on track. In that particular, so it is a common problem. It is not unique, and as you say, there's great concern about the processes that they go through and how long it takes to get the end result.
Yeah, Mr. Byrne, Congressman Burns, first I heard of this particular issue, and I'm happy to look into it. And Martha Roby's on our subcommittee, and I'll certainly share it with her too. But there's no language specific to directing construction. We have fully funded the major and minor construction accounts, so we've done that here. But like I said, we're going to have to get back to you on that one. We have to look into this. First, I heard about this outpatient clinic. This is Mobile? Is this in Mobile?
It's in Mobile, and it's like I say, the VA found that they needed it several years ago, long before I showed up in Congress. And then not long after I got here, they sent out this RFP, and a bunch of developers responded to it. And then when I called up and said, well, where is it? They said, well, we're working on it. And then we called back several months later where we're still working on it. And then when an existing structure came on the market that wouldn't have to have much work to it, I said, well, at least consider that. No, we can't consider that. So, and then they won't tell me why they can't consider that. So it's this very frustrating situation where everybody agrees we need a new facility. The money is there. They sent out the RFP, and there's no building. And so we wonder why our constituents say, you guys aren't getting anything done up there because we allocate the money, and then here's this government agency that just sits on it and doesn't get something basic done. So I'd appreciate anything y'all could do to find out about that.
Yeah, we need to work on it, but it's also important that the authorizers work on it also, because we are the appropriators and we don't normally authorize on appropriations, but I think that we need to work together with the authorizers to really get some accountability there.
Yeah, Chairman Miller, his district is next door to mine, and he's been great about coming over and working with us. When I see that even he can't get certain things done, it makes me wonder just how fundamental this problem is and whether we need to be thinking about something completely different. But I appreciate your work on this, and anything you could help with our clinic in Mobile, I would appreciate it, and I yield back.
Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really don't have a question, just wanted to thank the gentlemen for their hard work. You know, I'm a freshman member, and I got to tell you, probably very similar to many of my colleagues, the lion's share of the calls and inquiries and pleas for help that we get in my district offices as well as here in Washington are from veterans looking for help to weave their way through the bureaucratic red tape of what's the VA. And so your efforts to improve the situation as we deliver services to our veterans is much appreciated, and I hope we are taking some positive steps forward in improving the ability to deliver those services to our veterans. So appreciate very much your hard work, and
thank you.
Yield back.
Thank you both. This closes the hearing for H.R. 4974.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I need administrations.
Without objection, the gentlewoman will enter into the record the administration's. The committee now will take amendment testimony for H.R. 4909, and I believe Mr. Langevin we were going to invite Mr. Langevin to come in. Charlie, you help Langevin. Okay, I'm going to recognize Mr. Dent, Mr. Langevin, Mr. Bustani, and Mr. Gosar for this first round. Gentlemen, I have long advocated that we have time limits on this committee. The chairman has put me in charge. I should have done it an hour and a half ago.
And I support you in a bipartisan way, yeah.
And Mr. McGovern and I have been exchanging glances for the last 2 hours. So I want to tell you, if you have written comments, please do not read them. Submit them for the record and make your comments as succinct as possible. I will now recognize Mr. Langevin for his comments, then Mr. Dent, then Dr. Bustani, Dr. Gosar, and then Mr. Hanna.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate your allowing us to speak today, and I want to recognize Ranking Member Slaughter and appreciate the due diligence that you do in considering the NDAA amendments. I know this is a marathon both for the Rules Committee and for the Armed Services Committee. Very succinctly, I basically have three amendments. First is Land Amendment number 180, which I offer with my House colleague Susan Davis and Jackie Spear, which would strike Section 1092, which makes changes to the Civilian Marksmanship Program, or CMP. For those of you unfamiliar with the program, CMP, it was established at the turn of the 20th century to meet a very real need. During the Spanish-American War, the size of the Army increased tenfold, and many of the new recruits did not have adequate training in marksmanship. However, by the 1990s, private rifle clubs and nonprofit organizations and the existence of standing professional Army had obviated the need for direct government sponsorship of CMP. Recognizing this, Congress privatized it and turned over surplus M1 Garand rifles that could sell to pay for operating expenses as it worked towards self-sufficiency. Unfortunately, CMP has not achieved self-sufficiency, and the stock of rifles is now running low. So last year, the NDAA authorized a pilot program at the discretion of the Secretary of the Army, to transfer up to 10,000 M1911 pistols to CMP to help pay for its continued operations. So I oppose this provision because I do not believe that pistols have anything to do with the CMP, and because they are far more likely than rifles to be used in a crime, committing a crime on our streets. But the provision passed, and the Army is currently examining how to best proceed. Section 1092 would bypass the pilot program altogether by halting it before it even gets off the ground and authorizing the unlimited transfer of pistols to the CMP. So, Madam Chair, I am intimately aware of the damage that a handgun can cause. An errant bullet shot is the reason I testify from a wheelchair. But beyond the safety concerns, there's a very real question of good governance here. Neither the Congressional Research Service nor my staff has been able to find any comparable situation where millions of dollars of equipment was transferred to a private corporation, not for its use, but for immediate sale. So if we believe the CMP merits taxpayer support, which I think is an open question given the rifle training work of institutions like the NRA, then let's do it openly in the appropriations process, not through a backdoor giveaway of government property. So I hope that you will agree that this debate merits consideration on the floor, and I encourage you to make Land Amendment number 180 in order.
Mr. Langevin, you have 2 minutes left for your other two amendments.
Very quick. I think we can do that very quickly. I also want to highlight Land Amendment number 179, which I offer with my House colleagues across the aisle, Joe Wilson, to expand talent exchange authorities so that DoD employees may gain experience at private companies and bring industry leaders to DoD. Few of the challenges facing our nation today can be addressed by a federal government acting alone. Solving problems requires collaboration, and one valuable way to do so is through a public-private sector talent exchanges, especially when it comes to the Department of Defense. So my amendment basically gives DoD employees exposure to cutting-edge operational techniques and gives businesses practices across a wide variety of disciplines so that they will return to the Department with diversified knowledge and expertise. This addresses a key challenge the Department is facing right now, in which it is often competing with the private sector to recruit and retain highly skilled talent. So basically, and winding up, giving the private sector employees the flexibility to participate in a temporary talent exchange with the Department of Defense provides unique insight into how the Department of Defense provides unique insight into how DOT operates, while allowing them to educate government leaders on particular business concerns. This is an authority that the DoD has asked Congress for, calling it a must-have proposal for the Department of Defense, and goes beyond current exchanges, which involve only the IT community. And I hope you'll see that, see fit to put that in order as well. Finally, Language Bill 178 extends the waiver of naturalization fees for dependents of junior enlisted members of the armed services. The current cost to bring a dependent to the United States averages $1,490 and is set to increase by 21% in the near future. By comparison, an E3 in the armed services makes between $1,824 and $2,055 per month before taxes. This immigration costs have the potential to account for nearly a full month's pay for an E3, not to mention enlisted members even more junior. Further, we already have programs to waive fees for service members, as well as to waive certain residency requirements for spouses of service members. This is a logical extension of those programs to ensure that those willing to put their lives on the line to defend this great nation are able to share their experiences with their families. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Langevin. Mr. Dent. 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and I'm going to yield some of my time to Mr. Hanna, but thank you for allowing us to join you here this afternoon. My amendment, which I'm offering along with 8 other members, including Congressman Hanna, Ranking Member Smith of the Armed Services Committee, as well as Ileana Ross-Lehtinen, Mike Kaufman, Carlos Curbelo, Gerald Nadler, Representative Peters, Schrader, and Larson. We're offering this amendment. It's an important amendment. It's very important, and there are significant implications to this. This amendment strikes Section 1094 of the underlying bill, which was inserted as a result of the Russell Amendment in late hours of the Armed Services Committee's markup. The language of 1094 is ambiguous in my view. Its actual effect is uncertain, and its potential interpretation troubling. At best, the language may have the unintended consequence of undermining existing workforce protections for employees of certain federal contractors. At worst, it could impact the ability of millions of Americans in receiving critical social services. Moreover, the impact of this is more expansive than perhaps intended. The language does not simply apply to federal defense contractors. This is policy that would touch on any entity providing contracting services across the entire federal government. And let me stress that I am certainly not questioning the motives or the sincerity of the author of the amendment or any of the members who voted for it in the markup. Fundamentally, I think we just have to, before I yield to Mr. Hanna, I just want to say, fundamentally, we can't let ourselves fall into the misconception that religious freedom and non-discrimination are mutually exclusive. We can do both. I certainly strongly support religious freedom, but I also think we at the House need to make an affirmative statement on non-discrimination at some point. The NDAA is not the best place to deal with this particular issue, and that's why I've offered this amendment. I would yield to Mr. Hanna at this time.
Thank you for having me here. I urge you to support the Amendment 318 in order to, so this rule it in order so this important issue can be openly debated on the floor. Our amendment strikes Section 1094 of the bill, which contains an ambiguously worded and overly broad exemption from federal non-discrimination policies that has no place in the National Defense Authorization Act. Although I respect the intent and have no fundamental argument with the intent of Mr. Russell or anyone else on the part of regarding religious freedom, the Russell Amendment goes way beyond that. Second, entities the language intends to protect are all defined, and the language could be exploited as a license to discriminate against LGBT Americans by almost any federal contractor. Religious liberty, as Charlie said, Mr. Dent said, and non-discrimination policies are not mutually exclusive, but Section 1094 misses the mark. Our amendment would strike this language so the House consider this issue in a proper forum, which I believe is not the NDAA. The bipartisan nature of this amendment speaks to its importance, and I believe it is deserving of debate and a vote by the full House. The exemptions it would incorporate go far beyond the houses of worship and small religious charities, possibly sweeping in hosts of large institutions, each such as hospitals and universities, and many thousands of employers. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bustani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm offering amendment number 370 as revised to draw attention to the egregious overreach by the United Nations and to send a very clear message to our allies. On April 26, 2016, the United Nations Security Council took action to repudiate statements by the government of Israel that Israel should not or would not relinquish the Golan Heights. Now, essentially, the UN is telling Israel, despite all the turmoil in Syria, they should turn over control of the Golan Heights to an unstable and unsecure Syria in the midst of a complex civil war, regardless of the security concerns it would create. So what is unclear to me in all of this is, who is the UN recommending that Israel cede the Golan Heights to? Is it the Assad regime, al-Qaeda, ISIS, al-Nusra, Hezbollah? Who is it? I don't think the United Nations should be telling any democratically elected government what they should be doing with regard to their national security. By weighing in at this point in time in the NDAA, by weighing in at this juncture, the UN is ignoring the facts on the ground and sending a message that they still consider the Golan Heights to be stable Syrian territory and expects Israel to return it eventually without setting parameters of stability or security. I think this is a massive mistake. It's not in Israel's interest, and certainly not in the interest of U.S. national security. In the 19 years that the Golan Heights was under Syrian occupation, it was used for bunkers, barbed wire fences, and war. In the 49 years that the Golan Heights has been under Israeli control, it's been used for agriculture, tourism, economic opportunity, and peace. The contrast is stark and clear. In this turbulent region, Israel is the stabilizing country, the stabilizing factor, and it's the solution, not the problem. In order to achieve a peaceful resolution with respect to the Golan Heights, Israel and her neighbors need to be talking to one another, and this should be done under stable conditions in the region. It's not necessary for any third party to be involved in this, so I encourage the committee to find my amendment in order and allow this important amendment to be debated on the House floor to send a very clear message to the international community that it is not the job of the United Nations to tell any democratically elected government what it should do for its own security in this troubled region.
Thank you, Dr. Bustani. Dr. Gosar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to concentrate on amendment number 9 to 4909. It basically strikes Section 597 and clarifies that the Obama administration does not have the authority to unilaterally enlist DACA aliens into the military. Unfortunately, Representative Ruben Gallego once again decided to put politics in front of the needs of our men and women in uniform and offered this amendment at the committee level to enable beneficiaries of the President's Deferred Action, or DACA, program to enlist in the U.S. military. Representative Gallego claims that the amendment that passed committee in Section 597 of the House NDAA, quote, affirms the Secretary's broad discretionary power to enable immigrants, including DACA aliens, to enlist in the military, end of quote. Given the pending U.S. versus Texas Supreme Court case, we must strike 597 on that basis alone, or we'll actually see left-wing attorneys attempt to use the Representative Gallego's statements to claim that Congress approves of the DACA program. Military enlistment rules prohibit illegal aliens from enlisting. However, immigrants and non-immigrants with lawful status are eligible to enlist in the military and have made considerable contributions to the armed services over the years. And I'm thankful for that aspect, but I want to reiterate that these are lawful. In 2014, the Obama administration issued a memo that allowed DACA aliens to enlist in a program for lawful immigrants and lawful non-immigrants called the Military Accessions Vital to National Interest, or MAVNI program. MAVNI is a pilot program created in 2008 to recruit certain legal aliens whose skills are considered to be vital to the national interest. MAVNI currently allows citizenship to be granted any enlistee that serves at least just 1 day in wartime service. As noted by the Nonpartisan Congressional Research Service, DACA recipients do not have a legal immigration status. The Department of Homeland Security's website states that the DACA aliens lack lawful status and are, quote, subject to all legal restrictions and prohibitions on individuals in lawful status. Given that DACA aliens do not have lawful status, they should not be able to participate in this MAVNI program. In fact, the MAVNI program was never intended to be utilized for the benefit of illegal aliens. Testimony from the DoD states that MAVNI was created to recruit legal non-citizens with critical foreign language and cultural skills. The Army's website states MAVNI is a recruiting program that allows legal non-citizens with in-demand skills to join the Army in exchange for expedited U.S. citizenship. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Margaret Stock, who created and implemented the MAVNI program, agrees, claiming the addition of DACA applicants will totally force a total overhaul, as originally screening systems were created to weed out exactly the applicants you're now putting as part of the pool. It was set up for people who are legally in the country and has been there legally their whole history, Stock said. They would have to go back and redo all the security screenings, training, recruitments all over again. It's one of those things where people want magic to happen and bureaucracy doesn't work that way. Stock now practices immigration law and has stated that this is a huge Obama administration screw-up. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution gives Congress clear authority and jurisdiction on immigration matters. If we're talking about manpower, since 2003, only on one instance in 2006 in which one part of the detail actually narrowly missed its recruitment, 80% of the applicants that have applied have been turned away. There is no labor shortage in the midst of and we're currently eliminating 160,000 uniformed personal positions over a 9-year stretch. My amendment ensures that the MAVNI program functions as originally intended and gives the discretion of the Secretary to dispense the necessary discretion. I will take questions. Madam Chair.
To do the same in terms of asking questions.
Madam Chairman, I didn't use my full 5 minutes, and I didn't realize that Mr. Maloney was here. I would have yielded him 1 minute had I known he was sitting right behind me. May I ask for unanimous consent that he can speak for 1 minute on my amendment?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. It's very gracious of you. I just appear in support of the amendment offered by Mr. Dent and Mr. Hanna and echo many of their statements. In a nutshell, I just want to say that as a country, we should reject the cynical notion that national defense and discrimination have to go hand in hand, that we do not need to promote discrimination to enhance our national defense, nor do we need to accept the notion that religious freedom and non-discrimination are somehow incompatible. We have already struck this balance in the important context of other civil rights struggles, and it works well. And so we should take out this misguided amendment. I, like my colleagues, don't question the motives of anyone who offered it, except to say that I don't want to have to go home to my partner of 24 years and my kids and explain to them why I either voted against protections, basic, decent employment protections for gays and lesbians, or I voted against, the fight against ISIS, or I voted against a strong national defense. I want to vote for equality and for non-discrimination, and I want to support the war against terror at the same time, and I don't think we should be considering something that is overbroad, that is redundant, and that doesn't belong in this bill. And I applaud the efforts of these gentlemen, and I urge you to consider the amendment in order. Thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, I would like to ask the members to please keep their questions and answers. You're going to have to be quick on your questions for the panel. I'd like to move this along. We have a lot of people who want to speak tonight. So, Mr. Cole, you're recognized.
I take your words literally. Let me I very seldom disagree with my good friend, Mr. Dent, Mr. Hanna. I admire all three of these members, and I appreciate very much the sensitive way in which you voiced your opinion, that you didn't question anybody's motives here. I know Mr. Russell very well, not only adjacent to my district, he was my state senator for a long time, and nobody cares more about the military than he does. 21-year decorated combat veteran, multiple tours, so great American, and anybody's, As I read the amendment, it doesn't seem to me to do the things that, and I want to give you a chance to answer, to do the things that you suggest. It looks to me like a simple reiteration of protections already in law. What it says is any branch or agency of the federal government shall, with respect to any religious corporation, religious association, religious educational institution, or religious society that is a recipient of or an offer for a federal government contract, subcontract, grant, purchase order, or cooperative agreement provide protections and exemptions consistent with Section 702A and 703E2 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, lays that out, goes on, and the Americans with Disability Act. In other words, it just looks to me like he's saying, okay, we want to guarantee existing protections in law for religious contractors. So tell me where I'm wrong in that, because I'm inclined to be supportive of his position, not yours, but I certainly want to listen to your response.
Well, yeah, there are a number of things in the amendment. There are three things, like in the first sentence, religious corporation is undefined. I think we need greater clarity. I could start right there. We're talking about contracts. That means taxpayer dollars. And the fear is that taxpayer dollars could be used, in effect, given to contractors who could then, in the name of religion, discriminate against an employee. That is an issue for us. And you mentioned U.S. Code 2000E-2. Contractors, I believe, are already covered under Title VII. I think they're already covered, so you could make a case there's a redundancy there. But again, there is ambiguity. The interpretation of this, I think, is that I'm not saying it will, but some contractors could discriminate in the name of religion, and that's the fear.
But
Again,
aren't these existing protections? Aren't these already in law? It's not like
I'll
he's
let Mr.
written
Maloney-
something new. He's just saying these need to apply to these, And we have had some examples of rather unusual interpretations and overreach out of the administration, so I can understand where he would be concerned from his standpoint.
Again, it's our belief that it is redundant because these protections for religious organizations already exist under federal law. So with respect, I would ask not, why not layer on this, even if it might do damage to vulnerable people who are often discriminated against. We should be asking, why would we do this if it would run the risk of presenting that discrimination when the religious freedom objective, which I take very seriously, which is very important, is already accomplished under well-established principles that have been used in other civil rights contexts. We know they work. We don't question whether they work in the context of African-American employees or of religious minorities. Why would we question whether they would work here? And finally, sir, I would say, it would seem to me the issue before us at this moment is not the worth of this particular amendment. It's whether it's relevant and whether it's in order to this particular piece of legislation. And so while any member of this committee should reserve the right to consider their vote on the floor one way or the other, I think the authors of the amendment are asking that you simply recognize that it is clearly in order with respect to the legislation being considered by the House, and it deserves a vote on the floor.
Well, I think we've had plenty of instances, and this is aimed at the federal government, branch or agency of the federal government. We've had plenty of instances of the federal government interfering with religious freedom. I think that's what the aim here is. But again, I'm mindful of the time. I certainly want to give my friend a chance to respond.
Look, you did point out any branch or agency of the federal government. This is a defense bill. This is far broader than just the Department of Defense. I know another committee, OGR, is looking at religious freedom legislation, and I thought that might be a far better place to have this kind of discussion. I'm not saying I support that bill in that committee, but at least that's a better place to have that discussion than to have this amendment that would affect the entire federal enterprise, not just the Department of Defense. I think we need to think about this very carefully, how it will impact various providers of social services. And I know you're very concerned about that, being chair of Labor Health. That's a concern to you, for sure. But it moves beyond that, anywhere, not just DOD.
Last point, but I think all it does is just say the federal law is to apply in all these cases and literally specifies the act. So I don't see anything new here. I mean, the point of redundancy could be a fair point, but I don't see anything new or threatening in saying, hey, these people have to live by the federal law as written. So, anyway,
respectfully, for those of us who have been excluded from employment protections since time immemorial, there's something very threatening about rolling back recently established protections, employment protections that are fundamental to how you live and how you work and whether you can raise a family and whether you can be a full citizen here. So some of us are not quite so cavalier, respectfully, about about doing harm, when we already have important and well-established protections for religious freedom. I think it is about more than simply, crossing some T's and dotting some I's. This summons up a real risk of sending the wrong message to a lot of Americans who are just now becoming fully equal under the law and still aren't equal under the employment law of a majority of American states, respectfully.
No, I don't take it any other way. I just don't have the same point of view, so fair enough. Yield back.
Thank you. Mrs. Slaughter.
No questions, thank you.
On our side, have any questions? Mr. Byrne.
Yep, I'm sorry, I don't want to keep beating a dead horse on Section 1094. This happens to be an area of the law that I've practiced in. This provision was put in the 1964 Act to protect religious institutions, and the term religious corporation is in the Act. It's been there since 1964. It's not new. What this is getting at is the Office of Federal Contract Compliance that is actually going beyond the 1964 Act and actually depriving religious corporations and other religious entities from having the same rights as they would if they were operating in the private sphere and not dealing with the government. So all this does is put those organizations, those corporations, the same footing when they deal with the government than they would be on if they were out in the private sector. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with that. How is that depriving somebody of a right? Anybody can answer that.
Part of the problem is it authorizes or sanctions discrimination on the part of the potential employer in terms of who they employ and whether or not that individual adheres to the tenets of that religion. And I think it is a slippery slope. I think this is an unnecessary part of this NDAA, and we should have an opportunity to vote on it.
Well, it's if there's discrimination, then this is the exact same thing that's allowed in the private sector. All this does is equalize what these corporations have as protections between what they have when they're dealing in the private sector and when they're dealing with the government. It actually gives them rights. This law gives them rights.
Well,
so I don't see how this law takes anybody's rights away when you give somebody's rights with the law.
Right. Well, I'm sure my colleague's aware that in many private jurisdictions there are no protections for employment for gay and lesbians. You are aware that you're aware that it's perfectly legal to fire somebody for being gay and lesbian in a majority of American states.
Yes,
right. So I guess the question is whether the federal government is going to take a stand on that or not.
The federal government has taken a stand on that in the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
Well, respectfully, no, it has not. The 1964 Civil Rights Act doesn't include discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. I'm sure my colleagues are aware of that.
Position on it.
I'm sorry?
And therefore, it takes a position on it. The fact that it doesn't include it takes a position on it.
Well, I guess the point is that the administration is taking an affirmative action with respect to discrimination under federal contracting that is on line.
The administration is taking an action that goes beyond the statute as applicable to federal contractors, and all this amendment does is say, no, we're going to have the same thing for federal contractors as we have for private contractors. If Congress wants to change the law, we can change the law.
Is it your position then that it's not about protecting religious freedom?
It is about protecting religious freedom.
Well, why, if it does nothing more than what's under existing law?
Because existing law is not being allowed to apply to federal contractors. Federal contractors are not given the same protection when they do federal contracts as they are if they do private contracts, and all this does is equalize it.
Look, I don't know that
if
we need to
change the law, that's different.
Madam Chairman, we could have this debate and should have this debate. I think it's appropriate and maybe makes the point that it's in order and should be considered on the floor.
Madam Chairman, I was there when this amendment was added, and it was added to protect people whose religious freedoms are being violated, as the underlying law, the 64 law, does. This particular provision of the 64 law gives specific exemptions to religious organizations, and it was there for purpose in 1964.
And those
if we want to change that, we can change the Civil Rights Act of 1964. I don't think equalizing between the two is in any way inappropriate in this law, and I yield back.
Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, I love all the back and forth here, but the reality is that this amendment that the gentlemen have brought here is germane. And so we in this committee should make it in order and have this debate on the floor. I know that's a radical idea in the Rules Committee to have amendments made in order on the floor, but we should do that, and I hope we will. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Newhouse, do you have any questions? No. I think that takes care of this panel. We thank you all very much for coming. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Polis.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
Mr. Polis, I should tell you, we have a 5-minute time limit today on questions and answers.
Okay, I was going to speak for 2, but now I'll try to use the whole time allotted to me. I was concerned with the 2 a.m. amendment that was against the LGBT population that unfortunately was put in the bill that creates an exemption to the executive order that prohibits federal contractors from engaging in employment discrimination. And, I think that the military in particular has always been a great example of integration. It was kind of the first frontier with successful integration between the races. Having ended Don't Ask, Don't Tell, there's obviously no discrimination against LGBT people in the military. And I just wanted to ask Mr. Dent, isn't it consistent with having no discrimination within the military in terms of who serves to carry that across to contractors as well?
Yes.
And I hope that that's made in order because, it's an important element to make sure that we have the very best contractors and that people are not turned away from working for contractors simply because of who they love or who they are married to. And it's in addition, taxpayer funds should not be allowed to subsidize discrimination, and that's really what's at issue here. Obviously, there's separately conflating issues, and people are talking about religion and freedom of religion, and of course there are religious institutions, and they're able to do what they want and can marry who they want, but NDAA is supposed to be about how to keep our country safe instead of trying to play games with a particular social agenda. And I'd like to see if either you or Mr. Maloney want to address how these types of divisive social measures can actually reduce and compromise our national security but by creating an adversarial environment between contractors who may happen to be LGBT and their employees.
Sure. Just before you arrived, I stated that I felt that there'd be a better place to have this dialogue than on the NDAA. I felt that there are other committees dealing with religious freedom bills. I'm not saying I support those that bill, but that's a better place to have this conversation. Clearly, to me, that this amendment is overly broad. It is not just touching the DoD; it's touching anybody who has contracts with the federal government. So I think the amendment raises more questions, I think, than it answers, and that's why we want to strike it. And we're not questioning anyone's motives in advancing the amendment, just saying that there's a better place and a better form to have it than on this bill.
There's a profound lack of clarity in terms of what a religious entity is, what a corporation is. And we would like that clarified. So we'd like an opportunity to talk about it and debate it on the floor.
And because you asked about the message being sent, again, without questioning people's motives, it's unmistakable that if this is included in this bill, we will be sending a message that the House has used a very important national security measure to make a statement about the equality of a group of Americans, and it's just inappropriate. It shouldn't be in this bill, but at a minimum, we should be allowed to discuss it and vote on it on the House floor. And it is, I think, as this discussion has demonstrated, almost indisputably germane and in order. And so we really just urge this committee to rule it such.
Thank you. And my next question for Mr. Gosar, I understand that your amendment would reduce the authority or eliminate the authority of the Secretary of Defense to enlist immigrants. I guess I want to ask you, we've long had a tradition of immigrants serving in our military, and in fact, some people serve for a period of time and then become citizens. And what better way to become American, right, than putting your life at risk for our country? In addition, it seems to me that we need to, in an all-volunteer military, be able to take our very best advantage of man and woman power that's available. So I just want to ask kind of why this amendment furthers could be seen as furthering our national security.
Well, as the gentleman actually will remember, a little over a year ago, he actually said on the floor, only Congress can provide a pathway to citizenship, only Congress can permanently replace our broken immigration system, and on and on and on. We're terminating over 160,000 members of our military over the next 9 years. And what this does is actually reverts back to pre-Obama 2014 memo that did not have the consent of Congress in regards to that application. So what it does is it basically gives back the purview of Article 1, Section 8 on a program that was authorized by Congress, and just basically says you just revert back to that process prior to the 2014 memo. And they were doing everything prior to that appropriately. And this is our Article 1, Section 8 protocols.
Yeah, and to be clear, as you indicated, I've said as repeatedly as even today in a 1 minute that of course only Congress can fix our broken immigration system. So this is not about, it's not about eligibility for citizenship. It's about making sure the very most capable men and women are in our military. So it seems to me that if we're eliminating a certain class of people that have been allowed under executive guidance, you're basically lowering the standard, and you're saying somebody else who's not as effective at defending America or protecting American lives need to take their place. It seems to me your amendment would therefore cost American lives. How do you, or do you argue that it costs American lives, and do you have an estimate of how many Americans will die because of your amendment?
Actually, none will, because what ends up happening is we got plenty of people that satisfy this under legal immigration because of the background checks that would have to be detailed accordingly with that. And so I don't see the justification for the gentleman's argument.
Well, I'd like to see how many Americans would die. Maybe there's some better groups that can come up with estimates, because if we're accepting the next best person for that position, and you're saying because of this immigration issue or that, we don't want this one, we don't want that one, and you're going down the list, maybe you're taking somebody slower or heavier or less strong, less agile. And that's the kind of thing that costs lives. I think our military, from a manpower and force perspective, has a strong interest in making sure we have the very best people available. And until Congress fixes our broken immigration system, which of course only Congress can do, the chief, commander-in-chief, of course, has a responsibility defending our country to the best of his or her ability, and making sure that we have the very best men and women on the front line and in support positions is absolutely critical to that. And I will certainly be arguing against your amendment because I think it risks preventing some of the nation's best and brightest from serving, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Now, this panel is invited to leave.
You've all been very nice.
Thank you very much. The next panel, Mr. Garamendi, Ms. Bordello, Ms. Davis, Dr. Fleming, Mr. Ridgell. I think all of you were in here when we began before. Maybe perhaps Ms. Davis was not here. Okay. We welcome your written comments, but we are going to keep your spoken comments to 5 minutes. So I would ask you to go in the order in which I invited you to the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you and the committee. Thank you very much. There was an amendment put into the NDAA towards the end of the session that would fast-track the creation of LNG export facilities. using a very important natural and national asset, natural gas, to be liquefied and to be exported. Certainly there's a benefit to the petroleum industry to do that. What this amendment would do is to expand upon the amendment and provide that by 2020, 15% of that LNG would be exported on American-flagged ships, thereby sharing the wealth and the benefit. The amendment is co-authored by Mr. John Duncan of Tennessee and has the support of, obviously, the maritime unions. We're talking about an industry that is graying, getting older, and has to be renewed. This would give us an opportunity to do that on an extremely important part of our maritime industry, that is the shipment of LNG by tanker. It's possible. It is no great burden to the industry to do this. It is a great opportunity for the American maritime industry to rejuvenate the corps of sailors and officers that are absolutely essential to our national defense. Testimony given to the House Armed Services Committee a few weeks back by the general responsible for TRANSCOM, that's the movement of all material, men, women, and equipment, said that the maritime industry is absolutely an essential part of the national defense. And MARAD, Mr. Janikin, added to the testimony that we are in aging trouble. The mariners are aging and will soon be leaving the profession and will be woefully short. So we're going to address two things with this amendment. One is to make sure that these exports are manned and crewed, or were manned and crewed by American mariners, 15%, increasing to 30% by 2025. Does not require that the ships be built in America. That's one amendment. Do I get 5 minutes for the other amendment? No. Well, be generous, my colleagues. The other amendment deals with trying to make sure that our airmen have the proper equipment when they are out in the field in Afghanistan, Syria, or Iraq in providing close air support. Right now, their equipment is antiquated. This would transfer money from the W-84 nuclear bomb, some $20 million, to the purchase of equipment necessary for our special forces. They're out there. We're going to have more of them out there, and what we're trying to do here is to make sure they have the proper equipment. We really don't need to spend this $28.7 million on the W-80-4 nuclear bomb at this moment. We've got some 12 years before we'll need it, and we need today in the field these battlefield airmen operation kits, which are essentially the equipment that detects night and day, good weather, bad weather, where the target is, and how to communicate to the aerial assets that will take that target out. So if you care about the special forces that are operating, particularly the Air Force Special Forces, we really ought to give them the equipment. That's what this amendment does. So there's two amendments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bordello.
Thank you, Madam Chairman Fox and Ranking Member Slaughter and the members of the Rules Committee. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify here this afternoon on my amendments. I'm here to speak about two amendments. First, Amendment number 142 would grant U.S. Customs and Immigration Services with flexibility in extending H-2B visas on Guam. The amendment would extend these visas to employers who are doing work in support of the Marine realignment on Guam until the end of the buildup period. Over the past year, the Guam Department of Labor has noted a significant increase in the number of visa renewal denials. After intensive work with local and federal partners, it was clear that there are obstacles that require relief so that USCIS would have flexibility in granting renewals. The significant increase in denials has already caused delays on military buildup projects. and we are seeing increase in timelines to complete projects, which has in some cases led to increased costs to complete projects. The amendment is absolutely critical to ensuring that realignment of Marines to Guam is kept on schedule, and more importantly, on cost. Guam simply does not have the labor to sustain the pace of construction activities, and it's extremely difficult to rely solely on imported labor from the mainland. A temporary workforce is needed to help keep the buildup on track. This amendment has been fully vetted with the Judiciary Committee, and both the majority and minority are supportive of this amendment, and there are no scoring or procedural issues with the amendment. So I would urge the Rules Committee to make this amendment in order. Additionally, I have offered the second amendment, 126, which is the text of H.R. 44 as modified, the Guam World War II Loyalty Recognition Act. As many members of this committee are aware, I have offered a version of this amendment in past years, and it has been included in previous defense authorization bills. My bill has provided for an offset, so this bill does not increase federal spending. In fact, CBO says it would add to the federal treasury. Specifically, the offset that I have identified is the additional Section 30 funding above fiscal year 2014 levels that is received by Guam for federal personnel stationed on the island. The offset would only impact my constituents. It's not an easy offset, but I take seriously the cost issues with the amendment that have been raised about this amendment. With the realignment of military personnel in the Asia-Pacific region moving forward, we expect additional Section 30 funds over the next several years as they bed down on Guam. Resolving this long-standing matter is the right move by this Congress to addressing the very difficult challenges that the people of Guam endured during enemy occupation for nearly 3 years during World War II. I would note that H.R. 44 has passed the House 5 times since the 110th Congress. Twice it is passed by a recorded vote. And I would further note that both votes showed overwhelmingly strong bipartisan support for this measure. It also passed 3 times by voice vote, either as an amendment or as a provision in the Defense Authorization Bill. So I do hope, Madam Chairman, that this committee can make this amendment in order and give the people of Guam a fair chance for an open vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. And finally, my staff has worked diligently over the last several days to address procedural concerns raised by the parliamentarians. It is critical that we bring this long-standing issue to a conclusion. So again, I urge, Madam Chairman, the committee to make this amendment in order so that we can debate it on the floor and move on with it. And I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will try and do this and look directly at you and let you know why I'm here and what I'm concerned about. There's a rather unsettling situation that many communities face, and that's one of active duty military families lining up on bases or near bases. They are generally lower ranking enlisted because they're hungry, they're food insecure, and they fall into a difficult category. Their income, their wages may, in most cases, allow them to be eligible for supplemental food, for SNAP. But their BA, the basic allowance for housing, is added to their wages. And when you add up their wages and their basic allowance for housing, especially in areas with high property values, it makes them look like they're making a whole lot more money than they're making. So what my amendment would do, it would basically align how BA, how the basic allowance for housing, is treated in national tax law and other nutrition programs, and clarify that BA is not income. This will allow those families who are experiencing this food insecurity, especially by the end of the month, to be eligible for SNAP and to have that, to be able to use that at their commissaries. As it is today, there are organizations, and I know in my community, that go on base and they basically set up these food pantries and food lines for our military. And I can assure you,
that it makes us look like we really don't care about our military families. Frankly, as the chair of the Personnel Subcommittee, I think we have gone out of our way to provide them with what they need. But if you add high-income housing to their wages, that's a real problem for them. So I'm hoping that we can do something about this. Now, unfortunately, CBO has determined that my amendment has a mandatory score of over about $900 million over 10 years. We have actually found an offset for this. It would end a loophole on the taxation of passenger cruise income of foreign corporation and individuals. I recognize that perhaps people may not be knowledgeable about this. I certainly wasn't. And how it works, but if we could include this underlying language to correct the inclusion of BA in the calculation of SNAP, we could work together and find other offsets. I believe in conference for this.
Thank you,
And I
Ms.
yield
Davis. Dr. Fleming.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As you have seen, I think, among us all, since the Budget Control Act has created deep, deep cuts in our military, it's affected our readiness. We're all aware of this. Fox News is doing a series of reports. Many of us here who are on the armed services have been to a number of hearings where there's a big discussion about how our military can no longer defend us as effectively as they once could because of cutting fundings. Well, my Amendment 87 addresses this problem in this way. It blocks Executive Orders 13653 and 13693. These two executive orders require the Department of Defense to create a number of climate change programs and policies throughout the department. And what my amendment effectively does is it prevents the scarce defense dollars from being wasted to fund two of the President's executive orders. A similar amendment has been adopted twice by voice vote for the past 2 years during the House floor consideration of the Defense Appropriations Bill. My amendment is supported by 28 outside organizations, including the Competitive Institute, Americans for Prosperity, and Council for Citizens Against Government Waste. And that's exactly what it is, government waste. These executive orders require the Department of Defense to squander precious defense dollars by incorporating climate change bureaucracies into its acquisition and military operations, and to waste money on green energy projects. Regarding the DoD's energy policy, decisions by installation commanders and DoD personnel need to be driven by requirements for actual cost effectiveness and readiness, not arbitrary and inflexible green energy quotas and CO2 benchmarks. However, my amendment does not prevent them from using any sort of alternative energy methods that may meet the needs of readiness for our military. It just simply does not force it down the military's throat and therefore waste money. Also, think of this, providing only 2% of the base's electricity, the solar array at Naval Station Norfolk cost the Navy $21 million. According to the Inspector General's office, it will take 447 years for the savings to pay the cost of the project. However, solar panels usually only last about 25 years. So again, if it makes sense financially, fine. But in many cases, as we see that don't, enforcing the military's hand is only going to waste money. So these mandates are diverting limited military resources to Solyndra-style boondoggles while sacrificing our military's readiness, modernization, and end strength. So therefore, I ask that my amendment be made in order and that my colleagues support this in order to have more money for the proper use of our military. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Mr. Ridgell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member, the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today with my colleague, Peter Welch, on the imperative, as I see it, and I believe he does as well, the need to replace the 2002 AUMF and get on doing the right thing, which is to hold a debate on the House floor and ultimately send an AUMF over to the President to back our men and women in uniform. I believe the case rests on 3 points. First is that we are indeed in a war. We are losing men and women. And I believe that the cost of this conflict going forward is going to continue to require profound sacrifice from our men and women in uniform. We're at war, however one may define it. The second is that the legal foundation upon which the administration, and some indeed on my side of the aisle and others, are resting upon, the legal foundation of that it's in sharp disagreement with, I think, what is obvious when you read the language. I'll read it here. The President authorized to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines, hold on to this now, planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons. Now, to connect what we're doing now with what happened on September 11th, to have that direct connection is a stretch of the English language and logic well beyond the breaking points. And words matter in our nation, and we are not doing right by resting upon that faulty, broken foundation. The third point that I would make here is that our military leaders are in one accord, both uniformed and non-uniformed. That the debate and passage of an AUMF would be of substantive support for our men and women in uniform. General Joe Dunford, a Marine I hold in the highest regard, our chairman of our Joint Chiefs of Staff, he put it this way: I absolutely believe that a clear and unequivocal statement of support for the men and women that are prosecuting the campaign and our allies from their elected officials would be absolutely helpful. However one views, excuse me, I don't need to raise my voice here, but I feel strongly about it. Thank you for that. However one views what President Obama has sent to this institution, that is not the point. The point is, 450 days have passed. We have not responded. I'm honored to be here with someone across the aisle. It doesn't happen very often around here. And I know there are other good examples of it, but I appreciate Mr. Welch here, and I'm going to ask him to finish up our remaining time to make the case to allow the American people to have this debate through their representatives on the House floor.
Mr. Ridgel, we have good bipartisan support every day around here.
Yeah, well, in some matters.
Mr. Welch.
You're right.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I apologize to my colleagues with my back. Mr. Ridgel made the case very well and very eloquently. And the question is, why aren't we debating an authorization to use military force? And all of us know the answer. We're afraid of the consequences of this vote. We disagree about what the scope of the authorization should be. Some believe it should be very extensive and provide wide latitude for boots on the ground. Others, myself included, believe that we should not be authorizing boots on the ground. But this is what's indisputable. We are at war, as Mr. Ridgel said. We just lost a Navy SEAL a few weeks ago. We are at war. Number two, the authorization that was used for 9/11 has absolutely nothing to do with the very serious challenges that this country faces in national security. Number three, and this is actually the most important, all of us are subject to the Constitution, and all of us have a constitutional duty to authorize the use of force. If we're going to go to war, it was the wise decision of our founders that that decision could only be made by the people who are elected and serving in the Congress of the United States. So the issue here is not whether we have a constitutional duty. We all know we do. The issue is not whether the authorization in 9/11 continues to be valid. We know that was dated. The real issue is whether we're willing to do our job. And the only reason we're not is because this would be a very difficult debate. But there's no clarity. So instead what we do is dodge the job, and every member of Congress is free to take pot shots at the president for doing too much or doing too little, whatever it is you want. And how is it that the thing that binds all of us together is our adherence to the Constitution, our reverence for the Constitution, and we won't meet our constitutional responsibility? Mr. Ridgel and I are asking for the opportunity to have the House do that.
Thank you very much. Dr. Burgess, do you have any questions? No. Mrs. Slaughter.
No questions, but thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
It's a lot of standing.
Make one clarification if I could.
Mr. Byrne?
On the AUMF, I'm for an AUMF. You've made the case that I think a lot of us agree with. I checked into this after we had the HASC hearing because it came up during the HASC hearing. Jurisdiction for an AUMF is in the Foreign Affairs Committee by virtue of the War Powers Act that was passed in 1973. I have tremendous respect for the people on that committee. I'm not trying to argue whether they should have it or shouldn't have it, but that's where it's statutorily vested. That's why we couldn't put that into the bill that's before us today. I just wanted to make sure you knew this wasn't because the Armed Services Committee is shirking its job or doesn't want to do its job. We wanted to try to get into this, and we're told we don't have jurisdiction, and I don't think we had a waiver from the committee of jurisdiction to do it.
Mr. Collins, to be fair, I'm going to go to Mr. McGovern and then come back to
It's not a long time. I agree with Mr. Byrne. We're in complete agreement on this. It just needs to come from the right place, and let's have the debate.
Well, first of all, I appreciate you guys bringing action AUMF to the committee, and I hope it could be made in order. I don't know if I would vote for your UMF because it may go, I have to read it, it may go, give the president more authority than I want to give. But I appreciate my colleagues who are expressing concern about the proper place to have this discussion. I will help solve their problem. I have an amendment that basically doesn't require, that basically says no money if there's no AUMF. And it doesn't require the Armed Services Committee to write an AUMF. Any committee could write it you want. But it basically says that we have a constitutional responsibility to deal with an AUMF. And if we're not going to have the courage to deal with it, if we're not going to have the guts to deal with it, if we're too chicken to deal with it, then we ought not to be asking our brave men and women to put their lives on the line and risk their lives for a cause that we don't even have the guts to debate or vote on. And we've been talking about this and talking about this for years now. So enough excuses. There will be an opportunity, if you don't want to make the original Welch amendment in order, you can have an opportunity to kind of deal with the issue of which committee it should be debated in by embracing my amendment. But there's no more excuses. We've been talking about this for years, and it doesn't. And we all have different opinions. Some of us think we're doing too much. Some of us think we're doing too little. It doesn't matter whether you're a liberal or Democrat or in between. I think we all ought to come together and say the time has come for us to stand up and act like a Congress should act and debate matters of war. So I thank you for that. Ms. Davis, I support your amendment as well. I think it is appalling that members of our armed forces, are food insecure. And we're not doing anything about it. We ought to be able to do that. We ought not to count a housing allowance against their ability to be able to get SNAP so they can put food on the table for their families. I mean, we're doing enough damage to people who are struggling in this country. One of the things we're doing right now, I saw this, one of the sweeteners in the Republican budget is to basically take away the ability of governors to ask for waivers for able-bodied adults without dependents. Amongst that population, there are tens of thousands who are veterans who are struggling with post-traumatic stress syndrome, who can't find a job, who can't get into a job training program, and we're going to take away their ability to have SNAP, which I think is appalling. But I think the least we can do on this bill is support what you're doing, and I hope we can do that, and I yield back my time.
Madam Chair, would you yield 30 seconds just to respond? I appreciate my colleagues on my side of the aisle. I anticipated the objection, I did. I should have addressed it in my remarks, but we went to the parliamentarian and we looked at this specifically, directly, and in depth. And the counsel that we got really directly contradicted what I was just told here. It doesn't mean that our views aren't sincerely held on both sides, but there is a question of fact or perhaps interpretation as to what this committee can or cannot do. Or is it germane to this bill and can it come to the floor? We are believing and acting on the belief, according to the parliamentarians, that it can go forward. And I thank you for the opportunity to clarify that, at least on my part. I yield back.
Mr. Newhouse.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Collins.
Because I want to say, let me make just a further clarification here. I think that the gentleman brings a point, and we can argue the debate of where it comes from, but this is not a 10-minute debate on an amendment to NDAA. This should be a debate that is held for possibly many days. I understand their position, and as one who has served in Iraq in a war zone, I have no problem debating this and having the guts to talk about it. But it needs to be done in a better way, and I agree with you. And look, there's a lot of discussion here, we can go either way on this. But I appreciate your heart. I've never questioned it. I understand where you're coming from. But this is not a 10-minute debate on NDAA. And it needs to happen, and I agree with you, Mr. McGovern. We can talk about that. But that's all I'm saying here is I appreciate you bringing it. Thanks for bringing it. It continues the conversation. I yield back.
Madam Chair?
Mr.
Just one point, quick clarification. This doesn't, first of all, this doesn't have to be a 10-minute debate. We're the Rules Committee. We can make it a 3-day debate. We can make it a 2-week debate if we want to. Nothing has to be 10 minutes. We're the ones who put these time limits on it. So, we ought to use our position to actually move this issue forward. I yield back.
Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse. Thank you, Mr. Polis.
Yeah, I just want to add to what the gentleman from Massachusetts said. It's really, there's two questions, and the gentleman from Massachusetts said, should we be doing what we're doing overseas? The other question is, does the president have the legal authority to do what he's doing overseas? And frankly, there are so many things that the other side of the aisle has been eager to rein in excess authority on. Here's one where you'll have more bipartisan support. I believe the president has violated his authority with his actions in Syria and in other areas. And it's because now, if we have the discussion of what we should be doing over there, that's what we should have in the authorization of the use of force. When I read that old authorization, it doesn't talk about ISIS or ISIL, right? It talks about Al-Qaeda. ISIS is not Al-Qaeda. In fact, ironically, they're fighting Al-Qaeda on several fronts. So I see the old AUMF as almost worthless given the current conflict, and Congress needs to bring it forward. And obviously, we should do it here. We have a chance, but we should do it on our own. I mean, when I look at some of the things we spend, a week doing very little, we could spend a week discussing AUMF and come to something that a majority of Congress could live with. I don't know what that's going to be, but I know we can get to a majority. It's going to be bipartisan. These issues are never partisan. There's people on both sides that feel very strongly about it. And I think we can get a solution that works, that allows any chief executive, this one, but obviously we're also thinking about who the next one will be, to act consistent with the law using the authorization that Congress has passed for this particular conflict, which was not a conflict we contemplated when the last AUMF was passed, well before I was in Congress and well before a majority of the current Congress was in Congress. So here's an opportunity. Let's do it. And let's, as we are the Rules Committee, let's give a lot of time to this, because this is very, very important. To what extent do we want to authorize this executive and under what conditions, and the next commander-in-chief to use force? And I hope that that's something we can make in order and afford the appropriate time to, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panel members. We appreciate your coming. Barbara Lee is not on the list. She's walking up here like she's going to get it today. Mr. Griffith, Mr. Walls, Mr. Clyburn, Mr. Sanford, Mr. Rohrabacher. We're moving along very well. I hope this panel will help us continue that. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a simple little amendment. I think it just makes the current law comport with the United States Constitution. And what the amendment says is that when you're talking about folks who are going to be indefinitely detained by the United States military, that if it's an American citizen on U.S. soil, that ought to be a knowing act. What the law currently says, if you assist a terrorist, you can be held indefinitely by the military. I just think if you're a citizen in the United States who's on American soil, they ought to be able to at least establish that you are knowingly assisting a terrorist. The example I often give is somebody who has a new neighbor in the neighborhood. They come to the door. They say, my car's broken down. Can you give me a ride to the courthouse? They say, sure, they have a briefcase with them, having no idea that that briefcase may contain explosives. They drive them to the courthouse. Technically, the way the law is currently written, they could be held indefinitely, giving up all of their constitutional rights by the United States military, having no rights except their habeas corpus rights. Look, if it's an American citizen who's over in Syria fighting with one of those groups, I get it. You don't have to prove that they knew about it. They're in Syria, on the wrong side. But if it's a U.S. citizen in the United States, I think that they ought not be stripped of their constitutional rights. It's a simple amendment. The pushback in the past when I've talked with various folks has been, well, they've never done it. Okay, if they've never done it, why do we need it? Or there's a case, I think it was out of the Second Circuit, that said, well, they can't do it. Okay, if it's unconstitutional, let's take it out. But one circuit doesn't necessarily make it so, and I fear future misuse. That's it, Madam Chair. It's a simple little amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have 3 amendments that are about keeping faith with our warriors. Military service has many stresses and challenges, and we should not be adding to those stresses and challenges. Last year, we revamped the retirement plans, and some of the talk now is that we jumped the gun, and there's some confusion now. Oh, excuse me. Thank you both. The goal of the First Amendment, 343, is to keep the military hospitals under the service's chain of command, not a fledgling agency, the Defense Health Agency, that stood up for less than 6 months. They are not ready to command a complex series of healthcare systems. The Association of the U.S. Army has stated its strong opposition to the language currently in the bill. Current language in the NDA would give DHA control of budgetary matters for military treatment facilities, and DHA would likely have different priorities than our services like the Army. This would lead to resources being diverted from where the Army and the warfighter need them and where a bureaucratic agency needs them instead. The Army looks at problems through the lens of readiness. I'm not sure DHA would have that same perspective. Our goal has been to standardize hospital administration across the services while maintaining the service's Surgeon General's command and control. Section 702 of the language fragments authority, divides accountability for quality, mission support, and readiness. DHA has and should have a role in standardization of clinical and business practices. However, the military facilities are military commands that serve as readiness platforms and are the key to service ability to act as a force provider. For that reason, we believe the command and control of the MTFs need to remain with the services. It should not be a business decision alone. It's a readiness national security issue. My second amendment deals with a sense of fairness to our troops. In 2007, when the Army surged to 570,000, many of our brave enlisted troops went ahead and stood up. We had a shortage of commissioned officers, and they took a commission to those positions after serving many years as enlisted soldiers. Well, the way the rule writes right now is you have to serve 8 years as a commissioned officer to retire at that rank. Many of them now in the downsizing are being forced out. They were promised they could get there. They made those decisions. They served, and they're being let go. It's not a huge cost commitment to us. I don't make light of it. It's $12 million over 10 years. But it does right by people who were promised a benefit. It does right by people who stepped up to service. We have an offset in here that closes a lobby tax exemption loophole, and we could make right by them. So I ask you to make that in order. And my last one deals with something that should be very simple. As I said, there's many stresses and unknowns in military service. Grocery shopping should not be one of them. The commissary is a benefit that's earned, and it's very important to military families. Former Secretary of Readiness has said that last year the grocery bills of our service members, and you heard about food insecurity, are reduced by $300 because of the way the commissaries are worked. May not mean a lot to the generals and folks who want to see this done. It means a lot to the E3s and the E5s. Commissary benefit ensures our service members serving in remote locations have access to good food at reasonable prices from quality brands. According to Armed Forces Marketing Council, more than 60% of Defense Commissary Agency employees have links to that family. It means these are spouses or children serving with their military member and have a second job to help pay the bills by working in the commissaries. The Defense Commissary Agency employs thousands of veterans. Here's what my amendment does. It simply does this. It asks the Secretary of Defense to brief Congress on the potential changes to the commissary program and provide a justification for these changes, specifically the variable pricing part that could actually raise, by outside groups looking at it, raise the price for troops and not save us any money. It gives Congress 30 days to review this briefing changes and justifications. All we're asking for is they're putting this in.
People who have never been in or don't know what a commissary is are telling us they're going to run it with more efficiency when the services themselves and the outside groups supporting our veterans and warriors say that you have to be very, very careful with this. We've changed their retirement plans. We're changing their health care plans. We're going to now change how they grocery shop and the jobs that their families get. So I ask you, just let's take our role back, show a little oversight, not rush into this. The all-volunteer force is the best fighting force the world has ever seen. It's working. Why fix what isn't broken on this, especially if it's not going to save us money? I yield back, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz. Mr. Clyburn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Ranking Member, members of the committee. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today on the Clyburn-Smith Amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act. This amendment will prohibit senior ROTC programs at any institution that displays a Confederate battle flag in a location other than the museum exhibit. This objectionable banner, which is never the official flag of the Confederacy, is a symbol of hate, racial oppression, resistance to the rule of law, and white supremacy. Any doubt as to the flag's meaning was erased by the perpetrator of the horrific shootings at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina on June 17th of last year. Regrettably, the Confederate flag still flies in my congressional district at the Citadel, just 2 miles away from Mother Emanuel. The Citadel is the alma mater of one of the Emanuel victims, and 6 employees of the Citadel lost family members in the attack. While the Citadel's Board of Visitors has taken a symbolic vote expressing support for the flag's removal, the board members believe that they are barred from actually removing it until the South Carolina State Legislature acts to revise or repeal the so-called Heritage Act. I happen to disagree with this legal judgment, but regardless, the flag still flies. In recent days, Citadel alumni have reached out to me to express their support for this effort. One of these alumni, Dr. Larry Ferguson, was a member of the class of 1973, which was the first class with more than one African American. Dr. Ferguson desegregated the Citadel's regimental band company, but was subsequently kicked out of the band for refusing to play the song Dixie and refusing to wave the Confederate flag at sporting events. Dr. Ferguson writes, and I quote, 50 years ago, it took external pressure to make the Citadel desegregate the Corps of Cadets. This legislation will exert appropriate pressure on state authorities so that the Confederate flag will be removed from Summerall Chapel. I received another letter from a group of 17 alumni from the 1980s and 90s. They write that the Confederate battle flag, and I quote, is representative of an ideology of hate, privilege, and an abuse of power that still persists in the life of the school and in the state's halls of power and influence. The fact that in 2016, the Confederate Navy Jack hangs in the public place of worship on the campus of a public college and is protected by an unjust law is clear evidence of this reality. While we continue to work energetically to have the flag removed immediately from the chapel premises, we remain in support of your efforts to address this at the federal level of government. End of quote. I urge my colleagues to heed the voices of these Citadel alumni so that no more cadets will have to struggle in the shadow of this oppressive banner. Now, Madam Chair, the administration has issued a SAP expressing some concern over this matter. In spite of that, I believe that the underlying text of the bill and this amendment are constitutional under the military deference doctrine. Explaining the reasons for this doctrine under which military regulations are given greater deference than those in a purely civilian context, the Supreme Court has observed, and I quote, To accomplish its mission, the military must foster instinctive obedience, unity, commitment, and a spirit of corps. Without a doubt, the Confederate battle flag undermines unity and the spirit of corps. Madam Chair, I ask that my entire statement, which I've summarized a bit, be entered into the record, and hopefully the complete letters from the alumni that I quoted from be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I would ask respectfully favorable consideration of this request.
Thank you. Mr. Sanford.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, thank you for the chance to testify. Just a couple of minutes. I have a number of different amendments. I will not speak on any of them save for Amendment 167, which strikes Section 808. Quite simply, we would do this. If Section 808 stays in the current base language, it would prohibit cash allowances to new recruits for running shoes during basic training. Now, why is that important would be the first question. I think it's important because the lifeblood of our military is with new recruits. That new infusion on a regular basis of life and personality and energy. Before I get into any of that, let me say up front, Bruce Poliquin is a spectacular member of the United States Congress, and I admire the fact that he's watching out for his district. Bill Huizenga, I would say the same. But this is ultimately, they're doing their job and watching out for the district. This goes to the heart of what the NDA is all about, though, and that is military preparedness. On that front, I'd also say New Balance, I love the shoes. I've consistently run in them. I've been a long-distance runner all my life. But it's not about any of those players. It's about, again, this notion of how do we defend this country? And in that vein, I think that my amendment is in the best interest of the young recruit. I say that because one size never fits all in life. It's something we know instinctively. My dear colleague Jim Clyburn and I, if we were to grab shoes, we'd grab different shoes. If any of us were to grab shoes, I suspect we'd grab different shoes because God makes us all different. There are foot sizes that are different. And in that regard, I think an email that I got from a military personnel back in Charleston, South Carolina, based on a Post and Courier article, said simply this: I'm a soldier and I wear Merrill. I should have the choice. Several options should be provided the soldier as everyone's running style and fit is different. That's all this amendment is about. In fact, the United States military has studied this issue at depth. I have before here, and I'll submit for the record, a 51-page report by the United States Army, and in it they simply looked at, again, this notion of health impacts of running for various foot types and appropriate shoe characteristics to address recruits' needs. The findings are quite simple. What they say is the more choices you have, the fewer injuries you have. The fewer choices you have, the more injuries you have. Because somebody may have high arch, somebody may have flat foot. Somebody may have a wide foot, somebody may have a skinny foot. If this base language stays in place, there'll be one provider of basically two shoes for all military recruits, taking away what they have right now, which is the ability to go out and purchase, again, on a fairly broad spectrum, the shoe of their choice. I would also make this point. Embedded in this document are these words, that the service should enable recruits to select from a variety of shoes that accommodate a wide range of foot lengths and widths is important. A single running shoe is not likely to accommodate the variety of foot types encountered in basic training. So I think it's important. I now run on really thick shoes called Hokus because, not only are we different, but even as individuals, at different points in our lives, we need different things. So it's about that. I think it's secondly in the best interest of the recruit because I think cash allowances are important. The United States military has recognized this. And so in each branch of the military, there are allowances in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines. The allowances, in fact, for women are much greater than for men. And in fact, with the Marines, they offer real flexibility because what they've recognized in the intensity of the Marine training program is that folks may need, if they've practiced for 6 months, getting ready for basic, the last thing in the world you want to do is take them out of those shoes and put them into something brand new. I'll make lastly 2 quick points. DOD has come out against the provision, and they're for this amendment. The Statement of Administration Policy, the Statement of Administration has come out the same. The Association of the United States Army has come out the same. And finally, I'd make this point. I think this amendment is in best interest of the taxpayer. One could argue whether or not this is a de facto earmark. That's a different conversation for a different day. But what I do know is a whole host of different groups, ranging from the National Taxpayers Union, the Heritage Foundation, Freedom Works, Americans for Prosperity, Club for Growth, ATR, go down the list, have come out on behalf of this amendment because they think it makes sense. Lastly, I'd make this point. The only podiatrist in the U.S. Congress is Brad Wester. I would encourage every one of you to talk to him. He believes passionately, as I do, that this is important in preventing injury. Right now, the United States military spends millions of dollars with new recruits and the injuries that come with it. What this study shows, these 51 pages show, is that we will have more injuries and more cost if we're all of a sudden taking kids and young people out of the shoes that they've become accustomed to and putting them in shoes that may not work for them. And for that reason, I would ask for your consideration in allowing us to debate this on the House floor.
Without objection, your material will be put in. Your 2 minutes became 5.5. Mr. Rohrbacher, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. My amendment, Rohrbacher 125, calls for the morally right attention to Dr. Afridi, the Pakistani medical doctor who helped pinpoint the location of Osama bin Laden, the terrorist coward who masterminded the massacre of 3,000 Americans on 9/11. If we abandon this friend, we put ourselves at great risk. Because why? And why is he? He put himself at risk for us, but yet we aren't willing to put ourselves for anything for him. A powerful military will not make us secure if we abandon the friends who stand with us. Because of his cooperation with the United States, Dr. Afridi was tried and imprisoned by Pakistan's corrupt and oppressive government. That should be considered as a hostile act by Pakistan against the people of the United States. Worse, after years of effort on the part of the United States to free him, Dr. Afridi continues to languish in a Pakistani dungeon. Yes, it is shameful that we have abandoned such an heroic friend. All the while, of course, we continue to provide weapons and cash to his captors. Since 9/11, we have given Pakistan well over $25 billion, the majority of which goes to the military and security services, which they then use to murder and oppress their own people. People like the heroic Baluch people or the Sindhis who are struggling for their freedom under Pakistani oppression. It is a grotesque charade to suggest that our aid is buying Pakistan's cooperation in the war against terror or anything else. So long as Dr. Afridi remains left to suffer this brutal imprisonment, no Pakistani promise of cooperation means anything if they cannot get themselves to release this heroic person. How can we believe they are not supporting or even arming or supplying some of the world's worst bloodthirsty terrorists? Pakistan has taken us for fools, and shame on us for being so stupid for financing a regime that so blatantly and aggressively despises us. Mr. Chairman, my amendment will end military aid to Pakistan until Dr. Afridi is released. Furthermore, we need to increase our, which others of my bills, my amendments 100 and 101, will increase our certification requirements for the funds that we give the Pakistani government and the Pakistani military. Congressional certification to Pakistan does not support or conduct terrorist attacks, nor use its military or any of its funds or equipment provided by the United States to persecute minority groups in Pakistan, those minority groups who are seeking political or religious freedom. To make that requirement, add those certification, makes sense to me. It's both morally right and it makes common sense as well. So I would ask for my amendments to be made in order. Thank you very much.
Does any member wish to ask questions of any member of the panel?
Madam Chair?
Certainly.
I'd like to ask Mr. Sanford. The Berry Amendment was passed in a different time, but either Buy America means something or it doesn't. What has you targeting just tennis shoe footwear? The arguments you make about tennis shoe footwear certainly apply to combat boots as well, and yet I can't choose from a variety of suppliers. I've got the Sergeant Major sitting beside you. He may know better than me, but I'm going to show up and I'm going to get measured and they're going to issue me a pair of boots, and if I don't like that boot, I can go back to supply and I can try to get a different boot, but we're not going to go through 12 different manufacturers and adjustments. Same thing true with my socks, same thing's true with my BDUs. When we have an opportunity to Buy America, the Berry Amendment says we should take advantage of that. And in this case, had a group of folks from my district do a film on Made in America, the losing battle we're facing in manufacturing across the world, and they focused on New Balance as the only tennis shoe manufacturer remaining in America. Now, as you pointed out, Saucony is bringing a production line back to America. It seems to me that unlike so many federal programs that do not achieve their intended purpose, in this case, the Berry Amendment is doing exactly what it was intended to do, and that is provide an incentive for manufacturers to keep their production in America. We're actually reversing the offshoring trend. I agree with absolutely everything you've said. I just don't understand why we're limiting our fight here to tennis shoes and tennis shoes alone. If the Berry Amendment is flawed because it restricts choice and is irresponsible with taxpayer dollars, we should abolish the Berry Amendment. But if it is productive in that it brings more production to American shores, then we should maintain the Berry Amendment, not just in tennis shoes, but across the entire military procurement process. Mr. Stanford?
I'd say three quick things. One is I have here a congressional research piece that points out the ways in which my language does not in any way break or interfere with the Berry Amendment language. And I'll submit that from the record for CRS. Two, the military has very wisely recognized that some articles of clothing are frankly very personal in nature. So for instance, exempt from the Berry Amendment, and this is the reason they do a cash allowance, is women's undergarment, their bras, their undergarments, their handbags, black pumps. You can go down a list, frankly the list is much longer for women than it is for men, where they've said ultimately these are fairly personal items and the military is not going to select everything for that new recruit. Combat boots are necessary because combat boots are in combat. But in the training cycle, and I talked to somebody down at Parris Island's in my district, what one of the drill sergeants said to me was the reason the Marine Corps is the only one that in fact doesn't give any allowance on the shoe front. What they say is you pick your own. Because if you trained indeed for 6 months coming into basic, the last thing in the world we want to do is force that kid out of the shoe that his foot has grown accustomed to, and force him into a new shoe. Because what we're going to deal with in the first 2 weeks of training is then blisters at minimum and shin splints and other things at maximum, which would bring me to my third point. The front preface of this DoD report points at a reasonable estimate for DoD's annual cost related to recruit musculoskeletal injuries is $100 million. It goes on to say that corresponding to the Joint Service Physician Training Injury Prevention Working Group reported that during initial military training, about 25% of men and about 50% of women incur one or more physical training-related injuries, and about 80% of these injuries are the lower extremities and are as a result of overuse, generally excessive running. So what the military has wisely said is, we believe in the Berry Amendment, but we're going to allow a cash option for people to pick that handbag, to pick that undergarment as a woman, or to pick something as personal as one's running shoes. And I don't know if you run, but I know that, Mr. Chairman, you did quite with great prowess back in college years. I think you're a runner. I'm a runner. It becomes a very personal thing. And so I would say that the reality of our experience in politics is that we make a series of imperfect decisions. And on this one, on the one hand, I wish everything was Buy American. We could make it completely that way. That's on the one hand. But on the other hand is we have $100 million worth of injury to new recruits, and do we want to exacerbate that? And that's ultimately what you all will have to judge, and that's why I think it's worth a debate on the floor.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Georgia. The gentleman does not seek time. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Just, Mr. Chairman, and I have great respect for the gentleman from Mr. Sanford, but I'm going to say something I rarely say, and that is I agree with Mr. Woodall. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter signed by a series of organizations opposing your amendment. And I personally think it's a dangerous precedent, which I don't think we want to go down. But that's up to the majority in this committee.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Happy to yield to the gentleman.
I would think that that series of different proponents or opponents, as the case might be, because I could produce an equal list of proponents, would be the very reason it would be worthy of a debate on the House floor.
I've already decided this issue in my mind, so it's up to the chairman to decide what he wants to do. But anyway, I appreciate you all being here. Mr. Clyburn, I certainly support your amendment and hope it's made in order. Thank you.
I appreciate the gentleman. I'm going to chime in here just for a minute. And as a matter of fact, Mark, Congressman Sanford, I could tell you're a runner because you answered it the same way I would have. You kind of hate new tennis shoes because you get blisters right off the bat, especially ones you haven't been in before. It's an interesting debate. Let me ask one question, if I can, from you. You indicated that the Department of Defense has an opinion on this. I did not know the Department of Defense necessarily did those things, but I'm certainly interested in as much as you've got that.
I will submit both of these for the record.
I'd appreciate it.
One is from DOD, and it says simply this: the ending sentence is the most relevant one. For all these reasons, and with a view toward promoting the health, welfare of each recruit, the department opposes the provision, speaking of Section 808. So that's from the DOD. And then from the administration itself, Statement of Administrative Policy, what they have said is, the administration objects to Selection 808, which would require the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps to provide athletic footwear directly to the recruits upon their entry to the armed forces, instead of providing a cash allowance for the purchase of each of such footwear at the choice of the recruit. It goes on to further say, mandating that a specific article of clothing be provided to new recruits is unprecedented, and in the case of athletic shoes, runs counter to research that indicates a strong correlation between the variety of athletic shoes available, fit and comfort, and reduced injury rates. Forcing DOD into one-size-fits-all approach to athletic footwear may contribute to a higher incidence of injury for new recruits during one of the most critical times in a member's military training. DOD places the health of our service members above all other considerations.
Thank you very much. One last, yes, sir.
Would you indulge me just 15 seconds?
Gentleman's recognized.
I hope that we spend as much time on a man who has risked his life for our country as we are on tennis shoes. I'm serious. I get it. That's good. You get good arguments. We got a guy who just, he brought Osama bin Laden to justice, and we've left him in a dungeon. I hope we remember him too. Thank you.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Rohrabacher, your amendment is very worthy. And this committee will not only take that under consideration, but appreciates very much you doing this. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for taking time to be here. If you will, please leave for awesome stock for the information that you have discussed. Mr. Sanford, I am going to borrow that from the stenographer and get a Xerox, my own Xerox. The dream lives on forever. Here we go. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Notwithstanding Mr. Sanford is leaving now, I'd like to state to our remaining witnesses that we have had a number of people who have very appropriately and properly touched base with me today, and one of them was Mr. Sanford. He has spent the better part of a week trying to make sure I understood this issue, and I appreciated him following up before this committee to do the same, and I respect that very much. The fourth panel will consist of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Gibson, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Yoho, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff. Lady and gentlemen, welcome. No one is a stranger to what we're doing here today. We're going to share our microphones. What you need to know is, without objection, anything you come in here with writing, we'd appreciate you leave for Austin stenographer, and that will be put into the record. Ms. Lee, you're now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me thank you for, first of all, and the committee for making the amendment offered by Dr. Burgess, which would require a report ranking all military departments and defense agencies in order of how advanced they are in achieving auditable financial statements. I've consistently worked with Dr. Burgess on this amendment, and so I was pleased to do so again this year. However, Mr. Chairman, somehow, and I'm the Democratic lead on that amendment, but somehow my name was dropped from this amendment when it left this committee, so I hope that this can be addressed and fixed. It was in the en bloc amendment that just passed the floor, but this is an issue that I've been leading on for many, many years. I'm here to testify on behalf of my amendment. It's Lee 089, and urge you to make this amendment in order. This amendment is not new to this committee. I've offered it several times, and it's straightforward. It would, after 90 days of enactment of the act, repeal the 2001 authorization to use military force, which Congress passed into law on September 14, 2001. As you may remember, this resolution was a very, well, it wasn't necessarily controversial, but I voted against it because when you look at it, it was a broad resolution, and it opened the door for any president to wage endless war without congressional debate or vote. So I was the only one who voted against that. And I believe that that history has borne that out. In fact, I have a new report from the Congressional Research Service, and I encourage all of my colleagues to read it. And it shows that this authorization, in fact, has become that blank check for war. In the 14 years since, it's been used 37 times in 14 countries to wage war with little or no congressional oversight. I believe it was used approximately 18 times by the Bush administration and 19 times by the Obama administration. And this report looks at only the unclassified incidents, and how many other times, I ask, has it been used without the knowledge of Congress or the American people? Not only has this authorization been used to justify military action thousands of miles away, it's also been used much closer to home. And this report sets these facts out. It's been used for warrantless surveillance and wiretaps. It's been used for indefinite detention practices at Gitmo and targeted killings by drones, including of American citizens. And it's also been cited as the authority for the nearly 2-year-long war against ISIL, and it's a war that Congress has never debated, voted, or authorized. So, Mr. Chairman, our brave servicemen and women, and they continue to be deployed around the world. They're doing everything that this country is asking them to do, yet Congress is missing in action when it comes to our constitutional duty. We all agree that ISIL must be degraded and dismantled, and if that's the case, why in the world are we still sidestepping and shirking our responsibility? Every day, more bombs fall. We've recently lost 3 brave servicemen. We've already spent $9.6 billion, and we spend an additional $615,000 an hour. I know that while we may not share a common position on the shape of what any new AUMF would look like to address ISIL, But many of us agree that the overly broad and almost 15-year-old AUMF represents a major and very concerning deterioration of congressional oversight. More and more members on both sides of the aisle agree that a debate and a vote is necessary, it's long overdue, and must take place. The matter of fact is the 2001 AUMF is still on the books in its current form. Any administration can rely on this blank check to wage endless war. My amendment to repeal the 2001 AUMF, it takes effect 90 days after its enactment. And so, Mr. Chairman, I ask that we look at this amendment. I ask you to support it. It's been almost 15 years, again, since we passed this check, this blank check. We need to do our job, and we need to debate and vote on a new authorization. And minimally, we need to repeal this one and give us that 90 days to come up with a new one. Thank you.
Ms. Lee, thank you very much. The gentleman, Mr. Schiff. By the way, Adam, how's your dad?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. He's doing very well.
Please make sure you tell him I said hi. Your dad, he came up here to the Rules Committee maybe a year ago and thought you did a stellar job. So
I think he thought the chairman did a stellar job.
Well, he's correct twice. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment also deals with the authorization to use force. What I've tried to do with this amendment is develop an AUMF that would have the possibility of attracting support from both sides of the aisle. And in drafting this, I looked at what I think are the red lines for both parties. And speaking over simplistically, the red line, as I understood it, for many of the Republican members was a desire not to tie the hands of the next president and not to put a limitation on the use of ground troops. The red line on the Democrats' behalf was a desire not to give too blank a check, either this president or the next one, and not to allow without a further review the introduction of ground troops in the combat mission. So those two seemingly incompatible red lines were what I attempted to deal with. And what I've come up with is this. It is a resolution that would repeal the two existing authorizations. Ideally, we ought to have one authorization to deal with the use of force against al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and ISIS, and harmonize the authorities that we give the commander-in-chief. This is what the resolution attempts to do. It would repeal the existing authorizations, both 01 and 02, authorize force against those three groups, al-Qaeda, ISIS, and the Taliban. It would extend for a period of 3 years, so it would sunset in 3 years. It would give the new president enough time to come back to Congress to ask for a different authority if that was necessary. It places no limits on ground troops and no limits on geography, but the mechanism it does give to ensure there is accountability is that if this president or the next does introduce ground troops in a combat mission, members of Congress would have the power under a war powers-like provision to call for a vote on the authorization within 90 days. Essentially, you could compel a vote in Congress to ratify the authorization the president has, to limit the authorization, to repeal the authorization, but it would insist at least upon accountability in the event that the president were to introduce troops in a sustained combat mission. So that's the balance it attempts to strike. When I first circulated this proposal earlier this year, we received very positive feedback from a variety of thinkers across the political spectrum. The proposal received support from Jack Goldsmith, who served as the head of the Office of Legal Counsel under President Bush, as well as law professors like Stephen Vladeck, Jen Daskal, and Marty Letterman. So both scholars on the right and on the left found support for the proposal, and it's my hope that it may find that same level of support in the Congress. It would, of course, be preferable to have hours of debate on an AUMF. That hasn't been possible. I know the Speaker has expressed an interest and a willingness in taking it up in AUF. This may be a formula that could, in fact, enjoy bipartisan support. I would urge the committee to give the members that chance to weigh in. Maybe they will pass it, maybe they won't. I suspect that it will be a bipartisan vote one way or the other, but I think this is a potentially viable solution for replacing the existing authorizations with something that works for both parties. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Very nice and very thoughtful, Mr. Schiff. Mr. Barr, welcome to the Rules Committee. We're delighted that you're here. The gentleman's now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Sessions, and to the other members of the House Rules Committee for allowing me to testify today in order to consider my amendment, which seeks to improve military readiness to our nation's National Guard. I have the privilege of representing the Daniel Boone National Guard Center in Frankfort, Kentucky, which is home to the Kentucky Air National Guard and Army National Guard. As you know, the C-130 Hercules is the military's primary transport aircraft, providing humanitarian assistance, precision airdrop, and tactical airlift across the globe. Furthermore, the dual mission of the Air National Guard means that this aircraft is just as critical in the homeland as it is overseas. Consistent with the National Commission on the Structure of the Air Force recommendation to conduct concurrent fielding of aircraft between the active duty and the reserve components, recapitalization for at least part of the Air National Guard C-130H fleet must begin now to ensure full parity across the force. And my understanding is that Secretary James, Secretary of the Air Force, is supportive of the general policy thrust of parity. Therefore, I ask for your support for my amendment, which simply states that no later than 180 days after the passage of the FY17 NDAA, the United States Air Force shall transfer 3 C-130J model aircraft to the Air National Guard. It is imperative for our nation to recapitalize the Air National Guard C-130H transport aircraft fleet to the C-130J model aircraft to support the Air National Guard's role as the operational reserve of the Air Force. And this amendment is supported not only by the National Guard Association of the United States, but also the majority of our nation's adjutant generals. And with that, I thank you for your consideration and yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yoho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you letting me testify in front of you and all the members of the Rules Committee. You guys, what you do is so important. We appreciate your dedication, your time here.
Thank you very much. I'd like to state to this august panel, we've been in here for a number of hours, and as time goes on, dinners come and go, and so I appreciate the respect that you do have for the members that are attempting to do those things.
You sure do.
You've got some of the brightest and best. Whoops, one of the brightest and best just left right there. You've got an Air Force guy that, okay, well, we're still okay. So, but with great respect to any of the members that are not here, they have spent an enormous amount of time here, and I appreciate your respect for that. Gentleman's recognized.
Yes, sir. I've got 3 amendments I'll go through quickly. The first one is 278. And I wish to speak to the amendment which expresses a sense of Congress condemning the Assad regime for the use of chemical weapons, including chlorine, on the people of Syria. Furthermore, it encourages the President to offer support for the collection of evidence of chemical weapons use in Syria. This bipartisan amendment reflects a bipartisan bill I authored and subsequently passed through the House Foreign Affairs Committee, which shines light on the Assad's abhorrent use of chemicals, including chlorine, in weapons against the Syrian people. This amendment needs to be added to the NDAA in order for the world to know that while we provide for the defense of our nation and liberty of her people and attempt to make the world a safer place, we condemn the actions of those who seek to disrupt that peace and willing to use outlawed means to do so. Between March 16th and June 9th of 2015, more than 29 barrel bomb attacks on the city of Idlib by the Assad regime took place, many of which contained weaponized chlorine gas. The attacks commonly take place at night when people seek shelter in their lower level buildings in order to sleep, and the heavy nature of the gas causes it to seep downward and suffocate civilians as they sleep. Congress must condemn this repugnant behavior by the Assad regime. My next amendment is number 279, which provides for a prohibition on transferring man-portable air defense systems known as MANPADS to any entity in Syria. Recently, Representative Conyers and I sent a bipartisan letter to President Obama urging him to continue his policy of not transferring MANPADS to the Syrian combatants. The letter highlighted that the repeated votes by the House of Representatives for provisions in the 2015 and 2016 DoD Appropriations bill that prohibited the use of any DoD funds to transfer man-pads to any party in the Syrian civil war. Man-pads can be fired at aircrafts by individuals on the ground and easily hidden or transported in the trunk of a car. U.S. and Israeli officials have repeatedly expressed concerns that they could be used by terrorists to bring down commercial airlines. Since their first use against a civilian aircraft in 1978, 30 fatal man-pad attacks have resulted in almost 1,000 civilian deaths. In addition to the serious risks to innocent human lives, a 2005 RAND Corporation study projected that indirect economic costs of an attack on a civilian aircraft from a single man-pad could exceed $16 billion. The transfer of these dangerous weapons to any non-state actor would be irresponsible, but the transfer to opposition groups in Syria could be particularly perilous. My last amendment, number 280, requires that any future purchase of nuclear goods from Iran would be subject to DOT reprogramming, and requires that any OFAC license would have to sit with Congress for a 90-day legislative days of review. On April 22nd of this year, Secretary Ernest Moniz said in an interview with the Wall Street Journal in regards to the administration's plan to buy heavy water, that will be a statement to the world. And he says, you want to buy heavy water from Iran? You can buy heavy water from Iran. It's been done. Even the United States did it. This is in direct contravention of Congress's position that Iran is not a legitimate nuclear exporter and should not be treated as such until Congress deems Iran as such. This amendment does not outright prohibit the purchase of nuclear goods such as heavy water. Rather, it reasserts Congress's authority in this matter. The President did not submit the JCPOA as a binding treatment or treaty, but rather as an agreement, and as such, it's Congress's role as the holder of the purse string to review any such purchase. And I want to reiterate that this is not an outright prohibition on nuclear purchases, but rather redefines and defines and asserts Congress's role in that process, and I urge the committee to accept this amendment.
Mr. Yoho, thank you very much. Those are four well-thought-through amendments, and I appreciate it. Mr. Gibson, welcome. You have spent a good bit of time up here at the committee today.
Yeah, well, it's good to be back.
You want to be on the Rules Committee or what?
Actually, I'm quite enjoying this debate.
I noticed you were enjoying it. Gabby's the only one that I thought enjoyed it more than you, but we'll see. Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thanks, Chairman, and thanks to the committee. I appreciate the professional work, the outstanding teamwork here. And, Mr. Chairman, this is Amendment 253. This is a sense of Congress about the United States commitment that we remain committed to the all-volunteer force. Mr. Chairman, it's a bipartisan amendment. Myself, Ryan Zinke, Republican from Montana, former SEAL Team 6 commander, and Tim Walz, Democrat from Minnesota, the highest-ranking enlisted man to ever serve in this chamber. This sense of Congress is not only an affirmation of the all-volunteer force, it's also that we remain committed to providing the resources to make sure the all-volunteer force flourishes, and it also states that Congress does not support reinstating the draft unless the survival of the nation is at stake, and, not or, the survival of the nation is at stake and the ability of the all-volunteer force to accomplish its mission is in question. Mr. Chairman, I enlisted at the age of 17 in 1981, and over the course of that first decade in service, I saw the all-volunteer force gaining traction and confidence and competence over time. I have studied and read about the challenges that our armed forces and our nation had at a time when we were conscripting individuals during the Vietnam War, and I believe that this sense of Congress is the right move here for a couple reasons. One is the American people strongly support this. They strongly support our volunteer force. And the second is, candidly, the news coverage of this bill is misleading. Headlines everywhere about how Congress wants to draft women. And that's not accurate. I mean, people have different views on the selective service. But with regard to the affirmation of the all-volunteer force, I suspect there's 375 votes here in this chamber. And I think it's important that we go on record, have a debate, and have that vote, because I think it will help deal with this misinformation that's in the media here today. Thank you for the opportunity to present the amendment. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. How many years were you in the United States Army?
29 years total, Chairman, 5 in the, as an enlisted man in the Army National Guard, 24 years in the regular Army.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think a lot of people draw strength from not only your vision of the world, but also we thank you for your commitment to our military.
Thanks, Chairman.
Very much. Mr. Rangel's an Army man, too. He can tell you about how great the Army is. I'm not trying to compare. Trying to say you have great admiration for the United States Army, too. I will tell you that we see competing ideas over here in lots of ways, and that's what this committee is about, and I'm delighted to hear from you. The question I've got for Mr. Barr is these is it 4 planes? 3 planes. You don't say where to put them, or would they all come to you?
They would, all the National Guard, the states would be able to compete for those 3.
Yeah. But it
So
gives them a
based
chance
on
to.
it gives them a chance. And what's happening is a lot of the older aircraft that are currently being used by the National Guard, which of course do have that dual purpose of civilian and opportunity to be deployed in the theater, many of them are just simply getting old, and so they're being retired. And so in order to maintain that parity and continue the readiness of that reserve component, the National Guard component, we just need to backfill access to those C-130s.
Yes, sir. I was just returning from the Persian Gulf and the USS Truman, which is the Navy, United States Navy. And they have a battle group out there, and a lot of those F-18Es are really old. They keep doing their job, and they keep returning to base, and we're thankful that they do that. Ms. Lee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify one thing with regard to Mr. Shipp's amendment and my amendment. I don't believe they're competing ideas. They're complementary. Mine basically repeals the 2001 authorization 90 days after the enactment of the repeal, and Congressman Shipp's goes beyond that in terms of what a new authorization could look like.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Collins, United States Air Force, you're recognized.
Sir, and I appreciate it. Well, there's a long discussion we can have on year 2, and we've been through this several times. I appreciate y'all bringing that. As someone who has served, as some in here have overseas, this is I think is a vital interest of going forward, no matter who the administration is. But that's, again, I think will be had in another environment another day. But I do want to go into several that is been mentioned here. I want to start on the other end with Mr. Gibson. I affirm the volunteer force is where we need. I think there's a whole other issue we can have about selective service, even if it's even needed. I personally am of the same, it's probably not needed. Because frankly, if we ever got into that environment in which we needed to, after we got through the first 1 million or 2 million proud Americans who would volunteer willingly, then we could go find who else we needed. And I don't think at that point, I think it's served its purpose beyond where it's at now. But I appreciate your amendment. I would support it greatly. Mr. Yoho, yours is as well. This barrel bomb issue is amazingly tragic. It is something that it just shows the just absolute degenerate nature of the Assad regime. And I would be gladly, supportive there. And Mr. Barr, you bring up something close to my heart with the Air Force. And not only the age of these aircraft, for several of us in here who have, flown in or flown out of Iraq in the back of them, they're the most beautiful bird you ever want to see. But they're also old. I serve at, my status now is a little different. I still have a connection to Dobbins Air Force Base in Georgia from the reserve side. And I know from the reserve and guard unit, talking to my pilots, talking to the mechanics, and everything, this has become an interesting mix that we need to prioritize our budgetary spending. That means we got to have a lot bigger conversations. But it is amazing to me, and I see some of my reservists and guard friends here who serve, this idea of one force, this idea that we're all together also implies that everybody has, we don't have the hand-me-down force here either. And as reservists and guard members who are, at many times when we're at the height of the Iraq conflict and Afghanistan conflict, we were making up as much as 50 to 60% of actual mission-capable units. But yet now, in the drawback, there are many of these units that are having to use equipment that it is just harder to maintain because they're just old. I think what your amendment's an interesting amendment. I know that it's probably not well thought of on the active side, but that's okay. I mean, it's something we can look at. But I think there's also ways that we need to invest. It's sexier, so to speak. It's the only way I can put it, to get the bombers and to get the fighters and to get those. But if you ain't got any way to get the troops in and out, if you don't have any way to get the material in and out, and for those of us who serve in our medical corps, if you don't have a way to get our wounded in and out, these are the planes that do this. This is the C-130s that do this. This is the C-17s that do this. This is the thing that I think sometimes we overlook. I appreciate the spirit in which your amendment, I'm not sure which way, it may or may not go in this, I understand that. But I think you bring to light something that is important. And for me, it's a bigger picture. I understand money, and before anybody screams, oh, you're called. But for folks who go out there every, it may be their weekend or their 2 weeks, but for many of them, they're serving rotation, especially the flying units, because they have to keep their flying hours up. So they're competing for assignments. They're competing for jobs. I know our 130 unit at Savannah, the Guard unit for Georgia, is a very active unit. And again, this is something that the Jays are where they need to be. And, we're moving that way, but we're not got there yet. So I think what your amendment does, if it does nothing else, it highlights this consistency or inconsistency that is out there. And I do appreciate that. So with this panel, I appreciate, this is a great panel. I appreciate it. And the different discussions from AUMFs to, just an all-volunteer force. Where are we at and in between? I think that is great. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Alabama. Alabama does not seek time. I want to thank each of you. I might add that of the people who have spoken at the table, several of the amendments, I hope that we had advised you that some of that information may need to be spoken about in another setting. And so when they receive a negative vote from the Rules Committee, they would come back and talk to their favorite Rules Committee chairman about other avenues that they may have to discuss those things. Is that fair, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Yoho? Thank you very much. Mr. Yoho knows my name and phone number, and he has been very good to me. But these are great ideas that each of you have. We appreciate and respect you taking the time. It's worth our time to have you up here and to listen and to have to not only mold these, but really look at them from a perspective of public policy, and we appreciate each and every one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We now will entertain our fifth panel. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Rangel. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster. The gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Gabbert. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter. And the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Mulvaney. Mr. Mulvaney is around, was sitting in the back for a long time. And so let's see if we can find him. And if not, Mr. Price, when we get around, if he does not come, when we get to that last person, we will entertain providing that seat to you, please. Mr. Rangel, we're delighted that you're here. I am aware that you served in the United States Army. I've heard you speak many times not only about your service, but your pride in the United States Army. And I appreciate you coming to the Rules Committee today. And all four of you, we're delighted that you're here. Mr. Price, would you please feel free to come join us? We are not trying to exclude Mr. Mulvaney, but we are trying to move through the evening appropriately. Without objection, any of you may bring whatever you brought in writing will be entered in the record. Without objection, we're delighted that you've done that. Mr. Chairman, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Members of the committee, thank you so much for the long hours you put into this bill and to entertain the idea of reviewing H.R. 3068, which Mr. Cochran and I have introduced. We call it the Restore to Honor to Service Members. This is to correct the members that are gay, lesbian, and homosexual at a time when there was probable cause to give them dishonorable discharges, and this would allow them to go back, review the records, and have the military to assist them
when I joined the service, the Army, in 1948, it was an all-male Army, so we didn't have the question of lesbians, but there were gays. When we were stationed in Fort Lewis, Washington in 1948, for homosexuals to have some type of safe haven from being discharged, there was the mess hall, the chaplains, and some type of clerical duty. In 1950, when we were called into combat in Korea, those homosexuals became dedicated, courageous combat soldiers and received medals. Some were killed, some were wounded, some were captured, but certainly they were not tagged with being homosexuals. Since that time, so many of them have not only received less than honorable or bad discharges, but have lost all of the benefits that have gone along with being discharges, and the laws have been changed tremendously since the time that they were discharged. H.R. 3068 allows the military to assist these veterans in having a review of their discharges for purposes of updating and making them honorable. We have about 114 members of the House. We have 46 members of the Senate. It's a bipartisan thing. It does the right thing, and I hope that it could be included in the defense bill, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Mr. Rangel, thank you very much. We're delighted that you're here, and not only that you care about others that you served with, but you're bringing forth these ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Ms. Gabbard, we're delighted that you're here, and I'm sure none of your colleagues mind if you go next, because your service to our United States military is also not only legendary, but the members of this House of Representatives admire you greatly for your service, your tenacity, but most of all, your support of the United States military as a professional officer in those ranks. And we want to thank you very much so for your service, not only through admiration and respect, but also for the ideas that you bring to us today. And the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Overly kind words. I appreciate your leadership here and the patience and service that you and your committee exercise for us to work through this process. Thank you very much. There is a provision in the NDAA that deals with reauthorizing the Syria Train and Equip mission, which was approved in 2014. This is a mission that has proven to be failed and problematic on many respects. My amendment does a very simple thing. It repeals that year-long reauthorization that is included in the language now. This is amendment number 249. It's important as we look at our military missions, whether they be deploying our troops or providing training, arms, and equipment to forces overseas, that we understand what our objective is, that we understand what we're trying to accomplish and the consequences of the policies that we are putting in place. Right now, it's important to understand that the two wars that the U.S. is waging in Syria are actually counterproductive and working against each other. The first is the war to overthrow the Syrian government of Assad, and the second is the war to defeat ISIS, and which should also include defeating al-Qaeda, al-Nusra, and other jihadist groups there, which we must win. This provision is another avenue for the administration to fuel this war to overthrow the Syrian government of Assad, which Congress has not authorized, and it actually helps groups like al-Qaeda and al-Nusra achieve their objective of taking over all of Syria. This war has caused tremendous loss of life, millions of refugees, and has actually helped strengthen al-Qaeda and ISIS' position in Syria. A couple of examples on the Syria Train and Equip previous failures. I voted against it in 2014. We knew it would be problematic and a failure then, and it has proven to be such. In 2014, DoD provided weapons, including TOW missiles, to an umbrella group of so-called moderate opposition forces by the name of Harakat Hazam. This was considered one of our most reliable partners in Syria. By early 2015, that completely changed. This group disbanded. Its fighters joined Islamist extremist groups, the same groups they claimed to oppose just months before, resulting in groups we are arming becoming our enemy. Later that year, the DoD took another effort at this failing program, training a group known as Division 30. It was supposed to be made up of 3,000 to 5,000 men, according to initial plans, but when they went into battle in August of 2015, they had 54 trained men. This division proved to be completely ineffective in their first combat engagement. Al-Nusra, which is al-Qaeda in Syria, took over half of their men off the battlefield by killing, wounding, or kidnapping their soldiers, including the commander. The commander did not share our mission and objective of defeating ISIS in Syria. Instead, his goal was to fight Assad. His disagreements with U.S. trainers were so stark that throughout training, the entire unit walked out on multiple occasions. So now the administration is not only asking us to reauthorize another iteration of this failed program, the program has gone through multiple changes since Congress authorized it. And the most recent iteration is that U.S. Special Forces are only vetting and training commanders of these so-called moderate Syrian opposition forces. And then once the commander finishes the training, which is limited, they will then equip the entire brigade without any type of vetting or screening or background check on the men who make up these opposition fighters in these brigades. So rather than learning from these lessons and failures in the past, this program has now gone to a new level of dysfunction by funneling weapons that United States taxpayers are paying for into the hands of those whose loyalties are questionable and whose so-called moderate forces are really indistinguishable from al-Nusra and al-Qaeda, who have successfully integrated themselves deeply within the Syrian people and the communities. So the result is that our enemy is strengthened, and that's the bottom line. It's important that we stop arming and helping our enemy, stop helping them achieve their goal of toppling the Assad regime, and instead support and arm those on the ground who we know will work to defeat ISIS, which is our objective, ISIS and al-Qaeda. We can find them in the Kurds in both Iraq and Syria, in Sunni tribal leaders and Arab tribal leaders who've proven to be committed to this objective. That's where our resources should be focused. This is a hugely consequential program, and I hope that you and the committee consider allowing the Congress to debate and vote on this on the House floor. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Mr. Price, we're delighted that you're here. Mr. Price, you previously have spoken with me, along with the gentleman, Mr. Issa, so I suppose that you're representing both you and Mr. Issa.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and
Gentleman's
colleagues.
recognized.
Thank you. I am indeed offering an amendment, number 365, along with Representative Darrell Issa. I appreciate the chance to talk with the chairman and members of the committee earlier about it. I'll just summarize it very briefly here. This amendment does go back a way. In fact, it dates back 12 years to the 108th Congress, to a bipartisan effort initiated by myself and former Congressman Chris Shays in the wake of events in Iraq and Afghanistan that highlighted the increasingly important role contractors, security contractors, have assumed in our defense and foreign policy apparatus. These contractors are performing functions once reserved for government and military personnel, but contractors are held to a different legal standard than our men and women in uniform because the laws governing their activities remain, all these years later, still unclear, outdated. My amendment would close this accountability gap by establishing new criminal jurisdiction for federal civilian contractors and employees who commit serious crimes outside the United States, ensuring they're held to the same standard to which military service members are already held. By serious crimes, I mean felonies such as murder, kidnapping, and rape, as defined under U.S. Code, in addition to crimes like treason, money laundering, and other major threats to national security. In clarifying U.S. jurisdiction over contractors' work on behalf of our interests, this legislation will uphold our nation's commitment to justice and the rule of law. It will strengthen our diplomatic relations, enhance our national security, and improve oversight and effectiveness of taxpayer-funded government contracts. Mr. Chairman, this legislation was originally crafted as an expansion and clarification of the Military Extraterritorial Jurisdiction Act. That version of the legislation passed the House in 2007 with an overwhelming bipartisan vote of 389 to 30. It did not fare as well in the Senate, and so we've continued, though, to need to deal with this, and I believe this language contained in Mr. Issa's and my amendment today would do this. It's been well vetted. by the past two administrations, as well as industry stakeholders. It contains well-constructed exemptions for authorized intelligence activity. Further, the amendment does not create any new substantive criminal offenses or mandate prosecution in all cases. It merely grants the Justice Department the authority to prosecute U.S. government contractors and employees for a limited range of serious crimes as if they had been committed in the United States. So the National Defense Authorization Act offers an appropriate and timely opportunity to finally address the long overdue gap in contractor oversight and accountability. Strengthening oversight of contractors operating abroad on behalf of the United States will improve the credibility of our contracting system while providing our international partners with assurance that anyone who commits a crime while working on behalf of the United States government will be held accountable by that U.S. government. So I appreciate the chance to offer this amendment and thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Price, thank you very much. Mr. Foster, delighted that you're here. Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Today I'm asking the committee to make an order amendment number 292, which authorizes a study focusing on the minimization and elimination of highly enriched uranium in naval reactors and its possible replacement by low-enriched uranium. It's my belief that this amendment is supported by a majority and minority on HASC, and so I will be brief. In a recent letter addressed to attendees of the 2016 Nuclear Security Summit, a group of 35 Nobel Prize winners urged world leaders to transition away from the use of highly enriched uranium for all non-weapons purposes. The reasons for this are twofold. First, diversion of any highly enriched uranium stocks by terrorists poses an imminent threat to a terrorist-controlled nuclear weapon. Secondly, if the only use of highly enriched uranium is for nuclear weapons, then any nation that is caught, that claims not to be producing a nuclear weapon and is caught with even a trace amount of highly enriched uranium is sort of guilty by inspection. And hiding even a trace of highly enriched uranium is technically a difficult thing. And there is, I should mention, an ongoing technical assessment of the transition that's being carried out by the Jason Defense Advisory Panel. My amendment focuses on the nuclear proliferation concerns that the utilization of HEU presents. Specifically, the amendment would require the Director of National Intelligence, in consultation with the Secretaries of Defense, Secretary of Energy, and State, to submit to Congress a report that contains, first, an assessment on the current and future intentions of countries that are either producing HEU for naval reactors or considering the development of highly enriched uranium-based naval reactors. Secondly, an evaluation of security measures in each of those countries that they have in place or will need. Thirdly, an evaluation of whether or not having the United States commit to a program to develop low-enriched uranium for future naval reactors would have an impact on reducing nuclear proliferation. Mr. Chairman, highly enriched uranium is one of the most dangerous materials on Earth, and that is why the elimination of HEU globally has been a U.S. policy objective for a long time. And today, the largest remaining non-weapons use for highly enriched uranium is as fuel for naval propulsion reactors. The U.S. Navy, along with the United Kingdom's Royal Navy, almost exclusively use highly enriched uranium. Other navies, like the Russian Federation, the Indian Navy, used 40 to 50% enriched. The French Navy uses only 20% enriched, low-enriched uranium, including for their submarines. So the decision to commit the United States to a program to develop a low-enriched uranium fuel for future naval reactions is one that should not be taken lightly. We would be asking the Navy to do something that is technically very challenging and something that would likely increase the cost of our nuclear Navy. But it is something that we may wish to do nonetheless because of the improved proliferation risk around the world and our ability to detect and finger other countries who are attempting to build clandestine nuclear weapons. And as someone, I guess, as the last physicist in the United States Congress, I think we need to carefully consider the technical, the environmental, the economic, and the nuclear proliferation implications of this. And so my amendment would simply give Congress an essential piece of that puzzle. I urge the committee to make this amendment in order.
Ms. Foster, thank you very much. I note the presence of the gentleman from California and know that he is attached to the gentleman from North Carolina. With that said, I'm going to choose to have the gentleman please stay where he is, and we're going to go to the gentleman, Mr. Carter, and would recognize him. And then, Mr. Chairman, I would like to have you have your words of wisdom and us to engage you. Thank you. The gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I bring before you today two amendments. One that has to do with ensuring the safety of Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base in Camden County, Georgia. The second ensures that small pharmacies, small businesses, and small pharmacies in particular are included in the TRICARE prescription benefits program. First of all, let me commend the House Services Committee for the fine work that they've done on this bill. They are to be commended and applauded for their work. Amendment number 304 has to do with Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base, which is an integral part of our underseas capabilities that we have. It is home to the Atlantic Ballistic Missile Submarine Fleet. And south of that installation, Mr. Chairman, is a low-use general aviation airport, the St. Mary's Airport. The flight line takes civilian aircraft through or over Kings Bay, the property there at Kings Bay, and it poses a security risk. In fact, we've had some problems in the past. One significant problem that we had was some parachuters who unfortunately were errant in their aim and landed on within the facility itself and on the grounds. So that poses obviously a problem. We have had a couple of incidents like that, but it is a security problem. It poses a danger to our nuclear stockpile. This amendment would allow for the closure and for the relocation of the airport. Staff and I have worked with the Navy, with the OMB, with CBO, with the House Armed Services, and with T&I all on this. They're all in agreement, and everyone's on the same page with this. The Navy would be responsible for the airport's obligations, which they still do have some obligations, but the Navy has included that in their budget. In exchange, the Navy would get an easement on the airport, which would prevent aviation from being used there, but would allow for the development of the land. So it's a major priority for the Navy, and it actually gives two benefits. First of all, it protects the nuclear submarines, and secondly, it'll provide for new economic opportunities for the area. The second amendment is amendment number 378, which deals with a pilot program for TRICARE. This is a pilot program that extends additional discounts to TRICARE beneficiaries for prescription drugs filled at retail pharmacies. This amendment simply says that the retail pharmacies will include small businesses, small pharmacies. They will be included. This is very important, particularly for those veterans who are in rural areas where we have a number of small pharmacies, and that's all that is available. So this amendment just simply clarifies that small businesses will be included in this. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rice, Mr. Chairman, welcome. We're delighted that you're
Thank you.
Mr. Rice
You've already
previously
spoken.
had a chance to give a summary. We would encourage the gentleman, as he chooses, to give his testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know Mr. Collins is here. Our committee, my former committee, the Oversight Committee, looked into this issue at length. The Judiciary Committee has looked into it, and Mr. Bryce has an appropriate amendment to deal with two problems. One is telling foreign countries, as we set up status of forces agreements, that it's appropriate for our contractors to be covered in those status of forces agreements. Even when they're not covered, we do everything we can to evacuate personnel rather than have them in particularly unusual and often combat zones like Afghanistan and Iraq. At the same time, the effects for the United States of evacuating a contractor who is alleged to have done something wrong and then having them see no justice in the United States
It's bad from the Foreign Affairs Committee standpoint, it's bad from a good government standpoint, and from the American justice standpoint, from the judiciary standpoint, it's bad. And so the gentleman's amendment does essentially fixes all these problems. It lets foreign governments know that, in fact, Americans will be held to American justice, which is recognized around the world as both fair and can at times be severe. It lets contractors know that they will operate under U.S. law, including all laws, including foreign corruption laws, but it also allows for us to evacuate and deal in the United States with wrongdoing. It doesn't eliminate problems that DOD has, which is trying somebody under U.S. federal law is difficult, but it beats having to surrender a contractor or having contractors, as often happens, choose to have only foreign contractors in order to circumvent the possibility of an American being held in a foreign prison. So I think for all these reasons, it's a good, straightforward fix, and it does add to an earlier piece of legislation. This amendment was previously sent over. It simply did not become law. And I think for that reason, it's appropriate to send it over again and consider it in conference.
Thank you very much. This panel has now completed its testimony. I would ask, if I can, the committee to focus their attention upon the gentleman, Mr. Rangel, to ask if any of the members of this committee have a question for Mr. Rangel so that he's able to excuse himself. He's been here quite a long period of time. And I would ask if the gentleman from Colorado does not seek time. Is there any other member of the committee that does? Seeing none. Mr. Rangel, I want to personally thank you for the time that you have taken this afternoon, this evening, to be with us. The committee appreciates your testimony, but we are not seeking any further questions. The gentleman is excused as he chooses. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've got some questions. First of all, it would be for the gentleman, Mr. Price, or the gentleman, Mr. Issa. Is there a judiciary issue dealing with this that you have encountered in discussing this with the staff?
The amendment that we're discussing has been declared germane by the parliamentarian for this bill.
Yes, sir. That's not my question.
The jurisdiction, the Committee of Jurisdiction is the Judiciary Committee, and they have been informed that we're offering it.
Right,
here.
and I did speak to the chairman and to staff. You might not be surprised to find out that any time the U.S. Judiciary Committee finds that we can assert U.S. law over U.S. persons or actions on behalf of U.S. persons, the chairman is fully in support of it. So this is consistent with bringing to justice acts globally. And you might remember, Mr. Chairman, that when we went after, if you will, sex tourism, it was a good example of people not in the employment of the United States in which we asserted and got the world to assert jurisdiction over actions that people do outside the U.S. that would be illegal in the U.S. And so this is one that is much closer to home because these are people under the color of the U.S. government who commit crimes or are alleged to commit crimes, and our desire to bring them to U.S. justice, not just to evade foreign justice, but in fact to assert our jurisdiction. So this is consistent with judiciary. It's one of the reasons I was happy to co-sponsor the amendment.
Well, the only reason I say this, we've had you and Mr. Price approach me on the floor. I've gone back. I try and have conversations with staff who is in concert or at least in some bit of conversation with other staffs. And I don't know whether, I'm not suggesting which one because I don't know. Foreign Affairs perhaps had some issues, perhaps Judiciary, perhaps the jurisdiction of it being in Judiciary and us doing this in the Armed Services Committee. I'm not trying to misdirect you, nor am I trying to be misdirected, but I did not know if it dealt with something that might be in the line of extradition or some other matters that was confusing the issue. I simply want to let you know. I would encourage the gentleman to speak with Mr. Hubbard of my staff, who is sitting behind me. We attempted to get you a little bit earlier this evening, and lo and behold, you appeared. But I want you to know that there is not complete unanimity about an agreement with other people.
Well, I'll clear it with the other two committee chairmen, both of whom I serve.
I would appreciate some clarification if the gentleman's able to do that.
I'll be glad to.
And I'll let you take that as the words that we've got. I have a question, please, Ms. Gabbard.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's suppose you're not happy and I'm not happy with where we're headed in Syria. I think that's painfully obvious to the American people also. We're going to take this away. Are we replacing it with anything, or are we just saying, let's just get out of there? Are we saying?
No, I think
I don't know enough, and I wanted
Sure.
to engage you on that matter.
The issue with the simple reauthorization, which is included in the measure, it continues the same failed problem of putting our taxpayer dollars, our special forces on the ground towards a mission whose objective is not clear. It's going to help overthrow Assad. It's going to defeat ISIS. What happened to defeating al-Qaeda, al-Nusra in Syria in particular? We have continuously run into problems in this country when we embark on missions that don't have clear objectives. This is a basic, military or leadership 101.
And as a warrior, you know that most of all. How you explain this to your troops as a battlefield
How you explain it to your troops,
officer.
but understanding as leaders, we have to exercise foresight and realize the consequences of these policies. So while my amendment simply repeals it removes the reauthorization, which doesn't, the current authorization expires on December 31st of this year. We're in the middle of May right now. So it's more important for us to make sure that our taxpayer dollars are going towards meeting the objective of the mission, which I believe is defeating our enemy, which is ISIS and al-Qaeda, the mission that was set out after 9/11, not going towards a counterproductive mission that Congress has not authorized to remove yet another bad dictator to the end state of yet more disasters, as we've seen in Iraq and Libya and other places. So it's important that we debate this, but that if we can take this out of the NDAA, go through that process and work to help those who are fighting against ISIS on the ground, local fighters, but make it clear what that mission is.
So I might say it in a way that I might get wrong, but I'll let you clarify. The Defense Department, Mr. President, it's not working. Can you please rework this angle that you've got and notify Congress so that we have an idea what the plan is? And most of all, let's tell the American people, but at least our men and women who are there trying to support this effort.
That's right. And notify Congress, but earn the support of the American people through Congress before we allow this further reauthorization of a mission that has been a colossal failure and has resulted in greater loss of life and a worse humanitarian situation
Worse
on the
humanitarian,
ground.
for sure.
Exactly.
I must confess, do you sit on armed services?
I do.
I must confess, a full year ago, we said to the President of the United States, you need to give us a policy. You need to give us something to where we have an understanding. We're not going to be mean. We're just going to say, can you please do it? Were we ever provided with that, or was it just a de facto answer? We're going to provide support to the Middle East, and as we see terrorists pop up, we'll move forward.
In my opinion,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
has been provided has not been a clear objective and a strategy to achieve that objective, which is at the core of what is the problem here, that we're waging these two wars that are actually counterproductive and working against those objectives of the two separate wars.
Well, I'll tell you, it must be terribly, terribly difficult for a person who spent their time in the military. I did not, but I went over on a trip, Foreign Fighter Task Force, and was in Jordan and engaged 2 years ago our assets that we have over there, and said, if the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians can figure out their plan, why can't you explain to me in a secure location where we are?
Correct. And some of the indications that we've got, that we've gotten from the Secretary of Defense in particular last year with reference to this program is quote, "We'll see how it goes." There's too much at stake here for that to be the
I'll tell you what else.
plan.
I think our Secretary Ash Carter is far better than that.
Yeah.
And so it would lead me to believe somebody doesn't want to come forthright on that plan. Okay.
I appreciate your consideration.
I more fully understand where you're coming
Thank
from,
you.
but appreciate and respect the committee and what they're trying to accomplish. Also, the last part, was this debated in the committee?
It was debated for a short time, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I think I've got that down. Darrell, you're going to do your stuff. Mr. Foster, boy howdy, I'm going to look at yours again. But I appreciate you being here, and I understand it. Mr. Carter, I've got yours too. Mr. Polis, do you seek time? No. Mr. Polis does not seek time. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, the veteran of the United States Air Force, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Several things. One, Dulcie and I, this is one of the, I'd had higher hopes for this plan. You and I talked about this, as it was going through, and I thought actually we'd go actually find real folks who wanted to fight. You got the Kurds, you got others. I mean, there's actually ones over here who want to fight, but yet we went seemingly, but this administration betrayed the trust of us who wanted to see something actually done, and also a bigger role that we know we need to play over there. And I think that's a concern. So I'm supportive of what you're trying to do here. And I think the other one from my friend, Mr. Ice Price, is something that we can look at. So I'm supportive. But I do want to make one comment, especially in regards to something Mr. Carter and I have faced, and that is dealing with not only the St. Mary's issue as another Georgian. That is an issue that we need to take. St. Mary's is a great base and an asset not only to our United States, but also in the Georgia area. But this issue of the pharmacies and having our community pharmacists be a part of this, I have come to this committee before. We've had these times, and I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it now, but we have really just a plague that is infested this area of not only the TRICARE, not only in our coming from the PBMs, the pharmacy benefit managers, and I know right now those that may be watching, there's a massive alarm going off because we're talking about this again. But our community pharmacists are being put out of business basically because of the practices of 3 large companies. And they've gotten their hand into this DOD issue here with TRICARE. We just want the small businesses, the community pharmacists to be a part of this. I agree completely with this amendment and would like to see that because really in those rural areas and other areas where they're not able to, this is one of the vital links. We talk about it all the time, healthcare up here. The vital links of healthcare, not only the doctor and the patient and the nurses, it's the pharmacists, it's the community providers. And if we lose our community pharmacists because we're turning a blind eye to what's going on in this situation, Mr. Chairman, we're going to be in trouble. And so I would just put my name, especially behind this amendment. I think it's a good amendment. It's a solid amendment that just simply says, let's give everybody a chance. Let's don't, because you have size, you can block everybody else out. And again, I appreciate the ones, everybody coming. But again, Mr. Governor, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. As a matter of fact, Ann Maxwell from Frankston, Texas, who is a pharmacist in Frankston, Texas, has spent time with me, and I did during her day, actually talk to veterans and talk to former members of the Department of Defense about their needs. She took a lot of time, a pharmacist, certainly out of Kingsville, Texas. Nikki Harrell, a friend of mine, Nick, does the exact same thing. They're local community pharmacists who are trying to do the right thing, and I appreciate the gentleman bringing that up. Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Georgia, the gentleman who handles these bills for the Rules Committee and really has done a super job not only in vetting these issues and ideas, but will defend this on the floor tomorrow. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say just a couple of things. One is I appreciate Mr. Price and Mr. Issa bringing forth their amendment. I think the policy that they're trying to state is a very important one for the United States. I really want to comment on Ms. Gabbard's. I sat on the committee. I voted for the authorization in 2014 very reluctantly because I think at the time you actually said the same things then that you said today, and you didn't vote for it because you followed your convictions on that. And I think everything you predicted then proved to be true. And it pains me to say that because that's not a good thing. The other things you said is also the case is that we're in conflict. The president says he wants to overthrow the Assad regime and he wants to defeat ISIS. Unfortunately, That's like going in two different directions. And you know better than the rest of us, you can't do that and win a conflict. And that's where we are. And this all gets back, and you said this too, we don't have a strategy for succeeding in Syria. And because we don't have a strategy, the Congress is trying to figure out on its own how to put together an AUMF, and that doesn't work. I think we've proven that. So it seems to me if the administration would come forward with a true strategy, and what they sent to the committee, you and I both agree, it's not a strategy. It's words on a piece of paper to satisfy a statutory obligation. And the only reason they submitted that was I basically browbeat the Secretary in complying with what the law required. I mean, it was embarrassing we had to do that. But it didn't give us a strategy. So now Congress is trying to fulfill the role of the Commander-in-Chief, which is not only constitutionally questionable, but I just think practically it won't work. So until we get a strategy from the Commander-in-Chief, it's hard for us to put together an AUMF. It's hard for us to figure out what exactly we should authorize. But the quandary I'm in, this is a quandary I was in 2014 when we took this up. If we don't do that, what do we do? And I don't think the American people want us to do nothing. And so the problem for the committee, the problem for the Congress is that we're trying to follow along behind the Commander-in-Chief who can't really make up his mind. And so we have a policy that's not clear as it should be. I am very sympathetic to your amendment. I agree with everything that you said. I'm just worried where we end up if we don't have anything. And I don't know if you had any thought to say, yeah, but we would have something else that would make me feel a little better about that. Sure, I want you to respond.
Thank you. I appreciate your perspective and the experience that you bring to this issue. And it is an important question of if not this, then what? And I think we can look to the successes that we've seen in both Iraq and Syria against ISIS and different al-Qaeda groups or factions, in that there are local fighters on the ground in these countries, respectively, that have proven that we can work with them, that if we provide them with the adequate arms and equipment, that they have the heart to fight and defeat ISIS. And that is what we should continue to do. In Syria specifically, we have proven the Kurds in the north. We have this coalition now building up with the Arab fighters who are focused on defeating ISIS and taking back and holding territory. And that's where I think we should absolutely focus our resources. And if it's a matter of changing language of an authorization to make it clear, this objective is to fight against ISIS, al-Qaeda, Nusra, and these other jihadist groups in Syria, then there is a very focused effort on where our dollars are going and who is going to be the recipient of those dollars. The problem with this is it's not clear. The objective is not clear in the reauthorization. We've been told by DIA and DOD that, well, they're only going to be fighting against ISIS, but there's no level of confidence that that's the case. And when you look at the so-called moderate opposition fighters that they're arming, especially the brigades who are not being vetted or screened in any way, we have to address the issue of al-Qaeda strategically infiltrating and integrating themselves deeply into Syrian society and community, and the fact that we are then arming al-Qaeda. And all of this under the auspices of the post-9/11 AUMF, saying, well, we're actually supposed to be defeating al-Qaeda and its affiliates. What to speak of the issue that you brought up, that objective of overthrowing Assad is diametrically opposed to the objective of defeating ISIS, because ISIS and al-Qaeda want to overthrow Assad so they can take over Syria. So if we're successful in this war to overthrow the Syrian government of Assad, who's going to step in? It's ISIS and al-Qaeda and these other groups who are positioning themselves and fighting to be able to do so because they are the strongest ones on the ground. And that's the issue that I see with this and where we need to go. We can focus it. We can create language similar to what we've done in Iraq with providing direct assistance to the Kurds in the north. We can do something similar. We can continue supporting these trusted local fighters on the ground who share our objective of defeating our enemy.
Mr. Chairman, what you've just heard is a clearly articulated strategy for winning in the Middle East. And that's the one thing we have not gotten from this administration. And if they would just do that, it would make all the difference in the world in what we're doing over there. So I appreciate Ms. Gabbard having the courage to come in here and having the courage to vote the way she feels. Because the rest of us on the committee were saying, no, we're going to kind of go along. I appreciate your voice. I appreciate your vote. And I just wish we had more people in the administration listening and following what you're saying. So thank you for being here. I appreciate what you're doing.
In fairness, I will say to the gentlewoman, notwithstanding, you're exactly correct, that there is some bit of content when speaking about your amendment that wishes, not that it was a year or two ago, as the gentleman, because your voice was clear. I believed you at the time, I believe you today, but rather that as this administration winds down, a commitment by a new nominee, whoever that might be. I think I could guess who the two presumptive nominees might be. I would think that they need to begin developing this sort of strategic discussion by themselves with the American people, because I believe, me personally, I believe that in an isolated box, we've said the administration. I think they've had their whack at the ball and failed miserably. I think it will take a dialogue with the American people. It takes a proposal, and that's what you're suggesting. But I hope and would encourage, from a policy perspective, and expect that our new presidential nominees, one who has claims to have extensive knowledge on how to handle these things, would come up with a clear, innovative policy, and one who probably is not as far along, but who could seek out and gather perhaps the forces to explain this to American people, what's in our best interest. So I'm not going to say you're right or wrong. All I'm saying is I hope that responsibility also rests with others who are seeking to lead this great nation. And I think it is on us, and I think you have spoken well. And I will be blunt, I think this committee admires you a lot. So if you ever get tired of the Armed Services Committee, well, maybe Jared is not interested in leaving at this time.
Oh, no.
So maybe I should be real careful. Yes, sir.
Would you yield for a moment so I can ask another question?
Gentleman's recognized.
No, thank you. Yeah, I had a follow-up question to that. And I also oppose the Syria Train and Equip program, and I think the evidence that's indicates that it's a tactical failure as well as a strategic failure, and you address the strategic aspect of it. I was wondering if you could briefly address about how much we spent and about how many people actually got trained under this program.
Yeah, sure. I spoke about this a little bit earlier. There are many examples of how and where this program has failed. The initial $500 million that Congress authorized, in short, ultimately resulted in 54 trained men who proved to be completely ineffective. Many were either kidnapped or killed or deserted, leaving, 5, 6, 7?
So I think, again, the reason I think we can win this vote, and I hope the amendment this is allowed, is, of course, last time, unfortunately, I did not vote on the prevailing side. I voted not to give this authorities, even those who believe that strategically we should be doing something or more. Clearly, this has not worked. It has cost $500 million, and maybe there's 7 people fighting ISIL as a result. And obviously, that has not worked. So I'm hopeful that this will go to the floor. I will be able to vote again against this authority. I'm hopeful that my colleagues will reconsider who voted in favor of that authority last time, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Once again, this panel has provided us with thoughtful ideas, not only about the current issues and the things which need to be done, but also looking ahead. And I want to thank each of you very much. Thank you very much. The chairman would also recognize the gentleman from Calvert, Texas, the gentleman, Mr. Tucker Anderson, also I know of Dallas. Mr. Anderson served me as a legislative director for a number of years. And Mr. Anderson, I want you to know how pleased we are to see you back visiting Washington, D.C., and I hope Hope you enjoy this opportunity back at the Rules Committee. Thank you very much, sir. We'd go to the next panel, and I would notify the gentleman, Mr. Mulvaney, we actually did call your name, and you stepped out for a minute. The gentleman, Mr. Mulvaney, the gentleman, Ms. Waters from California, the gentleman, Ms. Jackson Lee from Texas. If you would please.
Mr. Chair, this being the last panel, but possibly I would request to join it as well to discuss my amendment.
I would ask that the gentleman join as he chooses. Thank you very much. Maxine, you got to watch this guy. He's down here just to create all sorts of havoc again. Be careful down here. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. We're delighted that you all four are here without objection. Anything you have in writing will be entered the record. And the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm here to request that the Rules Committee make an order on amendments to H.R. 2049, the National Defense Authorization Act, and waive all points of order against the amendments. My amendments to the NDA are threefold. Amendment 108 requires from the GAO a 5-year study and report on DOD contracting of minority and women-owned businesses. Amendment, oh, thank you. Shall I start over again? Did you hear me? You heard me.
I heard amendment number 108, study of DOD women and minorities, a study that you were seeking information on.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
That's Amendment 108.
Yes, ma'am.
Amendment 28 aims to bring justice back to veterans who have lost their benefits following the closure of or allegation of fraud against a for-profit institution of higher education. And of course, Amendment 29 addresses the allocation of DOD service contracts at historically black colleges and universities. Let me quickly try and wrap this up by saying the First Amendment that we're requesting from the GAO, this study, it is very important that we understand how to make contracting in DOD and even other government agencies accessible to minorities and women. We know that for far too long, they have not been able to have access or be able to even respond to requests for proposal. And if they have, oftentimes been up against big companies who are able to spend millions of dollars responding to these requests for proposals. And so I would just ask that you support, and this committee support, the basic idea that we open up opportunity, and we're not asking for anything to be given to anybody. We're not asking that people don't compete. We're asking that the competition is fair and that the outreach is done so that people know about it, they have access to the opportunity to respond. And that's what that's all about. It's a study. 28, of course, is self-explanatory, bringing justice back to veterans. You know, I have been fighting against private post-secondary schools that literally rip off our citizens. And of course, everyone knows about what has happened with the veterans who use their veterans benefits to try and get a career, to get trained. And they respond oftentimes to these advertisements and all of this outreach that's done to them. Come to our private post-secondary school. We will train you. You will get a career. We'll guarantee you a job. And of course, it doesn't happen. Too often, it does not happen. As you know, we have worked very hard. And one of the well-known private post-secondary schools, Corinthian, is out of business now because they simply were just taking the government's money and not providing real opportunity for these veterans. And we just think that that the veterans should have a way by which to have some justice done in these cases. And of course, the last one, Amendment 28, that addresses the allocation of DOD service contracts, we're simply saying we know that STEM education is extremely important, and that to the degree we have STEM education, we will have have young people in particular and people in our society. We will help to make them more competitive. We know that the future is about engineering and the other kinds of professions that fall under STEM education. And we would simply ask that you take a special look at the historically black colleges and universities and make every effort to make sure that they're included. That's what this is all about. So I would ask that they be made in order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Thank you to the Rules Committee for your patience and for your consideration of my amendments, and I will speak to 4 of them, of which I wish to offer and would ask for consideration and approval of these amendments being in order. The first amendment, 349, deals with the Zika virus, and I want to make clear that this amendment in particular, along with another one, we worked with the Armed Services Committee for the language and made the appropriate changes that they so desired. Number 349 calls for a report on vaccines or treatments for emerging tropical diseases such as the Zika virus for armed forces members and their dependents. I'm a member of the Homeland Security Committee, and early on we've had hearings in Houston on the Zika epicenter potential for the United States and what we need to be doing. The report would be critical to the DoD's capability to support the rapid development, production, and deployment of vaccines or treatments for tropical viruses such as Ebola and Zika to protect our first line of defense, our service persons and their families, to put their lives in danger to protect us from human and human and nature-based issues. Very briefly, the United States will expect, according to the CDC, travel-associated Zika virus disease cases 472, locally acquired vector-borne cases reported 472, through pregnant 44, sexually transmitted 10, Guillain-Barré syndrome 1. U.S. territories, travel-associated cases 3, locally acquired cases 658, total 661, and pregnant 59, Guillain-Barré syndrome 5. So travelers who are carrying the Zika virus may be a major source, but more importantly, our armed forces who may be in areas that would have the greatest impact. I believe it's very important to include them, to have this report for the Pentagon to be most effective in how they would handle our armed forces wherever they might be. My second amendment and third amendment I'll put together, amendment number 109 and number 345, amendments that I have submitted previously and very committed to, and that is calling for increased collaboration between the Department of Defense and the National Institutes of Health to combat triple-negative breast cancer, which is found to be one of the most deadly strains of breast cancer, and particularly women of all ethnic backgrounds, but particularly Hispanics and African Americans. This amendment has passed before, and I am very, very interested in making sure that the best communication research between the DoD and the National Institutes of Health takes place. This amendment was submitted before as well, and that is the continued recognition of post-traumatic stress disorder is even coming after individuals have returned home from the battlefield. Maybe not the first year, but it's the second year, and it is armed force related, and therefore I've asked for authorization of $2.5 million in additional funding to combat post-traumatic stress disorder. Being a state which you come from, Mr. Chairman, know that we have a sizable amount of individuals that come back from Iraq, Afghanistan, in this case with Special Forces, Syria, and elsewhere, that we do have a high number, and it is certainly not just to Texas, but all over the nation. Lastly, I want to speak to amendment number 111. And before I came to the Rules Committee, I was delayed because I was meeting with individuals who had just returned from Nigeria to speak of the heinousness of Boko Haram. Boko Haram is now spread to Niger, Chad. This family was speaking about the fact that their whole homestead had been destroyed by Boko Haram, which is not just lending its violence to Christians now, it is Muslims, mosques, churches, businesses. So my amendment expands an amendment I offered last year, and I consulted with the staff of the Armed Services Committee to include more countries that have now been affected by Boko Haram in the Lake Chad Basin, which I mentioned, covers contiguous nations in that region, Nigeria, Cameroon, Nigeria, and Chad. Specifically, my amendment calls for a report on our efforts to combat Boko Haram in Nigeria and the countries in the Lake Chad Basin by way of provision of technical training and evidence-gathering strategies, to name a few. We are limited by the Leahy Amendment, but there is the Africa Command, which I met with when I went to Nigeria. They're very eager to be supportive in trying to stem the Boko Haram is now just literally taken over the northern part of Nigeria and all the surrounding areas. They have vastly expanded. They're extensively violent. They have no limitations on their violence. And they are obviously on our terrorist list, but they've now, as all of you know, supported and have joined in with ISIL. This report can be critical in our efforts to empower and complement the efforts of the Multinational Joint Task Force. The amendment also condemns the action of Boko Haram and urges the President to ensure accountability for crimes against humanity committed by Boko Haram against the Nigerian people and their neighbors in the Lake Chad Basin. I won't continue, but it's almost similar to the Nuremberg trials by way of analogy, wherein no effort was spared to ensure the dastardly persons and acts that occurred in World War II against the many populations, including the Jewish population. No act of effort was spared. In this instance, they're killing with random abandonment. There's no justice court, there's nothing. And so any way that we can contribute to these individuals being stopped or brought to justice, I believe is very important. I just want to make this last point. No person, whether they travel to a battlefield, later return to their native country, should have the freedom to kill without penalty. So I ask for the Rules Committee's consideration. I thank you and yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. You know what? I sometimes overuse mine too. Yeah. Thank you very much. Mr. Mulvaney, I'm delighted that you are here and this committee values your testimony. You're up here often, but when you're here, you have good things to say. The gentleman's recognized.
I thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. As usual, I won't take a lot of your time. I apologize. The first of two amendments doesn't have a number on it. It strikes section 1215B1. The language is fairly simple that I seek to strike. It reads as follows. It is the sense of Congress that the President should authorize at least 9,800 United States troops to continue the train, advise, and assist in counterterrorism missions in Afghanistan after 2016. So essentially, it's the sense of Congress that we should keep at least 9,800 troops in Afghanistan after 2016. I have no idea what that means. Does that mean in 2020, in 2030, in 2040? That's after 2016. But more importantly, I have no idea if that's the right number, and my guess is we don't either. So the First Amendment seeks to simply strike that. Certainly doesn't speak to the overwhelming issues of the bill. The Second Amendment, which is number 114, may be one that you might be familiar with because I offered the exact same thing last year. This goes back to a request that the Bush administration made in 2010 regarding defining what OCO means, what it means to be an overseas contingency operation, both in terms of the geographic area and the actual use of the funds. And I apologize to my colleagues for having my back turned to them. But the Bush administration said, look, we need to know what OCO is. If it's here, is it OCO? If it's over there, is it not? If it's this type of expenditure, is it? If it's that type, it's not. And the reason I would hope it's not too controversial is that I believe we voiced this last year. In fact, I agreed to voice this last year with the understanding that it would make it through the conference. It didn't. So this year, I'd like a vote on it. Same exact amendment. It simply says, look, in order to be OCO, it has to be spent in these areas, or it has to be for these uses. For munitions, for example, it has to be replenishment of munitions expended in combat operations in theater. That would be something I think we all think is OCO. But I think we all know that OCO has been abused in the past. In fact, I think now we openly say that we're moving money out of the base budget and into the OCO in order to avoid certain budgetary limitations. And I just think that's wrong. In fact, what I actually thought about doing this, Mr. Chairman, was just getting rid of the OCO budget entirely. Let's just get rid of it. and let's go ahead and appropriate in the base defense budget for the defense of the nation, whether or not that means in Afghanistan or not, and in against ISIS or not. But let's get rid of this concept of having this off-budget expenditure. It still counts against the deficit, but it doesn't count against any of our spending caps. Didn't do that this year. Thinking about maybe I should have, but it's too late to do that now. So I'm trying to simply say is, look, let's all agree on what OCO is. And if there's money that we all agree really is part of the war effort, let's treat it as such. But if there's places where the OCO budget is abused in order to avoid budget caps, let's all get together and maybe say that's not such a hot idea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. That's a large undertaking. Mr. Polis, we're delighted that you have taken the afternoon to be with us and now have placed yourself before the committee. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I have two amendments that I'm the lead sponsor on and one that I co-sponsor that I want to address briefly. First, my amendment number 189 with Barbara Lee would simply reduce the base Defense Department budget by 1%. It would exempt the military and National Guard personnel account, but it would give broad discretion to the Commander-in-Chief in how to allocate these cuts. That's about $5 billion. Again, the amount that the Overseas Contingency Fund that is taken out is $18 billion. So this would effectively allow for about a third of that excess funding above the Budget Control Act to be replaced by cuts to the proposed authorization that are decided by the President, and I'm hopeful that'll be made in order. My second amendment is 174. This amendment would provide a study. I was disappointed when the HASC committee acted to block the shutdown of the Navy's 10th Air Wing. Despite the Navy's recommendation, the Navy wanted to reallocate those assets to a 9-carrier fleet rather than a 10-carrier fleet. Unfortunately, HASC blocked that, even though the Naval Air Force head, Vice Admiral Mike Shoemaker, said restructuring the 9 carrier wings is the most efficient use of those operational forces to meet global requirements. And this is one of those instances where, again, something was foisted on the Navy operationally that they did not want and did not need. My amendment does not undo that, but what it simply does is it requires a study. No later than 180 days, the Secretary of Defense will submit to Congress a report on the impact of changes to existing carrier Air Force wing structure and the impact of reduction to 9 carrier wings from 10 carrier wings. So I'm hopeful that this information will be actionable in the future by Congress, by the Navy, to help reach an outcome that optimizes our national defense dollars. The final amendment I want to address is my amendment with Mr. Quigley, number 153. It increases funding for the Israeli anti-tunnel defense system by $21 million by decreasing funding for the W-84 life extension program by the same amount. The W-84 life extension program was funded significantly above the level requested. This simply reduces that and increases the funding for the Israeli anti-tunnel defense system to closer to a level that has been appropriated in prior cycles, and there is, I think, a bipartisan desire to do that. So again, I'm trying to find areas where we have our body foisting additional expenditures on the military that the military itself doesn't want, and trying to address those through amendment, either by allowing discretionary cuts in the case of my first amendment, allowing a study to determine what it would look like to move to 9 carrier wings in the second case, and finally to decrease funding for the W-84 nuclear warhead life extension program, which was funded above and beyond the level requested. Happy to yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Waters, you spoke about an opportunity. Are historical black colleges today not included, or do they not receive as much attention as you'd like for them to get?
Basically, what I'm saying is take a look at the way black colleges and universities have not been included, and give some consideration to that.
So they're getting nothing, by and large, many of the traditionally African-American universities.
I beg your pardon?
You're saying that they are not included today, they're not receiving as much as you believe they
They're
should.
not receiving monies that are directed towards STEM education.
They're
and
not receiving.
receiving resources that would promote STEM education in these colleges and universities.
Right.
It is the way of the future.
Oh, yes.
And if we are to close the wealth gap and to get people competitive, working with the new technology, et cetera, it is extremely important that this education be made available, and we would ask that a special look be given and given consideration.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. The gentleman, Mr. Woodall.
Mr. Chairman, I support a number of these amendments, but I do not have any questions.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Louisville, Texas does not seek time. The colonel from the United States Army. The gentleman from Ohio does not seek time. The gentleman from the United States Air Force seeks time. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take
Yes,
long,
sir.
but this is an area which Mr. Mulvaney and I have had many conversations on this OCO issue. This OCO issue is something that needs to be dealt with. It's got to be dealt with. We have simply put this off way too long. What is OCO funding? What's not OCO funding? What we're doing, and let's just sort of be honest here with this, is that we're playing with the caps. We're putting in contingency. We're putting in OCO funding so we don't have to count it toward spending that we have on regular budget item. I mean, that's just the problem. What that does is it presents an interesting conflict of events and saying, are we actually spending money for normal operations that should be in the budget? And I get it. This is a hard time. I mean, we're spending issues. We got folks who don't want to cut domestic. We got folks who don't want to cut defense. But we need to have these items in an honest look ahead where not only the Defense Department knows what they can spend, but we also have raised basically almost a generation of a complete set of officers that have came in since 2001 that have no concept of what a true budgeted appropriation looks like. They have no clue. Because when you look at it, you got your budget defense and you got OCO over here, and they have just sort of subsidized each other. And we've got to learn to live within our budgeted means and do OCO for what OCO is. So that, from that perspective, this is something we've had a long conversation. And it doesn't put me in any perspective. I just don't like to spend what I consider general maintenance funds and OCO funds. And it does. And being in the military, and I know many of I've talked to, it doesn't mean we're wanting to back away from our commitment. In fact, I want to up. There's a lot of things I want to plus up in our military side, and especially in the Middle East. But doing it this way is just basically a shell game, and I just appreciate at least getting the definitional issue of this going, and just had to step in and say that. And I do appreciate the rest of the folks, and of course our colleague from Rules presenting as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Byrne, you have a chance to defend this product tomorrow. Gentleman does not seek time. We all have opinions. Boy, I have mine too. You know, I thought when we first did OCO, it really was a reserve account for the right reason. It became something different than what we thought it should be. And I really do believe that we need a reserve fund for things that can flare up that we're really not seeing today, just in case. Just in case, because we do funding off current operations that we can see. But it didn't turn into that, and I'm delighted, Mr. Mulvaney, not only that you've undertaken that effort, but achieved it and shared that with other members. I want to thank this last panel. If you'll please leave anything you've got in writing for our awesome friend and stenographer who's here this evening to close up shop. She's going to have to stick around a while because we're not done. But this is the last panel, and I want to thank you very much for your participation, for your hours that you have waited. And Maxine, good to see you, kid.
Good to see you always,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman.
much. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, the committee would now welcome any member who would wish to engage the Rules Committee on our effort in dealing with the bill, which is H.R. 4909, National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2017. The chairman would, without objection, add the statements from the gentleman, Mr. Don Young of Alaska, the gentleman from Windsor, Colorado, Mr. Ken Buck. Both will be entered into the record on behalf of statements that these young gentlemen would wish to give us. Gentleman from Colorado.
I have two additional statements from our dear friend and colleague, Mr. Hastings, regarding Amendment 24 and 206 that I'd like to submit to the record.
Without objection, we'll get that done also. And thank you very much. Okay, we have now completed a number of hours' worth of work. The chairman does not see any member who is seeking to be recognized, nor have I heard of any. So this closes the hearing portion of H.R. 4909, the National Defense Authorization Act, fiscal year 2017. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take some time. I would encourage Republican members to take a few minutes, and let's go back and let's talk about this action. It's going to take the staff a little bit to compile and arrange things that we will be presenting to the committee. The gentleman, if he would choose to walk in and partake of a piece of pizza, would be welcome to do that. Our awesome stenographer would be welcome to do that. Otherwise, we're going to be subject to the call of the chair that I would anticipate would be at least an hour.
Chair, I was asking what would the notice what notice are we expecting to have prior to the call, after the call?
Generally speaking, what we do is we give a 15-minute heads up.
Okay. I think on our side, we'll be happy to waive the hour and allow for 15 minutes.
That would be great. Generally speaking, we try and notify you when we know we're going to do it in about 15 minutes, then you tell us, but we will stay in touch with you. But I would anticipate that it would be at least, it's now 8:20 p.m. in Washington. I would anticipate that we would be back at about 9:20. So here we go. Thank you very much. Subject to the call, the chair of the Rules Committee will now has completed his business. You guys got time? Rules Committee to come to order, and thank you very much for rejoining us this evening after the break. I want to acknowledge my beautiful wife Karen is here with us, and honey, thank you for being here, and her dear friend, the Honorable Sarah Sprinkle, also a member of the City Commission, and Sarah, I'm delighted that you're here. Okay, the chair will be in receipt. Let me announce this. We've got 2 rules tonight. We're going to go through one, finish that off, and then go to the second rule. The first rule will be H.R. 4909, the National Defense Authorization Act for 2017, and the second rule, H.R. 4974, Military Construction, Veteran Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act 2017, and also on that rule, H.R. 5243, Zika Response Appropriations Act 2016. Chair will now be in receive the first motion from the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina, Virginia Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant a structured rule for further consideration of H.R. 4909, National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2017. The rule provides for no further general debate. The rule makes an order only those further amendments printed in the report and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of the resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in the report or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of the rule. Section 3 of the rule provides that it shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions.
You've now heard the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Vice Chairman of the committee. The chair will now be in receipt of any amendments or discussion. Gentlewoman, seek time.
I'll make it official with
Gentlewoman is
the
recognized.
amendment here. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee grant H.R. 4909 an open rule so that all members have the opportunity to offer amendments to the bill on the floor. I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you very much. Committee is well aware of the impact of that request. Discussion. Seeing none, gentleman is recognized.
I think an open rule would be great. It would allow for a discussion of an AUMF, and I think that the authorization language, there was some proposed. I actually haven't checked yet to see which, if any, are allowed, but the key thing is with open process, we can have several different versions of the authorization for the use of military force presented. We can have compromises reached in real time, and I think that would be the main reason. I would hope my colleagues agree that if we want to get to an authorization of the use of military force, an open process is the most realistic way to do it. Happy to yield to
Yeah, no, I
Massachusetts.
reviewed the rule. There were no amendments.
None?
That would
Wow.
allow us to debate an AUMF.
So I think it's clear we should go with the open rule, or else we won't even be able to have the debate because it looks like none of the amendments were allowed. And I'm happy to yield back.
On page 1 of the amendments, and I'd like to refer back to panel, I think, number 4. Barbara Lee, in particular, had a really good argument. And so you will note that Barbara Lee repeals the 2001 AUMF after 90 days of enactment of this act, and it allows and begins a discussion.
Yeah, and that's good.
In the scheme of things,
Yeah.
I believe it's generally conceded that the Foreign Affairs Committee, we believe, has the bulk of the jurisdiction. And I believe the gentleman, Ed Royce, the chairman of the committee, has acknowledged this. I believe the Speaker has acknowledged this, and I would anticipate, not promising, because I'm not doing that tonight, but believe that when the appropriate committees come forth, they will be doing that.
If Mr. McGovern been in order, we wouldn't have needed to worry about that.
Well, if we just make an open rule, we just take everything
That's another
on.
good reason for it.
Well, if the gentleman would yield just.
I would.
Barbara Lee's amendment repeals an existing AUMF. It does nothing that would require that we deal with an AUMF that would cover the wars that we're fighting now in Iraq and Syria and a lot of other places.
I hope the gentleman knows that we took into account her amendment.
Right, and so that was what the gentleman was referring to, is about an AUMF to deal with the current wars. And I appreciate the gentleman's clarification that the Foreign Affairs Committee often is the place where AUMFs are drafted. However, the amendment that I offered basically wouldn't have required that the Armed Services Committee drafted an AUMF. It would simply say if Congress has not enacted an AUMF, then we no longer provide the money for these wars. So, not only was my amendment germane, it was also sensitive to the fact that there's a dispute over who should be drafting it, the Armed Services Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, and that was not made in order. But I'll talk about that when I.
Well, and in the spirit in which you said this, Mr. McGovern, because you've been pretty straightforward about this for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Very straightforward about it. I believe that what I'm responding to is I believe that the Foreign Affairs Committee is taking up the action. Mr. Polis.
Yeah, and I think, well, of course, there'll be a vote on the Barbara Lee amendment, and I hope it passes, and I'll certainly support it. I think that the problem is that many of us believe that the current conflict isn't even covered by the 2001 AUMF, and so having it lapse puts us in the same situation where there's an unauthorized military engagement that's occurring.
I'm trying to be straight up. You've been straight up to me. I think that the Foreign Affairs Committee has the jurisdiction, the bulk of the jurisdiction, and I believe the Speaker has spoken.
And
I believe.
And they should do it. But I was told that last year, and I was told that the year before.
You were not told by the Speaker that.
It was 6 months ago.
That was 6 months
we
ago.
wrote a letter to the Speaker who promised
when
that
a
one of
new
the first
speaker.
things that it would be brought up immediately this year.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been. So I've been being promised, we've all been promised, just wait and see, wait and see. It never happened. I think it comes a time when we have to take some responsibility. But I will offer an amendment later on when it's appropriate.
Okay. We have an amendment on the floor. The gentlewoman's. We're in discussion, further discussion. Seeing none, the vote will now be on the Slaughter Amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it. No. Gentlewoman asked for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? No. Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendments not agreed to, not amendment to. Further amendment or discussion, gentleman from Massachusetts.
I have a couple of amendments. My first amendment is I move that the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to H.R. 4909 by Representative Davis, number 91, which would exclude basic allowance for housing from the calculation for SNAP to help feed 30,000 service members and their families, who quite right now, because of the way it is calculated, end up being denied SNAP and therefore find themselves in a situation where they and their families are food insecure.
Discussion. Seeing none, the vote will now be on the motion amendment from the gentleman from Massachusetts. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman asked for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? No. Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? No. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings, Mr. Polis. Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment's not agreed to for the amendment or discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the
Chairman's
rule.
recognized.
I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for my amendment to H.R. 4909, number 147, which would prohibit funds for deployment of U.S. Armed Forces to Iraq or Syria to address the threat of the Islamic State after April 30th, 2017, unless an AUMF for such purposes has been enacted. This is a bipartisan amendment offered by myself, Representative Jones, Garamendi, Yoho, Lee of California, and Cicilline. And let me make one thing very clear. This amendment is not an AUMF. There is not one single syllable in this amendment that reflects the language of an AUMF. And I realize that the distinguished chairman was very clear that the AUMF amendments were not the jurisdiction of the Armed Services Committee, but rather the Foreign Affairs Committee. But this amendment is not an AUMF. This amendment only prohibits the obligation and expenditures of funds after April 30th. That's the chairman of the Armed Services chosen date for the cutoff of OCO funding for all the wars and military conflicts in which the U.S. is currently engaged for the deployment of U.S. Armed Forces to Iraq and Syria to combat ISIS unless an authorization for that purpose has been enacted. And quite simply, if you want the money to fight a war, then pass an AUMF. This amendment doesn't care who writes it. It doesn't care when it's debated or approved. It just needs to be enacted by April 30th. And if not, no more funds for U.S. troops in the air, on the water, on the ground, until an AUMF is enacted. All this amendment is asking for is for Congress to do its job, to live up to its constitutional responsibilities. We ask our uniformed men and women to do their jobs, and heaven only knows they carry out their duty with courage and honor and professionalism. I only ask that Congress do the same. I've been doing this for a lot of years now, and we still haven't, notwithstanding all the promises that an AUMF is coming, there's not one in sight. And so I think this would be a good debate and a good amendment, and if it were passed, I think it would force Congress's feet to the fire, and we would actually do our job. And I would urge my colleagues to support it.
Discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I asked my friend from Massachusetts, we often talk about statements of administration policy, and we talk about poison pills that are added to amendments. I absolutely respect where the gentleman's going with this amendment, but I would ask him if he's had any conversations with the administration about what this does to getting the president's signature on this bill, which we would all agree is something that needs to happen.
Well, I have had many conversations with the administration, and I don't think this would in any way negatively impact their predisposition to the bill or their signing the bill, because the administration themselves has submitted to Congress an AUMF, which I don't like. Some people here may like it, and they've done their job, and they've asked us to consider it. We have not done so. So I have no reason to believe, based on any of my conversations, that this would in any way add to the negative feeling they already have about the bill. My hope is it might actually improve their attitude toward the bill at the end of the day, because we would be doing something that they have been requesting for quite some time.
Well, reclaiming my time, I'd say that the gentleman knows there's no possibility this AMUF they submitted is going to pass this institution. Yes, they submitted one. It's flawed. It's not going to move here. And I think every man and woman serving around the globe wants the certainty that of knowing what's going to happen next. I take the gentleman at his word that he doesn't think that would have an impact.
No, and I would just say to the gentleman, as I've been saying over and over and over and over again, if we don't like what the administration has proposed, then we should draft our own. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to work. We don't have to take it or leave it. Maybe you like it. I don't. But the committees of jurisdiction and members on the floor could change any way they want. So, you know, we can complain that they didn't produce something that we like, but now our response shouldn't be that's the way it is. Our response should be we should draft something that we find appropriate, and we should get a majority of votes to pass it. And if not, then we ought not to be doing these things, quite frankly. I thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I have a question for the gentleman.
Yes.
I've not seen all the language, in detail. Does that mean it must pass the House, or it must be signed into law by the President?
No, it means it has to be enacted, so more than passed out. We have to actually have something that will be enacted.
So how about if we get a president that simply does not want the United States of America to become involved in any conflict everywhere at all? And we're without the ability to protect this nation when ISIS opens up and they're openly doing things, and the president refuses because I don't know who the president is, and our military can't even respond. Is that your wish?
Well, I would say to the gentleman that there is something called the Constitution, and that when it comes to the issue of war, we all have to take responsibility.
Well,
I mean, if the people elect Donald Trump, who doesn't want to fight anywhere and doesn't want to, and wants to withdraw all over the world, then that's what the people have chosen.
I'm just simply saying, suppose the Senate doesn't give their, does not, get their 60 votes sequestered.
I mean, the deal is,
it's a perfect storm for you.
yeah, well,
Yes. It's a perfect storm, because if we cannot constitutionally provide is what we do, it's over.
right, absolutely. I mean, if Congress cannot produce an AUMF to deal with the challenge of ISIS and terrorist threats, then that is a reflection on us, and that is the way.
Just an observation.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, but the opposite of that is then we should just. I mean, then how do we fight these wars?
Well, my point would be, you're presuming that we would act in good faith and just do it. But if one body chose not to do it, it's over.
Well, it's like any bill we pass. If the Senate doesn't,
I'd sooner take what we got.
It's 10:30.
It may be 10:30. I'm asking an important question. Thank you very much. Thank you. Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, I see this as an important piece of legislative prerogative. I mean, this is our job. It's not the exclusive purview of the president. There is an IUMF that I believe is being wrongly interpreted, and it's a stretch at best. And this would force that discussion. And that's what we do. That's what we're elected by our constituents to do, to evaluate military operations overseas, to decide on questions of war and peace. That's not the exclusive prerogative of the executive branch. It is our prerogative, and we need to step up and on behalf of our constituents, do our job in this area.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the government amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it.
Ask for roll call.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Stivers? No. Mr. Stivers? No. Mr. Collins? No. Mr. Collins? No. Mr. Byrne? No. Mr. Byrne? No. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion, gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers through the amendment to H.R. 4909 by Representative Dent. Number 318, which would strike a provision in the bill that would open the door to discrimination in government contracting based on sexual orientation and gender identity. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Dent made a compelling case for his amendment. It was very unfortunate that this language was included in the HAS committee. I think we should give the members on the floor a chance to decide whether this language is in it or not. I'm confident that they will decide to take it back out based on similar votes. But we need the very best from our military contractors, just as we expect from our United States military itself. And the military as an institution does not discriminate. We should also make sure that gay and lesbian and transgender contractors don't have to live in constant fear or even refuse to submit or be reluctant to submit their bids because of discrimination. We want the very best contractors available, and there should be zero discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, or race or gender. And Mr. Dent's amendment very simply would put that back in, and I hope my colleagues will vote to allow it.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote now be on the Pulse amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Noes have it, noes have it. Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? No. Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? No. Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? No. Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? No. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Yes.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendments not agreed to, not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion?
I do have one more amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule to move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the following amendments to H.R. 4909. Number 294, Representative Grijalva's amendment that Ms. Spear and myself also co-sponsor, and Amendment 153 offered by Representative Quigley, which I co-sponsor as well.
Discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I may, these amendments, one was the aforementioned one I testified on with regard to rerouting excess funding above what it was requested for nuclear warhead lifespan extension and routing it to tunnel defense for Israel. The other amendment has to do with the removing the language that strips out the agreement that has been reached with regard to sage grouse as a result of a multi-stakeholder process that we've had extensive hearings on in the Natural Resources Committee and is lauded as an excellent example of conservation in a multi-stakeholder manner. So I'm hoping that both of these will be made in order.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the Pulse amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it.
Roll call,
noes
Mr.
have it.
Chair.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman, no.
Clerk reports the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to, not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? We now move the motion from the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Roll call,
The
please.
gentlewoman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox, aye. Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, aye. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, aye. Mr. Byrne? Aye. Mr. Byrne, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Aye. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Slaughter?
No.
Ms. Slaughter, no. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? No. Mr. Polis, no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk report the total.
9 yeas, 3 nays.
Motion is agreed to, and accordingly, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Byrne, will be handling this for Republicans.
Mr. McGovern.
Mr. McGovern will be handling this for the minority. Okay, the clerk will now, the chairman now being received a motion from the gentleman of North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant H.R. 4974, the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs and Related Agencies Appropriations Act 2017, a modified open rule. The rule provides 1 hour general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule waives points of order against provisions in the bill for failure to comply with Clause 2 of Rule 21. The rule provides that Clause 2E of Rule 21 shall not apply during consideration of the bill. The rule provides that after general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule, except that 1, amendments shall be debatable for 10 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, and 2, no pro forma amendment shall be in order, except that the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate.
The rule authorizes the chair to accord priority and recognition to members who have pre-printed their amendments in the congressional record. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Section 2 of the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 5243, the Zika Response Appropriations Act 2016. Under a closed rule, the rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides that Clause 2E of Rule 21 shall not apply during consideration of the bill. The rule provides one motion to recommit. Section 3 of the rule provides that Sections 514 of H.R. 4974 shall be considered to be a spending reduction account for purposes of Section 3D of House Resolution 5. Section 4 of the rule provides that during consideration of H.R. 4974 pursuant to the rule, it shall not be in order in the Committee of the Whole to use a decrease in overseas contingency operation funds to offset an amendment that increases an appropriation not designated as overseas contingency operation funds or vice versa. Finally, Section 5 of the rule provides that during consideration of H.R. 4974, 1, Section 310 of House Concurrent Resolution 125, as reported in the House, shall have force and effect in the Committee of the Whole, and 2, Section 3304 of Senate Concurrent Resolution 11 shall not apply.
You've now heard the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Is there discussion or amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment. I move the committee grant H.R. 4974 and H.R. 5243 each in open rule so that all members have the opportunity to offer amendments to the bills on the floor. And Mr. Chairman, I think most people in the House are very concerned about this epidemic coming our way. And I'm sure that a lot of people would like to weigh in with some good suggestions. So I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the vote from the amendment from the gentlewoman from New York. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call.
Gentlewoman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Yes.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Yes.
Those opposed, no.
Sorry, I did want to make an amendment to that.
Excuse me.
But I am
Excuse me.
sorry, it's my
Oh,
fault.
that's okay.
Beg your
Excuse me. That's okay.
Oh.
All right. Is there further amendment or discussion?
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes,
Gentlewoman's
I do
recognized.
have one. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to H.R. 5243, consisting of the text of H.R. 5044, the Democratic alternative that will provide the administration with the $1.9 billion it has requested to mount a robust response to the Zika crisis without jeopardizing our ability to address the ongoing threat of Ebola, which the administration has already been forced to divert $589 million from that certain bill to the Republican, as I wanted to say that the chairman today did not really go into that quite fully, but the $600 million has already been spent, was taken from the Ebola account, and the administration is asking for it back. So what we did today was take money away from the administration of NIH and money that we have already spent and is gone. So I ask for a yes vote on this so that we can spend enough money to make our country safe. And certainly we need to replenish the Ebola account. I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you very much. Further
Thank you.
discussion?
I appreciate your kindness on that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're entitled to that.
Thank you.
If I could, I'd state that the gentleman, Mr. Rogers, very clearly laid out that the request from the administration for 5 years was $1,900,000,000. His response to that, in the next 5 months, we're going to authorize $1,200,000,000. $1,200,000,000 for 5 months versus $1,900,000 for 5 years, I believe is more than a first step that's necessary to get us to where we begin the appropriations process on a new year. And so I support the gentleman from Kentucky and would oppose this amendment.
Well,
Further
the point that I
discussion.
wanted to make, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, was that $600 million of that money that he asked for today has already been spent. So what we are asking is that Ebola be replenished and that we give $1.9 billion to Zika, which is going to be equally difficult for us to manage.
Yes, ma'am. And then once again, retort, this is a 5-month spending plan that we're attempting to accomplish with
But half of it's gone.
$1,200,000,000 over the next 5 months. So as we move into the next 4 years, 4.5 years worth of the plan, I'm sure that we will be pleased to reevaluate that. Well, we come to a tie. So further discussion. Those in favor of the amendment from the gentlewoman from New York, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. Noes have it, noes have it. Okay, we are now entering the point where we're going to vote on the motion from the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor signify with that. By the way, that did not pass. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no?
No.
The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Accordingly, the gentleman, Mr. Cole, will be handling this for Republicans.
Mr. Polis for the Democrats.
Mr. Polis for Democrats. I want to thank the committee for their indulgence of a long day, the staff, the members, and the awesome stenographers who've been a part of this, and thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry?
I should say Mr. Hastings will do that.
Oh, but Judge
Beg your
Hastings will be handling this.
Yeah, well, because of Mr. Hastings' poor health, we have a substitute in case we have to have.
I would completely understand that. Okay. It appears as though we have completed our work for the week. Thank you very much.